In the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
From the beautiful, historic city of Samarkand in Uzbekistan, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Central Asia, we welcome you to the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. For the next 6 days, Samarkand will be inhabited by dozens upon dozens of grandmasters aiming to make their mark in one of the most exciting tournaments on the chess tournament circuit. And now we go from this amazing historic city to the chessboard and to the commentary booth. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, a great honor and a pleasure to welcome my good friend, Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, welcome to the show. What an amazing moment.
Yeah, hello Danya, welcome everyone. Exactly, this is the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Everybody's looking forward to it. It's our highlight of the year. It's our favorite. I'm so excited to be here and cover the event.
So many players, so many super grandmasters. We will cover all of the action for you. But before we jump in, let's go through some very important logistics. First of all, what is at stake? Why does the World Rapid and Blitz Championship attract so many big names? Well, not least because of the massive prize pool. There is $1 million at stake, $350,000 for the Rapid, $150,000 for the Women's Rapid. Big prizes all around, Peter. Obviously, the main attractor is the pride. You want to say that you are the World Rapid Champion or the World Blitz Champion. That is a very prestigious title. That is a lot of money.
Exactly. It's all about the title, the glory, winning such a championship, calling yourself a world champion. That's what it really matters. Of course, if it comes with a fantastic prize fund, that's even better. And that's why everybody is so excited about this event.
There's also FIDE circuit points at play in these two tournaments that may impact qualification for the candidates tournament, but we'll have plenty of time to talk about that as the tournament goes on. Let's have a look at the format. This is a marathon event. These players work their tails off for the next 6 days. The Rapid tournament is a 13-round Swiss event, 11 rounds in the women's section. There will be 5 rounds played today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and then 4 to conclude the Rapid event on day 3. And that is immediately followed by the Blitz event. The time control is the standard Rapid time control of 15 minutes with a 10-second bonus or increment added to every move. Conventional scoring. Peter, 15 plus 10, great time control. I think it really straddles the bridge between allowing high-quality chess and bringing us what everybody wants to see, crazy time scrambles and non-stop action.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. I also very much love this that players have 15 minutes. This gives you the chance to control the game, to get going right from the start with a nice opening. Of course, you have to pay attention to the clock situation very much, not to fall behind, but also get the rhythm of your opponent. A lot of strategy involved, and then crazy time travel at the end.
Indeed. Most importantly, 15 plus 10. That's not Blitz. That's not Bullet. We see tons of high quality chess in the World Rapid Championship and in the World Blitz Championship. But let's put the Blitz Championship aside. Nobody's thinking about that just yet. Let's talk a little bit about the schedule. Cancel work, cancel your meetings, cancel your dates the next couple of days because you will want to watch this event as it unfolds. Today, we will be contesting the first 5 rounds in the open section and the first 4 rounds of the Rapid in the women's section. Then we have consecutive days of action up until December 30th. Mark your calendars, folks. 3 days of Rapid, followed by 2 days of Blitz. This is the way it is every single year, Peter. It doesn't sound like a lot, but by the end, the players, they feel like they've just run 5 marathons.
Absolutely. It's a very demanding tournament with 5 games a day. Well, at the very first day, yeah, we see 5 games. I do remember when I played the event, the 5th game was always a very tough challenge, not only because of your opponent, but simply that you got completely exhausted. There are also all these emotional roller coasters in every single run. So very big challenge on all players, how they preserve their energy till the very last moment of the day.
And of course, some players who've traveled far and wide are still dealing with jet lag. There isn't a large break between the games themselves. So, as you said, Peter, you have to put the emotions aside. It's a long tournament, and one loss does not decide anything. We're going to see tons and tons of upsets as early as round 1. This is one of the many things that makes this tournament exciting. You don't get a single easy game if you're one of the top seeds. And a case in point is the round 1 matchups. Let's start with the women's section. Let's take a look at the top pairings. We have dominance by Chinese players with Zhu Wenjun, the women's world champion, on board 1. She faces her compatriot Mao Yilu. On board 2, Kayarbekova from Kazakhstan faces Nino Batsiashvili. And on we go, Peter. So many big names in the women's section.
Yeah, Savita against Tan Zhongji. I'm also very excited to see Lai Tingjie back in action. She had that fantastic World Championship match against Zhu Wenjun, which she very narrowly lost, but definitely a player to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. We will be cycling between all of these exciting games. Zhu Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, so many players seeking to make their mark in the women's section. And of course, in the open section. I'm having a hard time reading board 1. Maybe you can help me out, Peter. Pretty obscure chess player decided to show up in Uzbekistan, Magnus Carlsen. Okay, he's on board 1 for whatever reason, but he is far from the only big name. Van Forest, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Eric Geisy, and so many players, Peter, from the older generation. Grandmasters that chess fans might not have heard of, but are still very exciting to watch. Zvyaginsev, Hismatulin. Nobody has an easy game in round 1.
Yeah, for example, there Vadim Zvyaginsev against Arjun Erigaisi. Zvyaginsev had been himself a youngster, and there we have the live feed. The games are about to start, to take off, and clearly all eyes will be on Magnus Carlsen playing his first move in the event.
Indeed. We will start by focusing exclusively on Magnus's game. We will watch it unfold. Folks, we ask for your understanding. There are so many games going at the same time. We will try to bring you all of the exciting action as it unfolds, but we can only focus on one game at a time. And there he is, Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated chess player in history, as he carefully adjusts his pieces. His opponent, Nikita Petrov, very solid grandmaster. I played him a couple of years ago. He is not an easy pairing, incredibly solid player. And Peter, the big thing is that everybody wants to be that guy who upset Magnus Carlsen. People are going to be trying extra hard every game against Magnus.
That's for sure. You know exactly that you have to show your very best. The big question is, however, that this motivation, this will to perform your best, does this help you, or does it actually make you even more nervous? Yeah, that's also one of the challenges that the players are who face Magnus Carlsen are dealing with, because they are not used to be playing someone like Magnus.
Magnus has the white pieces. He faces Nikita Petrov, who represents Montenegro. So many exciting matchups. 15 plus 10, Peter, not a time control that all of these GMs have a lot of experience in. Obviously, Magnus has played tons and tons of rapid events, but I assume for some of these less experienced GMs, this might be a difficult time control to adjust to. It's easy to overcompensate, play too fast, or treat it like a classical game and wind up in time pressure right out of the opening.
Exactly. Very good point. I also feel that finding your own rhythm, not to be fooled by your opponent's speed, that's kind of the key. You have to pay attention to the clock, but also you should be controlling the position, and this should come hand in hand. Yeah, if you just play quickly but random moves, that's certainly not the right strategy.
Folks, we hope your seatbelts are fastened and fastened tight as we took a look there at board 1 in the women's section. Ju Wenjun, 2 seconds on those big screens. It is time to begin the 2023 World Rapid Championship, the ceremonial first move. Magnus Carlsen shaking hands, his opponent shaking hands with the dignitaries. So many big names on the board and off the board in the playing hall from this amazing historic city of Samarkand. But right now, all eyes on Magnus Carlsen. The handshake, the clock has started. Magnus decided not to retract his move, Peter. Usually the player retracts his move. Here, Magnus just said, hey, I'm keeping it on the board, and we are off with a Lopez.
Yeah, it's always kind of very funny when we see this kind of ceremonial first moves. You don't know exactly how the players will behave. We could see that Nikita was also unsure. He pressed the clock, but Magnus just duped his e4 pawn, and there we go. We are waiting for the moves. We clearly have some technical issues. There are too many games that needs to be loaded up, but that's a classical Spanish. With bishop c5.
Spanish. Indeed, a very fashionable line, Peter.
Yes, and with bishop c5, okay, that's basically an Arhangelski type of thing. And we also get Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. That's a classical Catalan. That's what I'm understanding.
Catalan. Indeed, we have a slightly better camera angle as the games load up, folks. It's day one. Sometimes the transmission needs to wake up, so we're going to see if we can get superior camera angles. A Catalan, and Nepo, Peter, has been on the white side of the Catalan in a lot of his recent rapid games. Here he finds himself on the black side, and this classic a6, a4 line, very, very positional, very quiet.
Yes, and then all of a sudden, look at this. There is a little pawn on h6. Yeah, Jan has just played the move h6, which is not the most common move.
h6, how did that come to pass? We see players pushing their h-pawns, it seems, indiscriminately these days. White plays h4, black plays h6, Dingleren plays a3, and a wry little smile by Jan as his opponent contemplates whether or not to capture that c4 pawn. Okay, looks like Peter is refreshing the board. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi's opponent. That's Michiel Bracken. That is not a name which is probably familiar to most people watching the show, but Michiel has been very active on chess.com. I've played dozens and dozens of Blitz games with him. Not an easy opponent, and anything can happen in these rapid games, particularly if you have the black pieces. Looks like we have some moves on the board, Peter. We can switch back to Magnus's game. And there we go. This early bishop c5 Ruy Lopez, which has gained so much traction in recent months.
Yes, and actually there is a catch, yeah, that the knight is still on g8. It wasn't exactly obvious, but black has not yet committed the knight to f6, so that knight might be able to go towards the e7 square. That's and also black is still keeping his pawn on d7. Eventually, you never know, is it d6 or we're gonna see d5 at the right moment. Lot of finesses here.
I've been facing this bishop c5 move so many times online, and I never know what to do against it, because the natural reaction is to play c3, right? That's what you're taught by your mama when you're 2 years old. You go c3 and d4, but black has this very tricky idea, as you said, Peter, knight g to e7, and if you push d4 too early, after the exchange on d4, black will have this intermediate check on b4, and then can strike at the center with d7, d5. So Magnus, he chooses a more flexible approach, actually putting a knight on c3.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. I also believe that Magnus just wants to get out of his opponent's preparation. The move knight c3 signals me that, yeah, he's hoping for some transpositions. Yeah, we have seen a lot of knight c3 lines games recently. And yeah, now the big question is, how is black dealing? Is he going for knight g7, or will he put that knight on f6 as we usually see it?
Indeed, we see some moves there being played. They should be transmitted to us momentarily. Feels like knight g7 is more in the spirit of the line, but as you said, knight f6 transposes to some sort of weird four knights opening, I would imagine.
Yes, something like, but with a6, bishop a4 included. And there we go. d6 had been played, not the move that we had been expecting, But knight c3, d6, let me just go back. Magnus immediately uses the chance to play d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4. So clearly everything is based on the pin on the king on e8.
Indeed. Bishop takes d4 can be met by queen takes d4. The queen is untouchable, and if you try to play b7, b5 and intercept the pin, the g7 pawn is going to hang with disastrous effect. So the tactics seem to work out for white, and now it's Nikita Petrov's turn to decide how he's going to defend that c6 knight. Again, you could play knight e7, you could play bishop d7, but Peter, in the early going, I'm a little bit puzzled that Nikita pushed his pawn up to d6 so early. It feels like allowing this early d2, d4 is a pretty serious positional concession from black side.
Yes, somehow surprising, because it's also not really understandable why did black really allow this. But okay, there we go. Knight g7, bishop e3, b5.
Whoa.
Played. This might still be some kind of a theory. I'm certainly not an expert here. This is a very randomish sideline.
What a weird position. And look at this, Peter. If white plays knight takes c6 and then plays bishop takes c5, at the end of the line, black recaptures with the d-pawn, and suddenly the bishop on a4 is going to be trapped. If you drop it back to b3, this doubled pawn on c5 is going to move up to c4. So Magnus, indeed, might be stuck in some sort of weird preparation. Now, you can play bishop b3 immediately, but then Nikita develops some major pawn play on the queen side, with an exchange on d4, and then likely c7, c5, followed by c4.
Yeah, well, g7 is still hanging there. That's, right. I think, very important. Yeah, that black is unable. Let me just draw the arrows quickly. So takes. c5 would be thematic, trying to trap the bishop with c4, but then queen take g7 hits the rook on h8 and also threatens on f7. Black is just not in time to push c4, so I'm guessing that bishop b3 is still possible. On the other hand, there are also some moves like bishop b3, knight a5, trying to go after that bishop. Yeah, we know exactly that in this Ruy Lopez positions, actually the light squared bishop is quite important for white. Lot of things, lot of details, and look at this. Magnus is taking his time.
And he's made a move there. We'll see what it is in just a moment. My worry, actually, Peter, after bishop b3 is that black will exchange everything on d4, then will castle kingside, and will threaten this c5, c4. I think it's sometimes referred to as the Noah's Ark trap, where you push the pawn once attacking the queen, and then again to trap the bishop. Then black can bring his dark squared bishop out to e6 or b7, and in a position with no weaknesses, it feels like Nikita has gotten exactly what he's wanted.
Certainly, he's kind of surprised Magnus. We also don't really recall Magnus taking so much time in early stages of the game like this. Yeah, normally Magnus is the expert of all kinds of tricky systems. So quite impressive from Nikita. On the other hand, the big question is, how familiar is Nikita with all this? Yeah, that is he also for the first time seeing this, or does he have some kind of navigation points?
Well, the jacket is off. We know what that means. Magnus is here to play. Bishop b3 is on the board, and a pivotal early moment. Knight a5, you mentioned going after the bishop, trying to secure the bishop pair, or the direct simplification approach, trading everything on d4. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think when you're playing Magnus, psychologically, it's very tempting to go for the simpler option. You know, knight takes d4, trade some minor pieces, get a clear position. It's harder psychologically to go for the more double-edged continuation. Knowing Nikita, he's a solid player. I think he might be going for the exchanges.
Yeah, could easily be. On the other hand, we also know that Magnus is famous for creating the maximum out of small possibilities. Yeah, so going for simplifications, but at the same time, if you would feel that going for simplification is the best way to go, then I think it's a right strategy. But if you would only choose it because you think like, okay, I'm playing against the best player in the world, let me try to be as solid as possible, but actually the position would demand something else, then it would be a mistake, and it would clearly boost Magnus's confidence. Yeah, you always have to play, I believe, according to the position.
Indeed, you do. A sip of water by Magnus Carlsen as he looks off to the side. Plenty of games to observe. Not sure who that is in the background, but obviously we will take a look and bring you the action from all the top boards, as Nikita, staring intently at the position, sensing the early importance of this moment. It's only move 9, but a huge decision to be made. And look at the size of that playing hall. This, folks, is the World Rapid Championship. Your chances of running into a Grandmaster anywhere in the city of Samarkand in the next couple of days are extremely high.
For sure. But also I feel like this game of Magnus and Nikita almost feels like a classical game. Yeah, they are taking their time.
Yeah.
It just shows that they are also unfamiliar with what has happened. And I'm very happy about this, because if you would ask me, Peter, is this theory, you are supposed to be a big theoretical expert, I would say, I see this for the very first time in my life.
Same here. And indeed, we have this exchange on d4 followed by short castles. But as the players continue to ponder this complex position, maybe we can continue swinging around, Peter, looking at some of the top boards. I'll let you make the next choice.
Yes, let me pull up some other games. For example, let's take a look at Daneshvar Bardi against Gukesh. We know exactly that Gukesh is trying to qualify or fix his FIDE circuit leading situation, but he also has to keep attention to Arjun Arigachi, Anish Giri trying to catch him. So all eyes on them, but Daneshvar Bardia, we have seen him in the World Cup knocking out none other than Alexander Grishuk in the Blitz tiebreak section. Very dangerous player. And as you said, there are no easy pairings here.
And I would caution chess fans, particularly newer fans, to just look at the rating and say, oh, Bardia Daneshvar washed up GM 2470. In many cases, you just have to disregard the ratings. A lot of players are underrated. You know, they haven't played enough tournaments. What a very dangerous first round opponent, Daneshvar, with the black pieces. And I'm liking what I see from the Iranian youngster with his last move, queen to b3. He is clearly preparing to blast open the center with e2, e4. Gukesh hasn't castled yet, so that seems to be black's top priority. If black castles kingside, white can strike with e4 nevertheless. The bishop from c1 can come out to f4, hitting the queen if black's bishop retreats to e7. I feel like this is a very unpleasant position for Gukesh early on.
Yeah, and I think that Daneshvar is a famous Reti player. Yeah, I do recall that he has been playing the Reti during the World Cup as well. And look at this also here. The action is very slow. The player, what we have been talking about, yeah, the players also feel that, yes, this is rapid. It's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. We shouldn't be rushing. On the other hand, I feel that they are a little bit spending too much time.
Maybe still a little bit jet lagged, but this threat of e2, e4, it has to be dealt with. Black still has to castle, and Gukesh's hands are full. I'd like to go to a couple of games for which we have nice camera angles. We have that Jan Nepomniachtchi game, which seems like a quiet Catalan. Maybe we can take a quick look at that game as it unfolds in a very typical Catalan structure. This shifted Marozzi bind with the pawns on d4 and f4. What do we make of this?
Yes, this is kind of a traditional, but on the other hand, a little bit still out of the usual kind of Catalan, because black has also got quite some dynamic with the bishop already on b7. There's also some tension here with the pawns b5, a4. Yeah, white is challenging the b5 pawn. On the other hand, Jan is ignoring it. He's trying to be as dynamic. He treats it kind of like a Grunfeld. That's the impression I'm getting.
Indeed, maybe he's about to go bishop f6 and then g6 and bishop g7, kind of living out his Grunfeld fantasy. White is probably likely to play e3 and solidify the center. There's also the possibility of c7, c5, just blasting open the center. And yet again, Peter, we see the players taking their time. Even Jan, who is known to play quickly, taking his time, kind of settling into the game. Definitely the players not rushing through the early critical moments in any of the games that we've seen so far.
Yes, I think it's also very important to highlight that it's very important to get a good start. And queen b8 play, this is a classy move. Queen b8, because actually black indirectly protects the b5 pawn. Yeah, the queen is actually protecting the b5 pawn. Black is also getting ready to play rook d8, eventually going c7, c5 with a pin on the queen on d2. That what I wanted to highlight, however, that the players want to create chances. Yeah, it's very important to get a good start because that will boost your confidence. You will also constantly be playing against very ambitious opponents who are also doing well in the tournament. One thing that you don't want to do in this field is that to get stuck in the mud somewhere in the middle, because no matter where you are, you will be facing very strong opponents. And the only remedy is to go forward. Yeah, you have to keep climbing on the tournament standing.
That's exactly right. If you look at players who've struggled in the World Rapid, they enter this draw swamp, right? They give away a draw, they give away another draw. Suddenly, you're a point and a half behind the leaders, and your pairings aren't necessarily any weaker. That is the paradox of the World Rapid. There is no easy pairing. Sometimes you see, Peter, two players who have 1 out of 5, and you see a 2650 playing against a 2600. So there is no rest for the weary. You might as well get off to a good start, as we see a couple of exchanges here. The rooks have been traded. Will we see a knight landing on e5?
That's the typical Catalan move. Yeah, knight e5. Just get it there. On the other hand, black will then trade the bishops. Yeah, for example, bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Clearly, black will improve the queen position with a queen b7 check. And the most important thing for black is to keep the harmony. And we already mentioned the move rook d8 to be followed, bishop f6, c7, c5. All the natural, usual suspects are possible in this position. Big decision for white, but he doesn't have so much time, and he goes for queen e3, trying to counterattack black, yeah, with an f5 idea.
Ooh, f5 is a serious positional threat, targeting that undefended bishop on e7, which could jump to f6. Black could also play a quieter move like rook f8 to e8, and bishop to d6 is Jan's choice, aiming at that f4 pawn. Now c7, c5 is an even greater positional threat, because if f4 falls, white's king becomes even weaker. But as white contemplates his next move, we've got many developments on some of the other boards. Jan Krzysztof Duda's game is a fascinating tactical battle. We also have a camera angle for the poll with 3 names. So maybe a quick look at Duda versus Hismatulin. And what on earth is happening here? A bishop on h3, preventing white from castling. What on earth is this?
Wow, okay, very interesting. A super sharp position. Black has sacrificed the pawn, but gets very nice compensation for it. White's king is still stuck in the center. On the other hand, he's trying to make sure that he keeps the position locked. But black has nice compensation.
Yeah, I mean, as long as white can't castle, there's the menacing possibility of e7, e5 opening up the e-file. And the move knight to b5, pretty innocuous. The queen could shift over to d7, actually supporting the bishop. The only thing that worries me is Hismatulin's clock. He's under 6 minutes, but practically speaking, I think black's position is terrific.
Yeah, let's also not forget that bishop h3 is on the board. Black is also probably thinking about spicing things up with e7, e5, opening up the e-file. Yeah, just to highlight, like after e5, f takes e5, queen takes e5, followed by rook e8. There can be quite some pressure against the bishop on e2. There can be a big pin against white's king. So white needs to solve this issue quite quickly. Even moves like bishop f1 are very natural, because after bishop takes f1, white is able to capture with the king and then make this artificial castle with king g2.
Yep, bishop f1. If black drops the bishop back, bishop g2 will follow. You're showing the trade on the board. And let's not forget that I think white is a pawn up. I've been counting the pawns all of this time. Yes, white has 8 pawns. Black has 7. I think that's a safe observation to make. And if white can tuck the king away on g2, the pawn on c5 is there to stay. The knight on b3, very securely defending it. My guess is that Hismatulin might meet bishop f1 with queen to d7, perhaps kind of a changing of the guard. But the big priority for black is to prevent white from castling at all costs.
Yes, we are also waiting for the moves. Did Jan Krzysztof already made up his mind? Probably not yet. Yeah, so bishop f1. We are thinking about queen d7. Yeah, that's exactly the move that black wants to play, because then after bishop takes h3, queen takes h3, we are still facing the same issue with the king stuck in the center and black trying to break in the center with e5.
Indeed. Okay, there we go. We have some moves on the board. Bishop f1 was not played. Instead, it was, I think, a knight on b5. Whatever it was, Hismatulin responded with queen to d7. And he just tightens the grip on white's position. Maybe Duda's thinking about going queenside. I mean, queen to d2 and long castle might be the safest option for white at this point.
Well, especially if he already made up his mind and went for knight b5. Are you sure that that's the move?
Absolutely
yes.
not.
Yeah, but it makes sense, because now I have seen the camera that he played the move queen d2 and it perfectly fits. But is it really this kind of stuff? Because somewhere, I don't know, maybe black will be able to break something in the center.
There's all sorts of juicy maneuvers. Bishop g2, bishop e4, e5, as you're pointing out, d4. A lot to calculate, though, for Hismatulin. And Duda is really, really good at this. He forces his opponent to make these tough decisions in time pressure. Speaking of tough decisions, looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in pretty serious trouble against a significantly lower rated opponent. Maybe we can swing over to Maxime land. He played what looks like a King's Indian, gone very, very wrong. He is on the black side of this position.
Wow. Yes, first of all, the reason why I was saying wow, that yes, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and the King's Indian are not the most common combination. Grünfeld, Neudorf and Grünfeld, yeah, that's what comes to mind immediately.
Yeah, Maxime probably should have stuck to his guns. And that last move by his very strong Kazakh opponent, bishop to f5, removing the sting from any potential queenside counterplay. If those bishops are traded, Peter, the g file opens up. White has a dream setup on the king side. He's got the g file attack, the rook from g1, can move up to g3. White can double on the g file and just blast through the gates. The bishop on g7, ultra vulnerable if that g file opens up.
Yes, I was very curious that what happened here in the opening, and just very quickly let me show that it was indeed a King's Indian.
Jeez.
Breaking news. No d5, bishop g7, mouse slip. No, it was a
pre-move.
It was a conscious decision by Maxime, and that's the position we are having now. After bishop f5, he went for the move rook a d8. It's somehow a sign that he's very unhappy with his position. Maxime is not happy, because you know exactly that white wanted to trade the light square bishops, and then white will have the e4 square. This e4 square is so important. Yeah, for example, if we are just talking about simple capture, takes, and then put that knight on e4, looks so tempting and so good.
And I think Maxime is trying to set a trap, which might backfire. If white plays knight e4 immediately, Peter, there's a fascinating line. Maxime might be relying on bishop f5, gf, and it looks like white's blundered a piece, but no, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, queen takes e4, and boom goes the dynamite. Rook takes g7 check, and it's a classic discovery. King takes g7, and bishop h6 picks up the queen. So that was one possible route. Denis Makhniov takes a slightly different approach. He actually drops the e2 knight over to g3, reinforcing the bishop. Totally sensible. Maxime with bishop e8, trying his best to keep the tension. And now the knight comes into e4. Just a vice-like grip on black's position, and extra pawn. This is a dream scenario. No, pawns are equal, but this is still a dream scenario for white.
Yes. Basically, if it wouldn't be Maxime, I would be calling out that, okay, white will just win this game for sure, yeah, because everything is perfect. Black has no harmony. Just look at this knight on a6, stuck out of the game. The rook on d8 is not doing anything. The queen on h4. The only piece which gives some hope for black is the knight on f4. Yet somehow, thanks to this knight, basically black is hoping that white might prematurely capture this pawn at some point, opening then up the dark squares, the dark square bishop. But right now the position looks very unpleasant. b6 played, king b1 on the board. Oops, according to computer, there might have been something already, but you, in a blitz or rapid game, you just want to play your natural good move.
Maybe it was bishop e6 check and then knight f5, even in response to knight takes. No, bishop e6 check looked very much overwhelming, and maybe just knight takes e6, d takes e6, threatening bishop g5. This is how sometimes the lower rated player lets the win slip, right? You try to play slowly, you try to tighten all the screws, but you need to pounce when you get a chance. Players like Maxime always find a way to rise from the dead. But king b1, can't criticize white too much for playing this move. Get the king out of the danger zone. No more forks on b3. So knight c5 is no longer something that white really has to reckon with. And black's position is still disastrously bad.
Yes, it basically hurts the eyes to look at this. Yeah, this is a Kingsian then went horribly wrong. If you would just try to highlight, what should never ever happen in the Kingsian then from the black side, this is it. And if you want to highlight that, okay, what is the dream scenario from white? I don't think that you can even imagine something better than this.
Yeah, you really don't need to know much about chess. Just look at the way the pieces are placed. Speaking, Peter, of the way that pieces are placed, there aren't a lot of pieces left on the board in our top board between Magnus Carlsen and Nikita Petrov. Some breathtaking action on that board with Nikita doing a fantastic job of disarming Magnus's Ruy Lopez. And despite having 3 minutes on the clock, it looks like he's doing mighty well going into the late middle game.
Yes, he has just played the move d6, d5, breaking the center. However, we have to calculate, for example, after e takes d5, if I capture on d5, then what is black's idea? Is he trying to go for two rooks versus queen, which looks a bit strange? Or is he trying to trade the rooks and then win the d5 pawn back? What exactly is the idea?
Intuitively, I feel like he is planning to take on d5. And then maybe in the position after all of the exchanges, he sees some sort of queen maneuver that targets white's weak pawns. Because if black slows down and the rooks coordinate and double up on the 7th rank, black is basically immediately busted. So the queen has to maximize its activity. Queen f6 perhaps comes to mind, but white could parry that with c3. And then there's a potential fork on c4. C-fork. Can the queen slide over maybe to h4, something like that? Maybe Petrov spotted one of these maneuvers.
Wow. Okay, but this is super deep, yeah, and super tricky. Yeah, queen f6, hitting the b2 pawn, and then white plays the most natural move c3, and all of a sudden queen h4, hitting the h2 pawn, but much more importantly, as you highlighted, queen c4 check. It was way too early morning for me to spot this trick.
Oh, it's even earlier for me, but is it too early for Magnus to spot this trick? We are perhaps about to go down the line. E takes d5 on the board. Yes, we see on the camera that Nikita Petrov has captured on d5, leading to this critical moment. But Peter feels like 2.5 minutes on the clock. If he doesn't find this maneuver, he might sink into the Magnus Carlsen swamp. How many times have we seen Magnus squeeze endgames like this into victory, even when the opponent has plenty of time on the clock?
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, basically rook d5, you also see the evaluation bar saying that it's equal. And I could not really understand why. I mean, come on. White has the two rooks. As you mentioned, if white coordinates, it should be clear advantage. But one thing, yeah, that is somewhat strange from the white side, that white has this king on f1 and the pawn on f3. So if we would be having a king on g1 and pawn on g3 and the pawn on f2, I believe we would be both thinking about that it's a technical win. So it's all about this special nuance that black has some tactical resources only at this moment. Just give white 1-2 more moves and this chance will pass.
That's right. But Petrov has to sense this is the moment when Magnus's rooks are uncoordinated, this is where you need to maximize the activity of the queen, and you can see him kind of bobbing his leg up and down. That is the universal sign of a chess player experiencing anxiety. He found queen f6, and after c3, he puts the queen not on h4, but on f4. Does this allow Magnus to slide his king over to g1, escaping the fork and protecting the h2 pawn? Maybe queen to c4 is what Petrov is banking on, just lashing out at those queenside pawns, which are rather weak. I mean, White's rooks are nowhere near those a2 and b2 pawns.
Yeah, fascinating play by Nikita, spotting this tactic that he needs to activate, and queen f4 looks equally impressive, just like the idea you mentioned with queen h4. Yes, Magnus has the chance to go king g1, but once that queen appears on c4, that will be very unpleasant, because how do we protect the a2 pawn? And also, let's not forget that sometimes it's possible to go after black's king, but here with this g7, h6, f7 construction, I don't feel that black has something to worry about.
Magnus, he has to find a way to extend the game, keep the tension. King g1 on the board. There goes the queen as it trampolines from f4 to c4. Magnus's response is instant, a check on d8. The king slides up to h7. So the mating construction, Peter, is with White's h-pawn appearing on h5, and then the other rook coming up to the 8th rank. But that is so much easier said than done. Right now, obviously, the h4 square is controlled by black's queen. Looks like Carlsen has made a move, and he's played a3, buying himself some time.
Yeah, he has to slow black down. Yeah, the pawn is kind of protected. And then the big question is how black continues. After queen b3, White might be able to play rook e2 or rook d2. Somehow, to me, rook d2 is even more natural, just making sure that everything is protected. That could be the case made for black to start creating some more activity with a5. On the other hand, I'm not sure that black is really planning to trade pawns there. It's much more important to keep that b2 pawn weak all the time.
Well, the immediate b4 deserves attention, and he's played it, because if White exchanges blindly, then not only does b2 hang, but e1 hangs, and there's this backward check on b6, another potential fork. And I think this was very well spotted by Nikita Petrov, who's got only a minute 17 on his clock. The time control is 15 plus 10, so there is a 10-second increment, but this is not a lot of time to work out these complications. Very concrete attempt, Peter. If this works, it's likely to lead to a draw. If it doesn't, it likely gives Magnus serious winning chances.
Yes, but it was a very important move, actually. Yeah, because very nicely spotted. Of course, White would love to take everything and then slowly target the a6 pawn, but there are all these triple threats, and White is unable to control and coordinate his forces. So yes, after b4, the big question is, how do you protect? So one natural move would be a, b, c, b, and then try to protect the c pawn with rook c1, but it's also somehow artificial. It feels wrong. C takes b4, c takes b4, then we're gonna have a weakness on a3. Black might have enough to draw this.
And rook e4 looks like a nifty way to pick up the pawn with the pin, but it leaves your back rank super exposed. Black's queen can slide up to a2 and then deliver a check on b1 and pick up the b2 pawn with check and then pick up the c3 pawn. Everywhere you look, White's king is just a little bit too weak. If White had time to play h3 or h4, the king would calmly slide up to h2, no problem. The king has to come up to f2 in that variation, and the pawns are all falling with check. What does Magnus do? Does he have any way to cause problems in Black's time pressure?
Yeah, he needs to find a stabilizing move because he has the time advantage. Yeah, 5 minutes versus 1. Okay, 1:17. Every second counts very much when you have so little time. But Black's play is easy. The big question is that, is Magnus able to find the solution after which the game really will be long, and Black will have to make plenty of decisions, yeah, because in this case the clock situation will be decisive. But on the other hand, if things are becoming forced and you are getting the 10 seconds extra after each move, then this clock situation might not be important at all.
All of these players are really good with demonstrating a high level with just a couple of seconds on the clock. Looks like a couple moves have been played. Magnus just exchanging everything on b4.
Wow.
And what is his response to queen takes b4? Is it maybe rook e8, trying to create some concrete problems? Well, we're about to find out. No, he drops back to d1. Nikita's going to pick up the b2 pawn, and he should not lose this game if he plays carefully.
Wow. Okay, this is quite interesting. It just shows that Magnus was truly impressed by this b5, b4 move. He couldn't come up with a good solution, and his idea is to somehow coordinate, and if black clearly will take on bit, has already taken, queen b2, rook a1 on the board, and Magnus is obviously trying to secure the doubling on the a file. If he succeeds, then there is no way to protect the a6 pawn, and then tries to play 3 versus 3 on the king side, which is most probably drawish, but kind of nerve-wracking from black, because with the 2 rooks, you can always pose problems.
Oh, definitely. You could try to double on the 7th rank. Obviously, you'd have to avoid perpetual, which is essentially an irresolvable problem if black plays accurately. But if you're Nikita, you want to cling to that a-pawn. You don't want to give it up without a fight, unless you're forcing white to make concessions in return. I love the move h5, advancing that pawn, maybe all the way up to h4, creating the preconditions for a subsequent perpetual check, creating that strong point for the queen on g3. Magnus turtling up, rook to g1, and can Nikita keep that a-pawn alive? With 45 seconds, he pushes it up to a5, where it is protected by the queen. And there we go, Peter, rook a4. On the next move, Magnus will double on the a-file, and I think that a-pawn is in his pocket.
Yes, there is no way to protect. The point, however, is that maybe black can make quite a lot of progress in the meantime on the king side. For example, g5, king g6, put that pawn to h4, so that white will not be able to get too active with his rooks in the long run, because his king will not have nice shelter. That's what I'm expecting. Okay, the move g6 played, rook a1, king g7, rook takes a5.
Okay, but this is a big step forward for Magnus Carlsen. Also, put yourself in Nikita's shoes. You've got less than a minute. You're this close to pulling off a round 1 draw with the black pieces. How do you keep your composure? Now he's got a long defensive task ahead of him. What's the key? The key is probably to keep the queen as active as possible and to make sure that one of Magnus Carlsen's rooks has to stay tied to the first rank.
Yes, and Magnus goes h3. Now the big question is what I was debating before, that is black actually trying to go h4, g5, but since he didn't push g5, I'm assuming that the answer is no. Rook a4, queen e5. Rook d1, okay, correct. And then slowly some rook e4, kicking that queen away from the center. I somehow wanted to push those pawns to h4, g5 from the black side. I don't know, my intuition tells me that that might have been more precise.
Feels like Magnus is gaining traction here. Now he's got a concrete sequence of actions, rook e7, rook e4, rook e7, rook d7. And even if black delivers a check on the first rank, if it's the wrong kind of check, queen a1 check, for example, doesn't lead anywhere. White's king will just slide up to h2. And then once black loses that f7 pawn, the game basically ends immediately. I think Nikita is losing the thread here. He's got 20 seconds. He's nervous. He lost that a pawn. And I think he's sensing that the game is slipping away from him as he moves his queen up to e2. That queen continues to fight for its life.
Yeah, queen e2 hitting the rook. I think it was a clever idea before white gets the chance of putting that rook on e4. Magnus doubles on the d file with rook a to d4. And queen e5, okay. Nikita sticks to his waiting strategy. Magnus goes rook d7.
Back goes the queen to e2. This is the approach. He ties himself to the d1 rook, which does not allow Magnus to separate the rooks, but he can move the other rook. He can move the rook from d1 over to c1. And probably Nikita's queen will remain on the e-file to be able to give those checks on e1 and e5. That is the key to delivering the perpetual if Magnus's rook departs the first rank. But this is getting really close.
Yes, exactly. So basically very important to keep the e-file for this mechanism that whenever white's rook leaves the first rank, just to highlight, then this is the drawish mechanism. Just check, check, and there is no way white can get away from the perpetual. So yes, Magnus made sure that his rook goes to d5, covers that e5 square.
Okay. Now he could also try to push the f-pawn at some point, like rook d4 and then f4, but that seems like a more last resort because that exposes the g3 square. And at that point, black can actually push the h-pawn one square up. Magnus has tucked away his king on h2, but does that help him in any way? The queen can still deliver a check on e5 or an f4. Magnus brings his rook back to d1, kind of waiting, not finding a way to make progress just yet.
Yeah, it's the big question: is it possible to make any progress? That's the big question.
Maybe not, but Magnus, he is a wizard at this. And Anish Giri has lost, by the way, upset by Clemente Sitchev. This is what happens in the World Rapid.
Yeah, everyone is very dangerous. I think probably because the moves are also coming slow, we should stick with the camera. I think that's much more reliable.
Yeah, I think with only a few pieces left, people have a good sense of the position. Magnus, is he making backward progress, or is he actually adopting this f4, f5 strategy? I think that's a very scary plan, Peter, because if he can separate and eliminate black's g-pawn, then the remaining two pawns are going to be easily targetable by white's rooks. I think Magnus is going to send that f-pawn up the board.
Well, that's a strategy, but also just that he's trying to get access to the e-file. Yeah, but now he goes f4. The big question that when you push f5, black can play g5. Yeah, and if f6, then king g6 could also be kind of a normal way of dealing with this. Yeah, Magnus goes rook f3. He's not in a rush.
Yep. He might play king h2. Not sure if that helps. Nikita continues to wait. Now, rook e5, very tempting. It's played. Queen to f6 would temporarily prevent f5, but Magnus could even park his rook on g5 and maybe consider playing h4 and then f5. And I feel like he's going for that setup. Rook g5, yes. h4, f5. I think Nikita's going down.
Do you dare to say that? I would say that Magnus is making progress. Whether Nikita is going down, it's not yet evident.
Okay,
king
back
G7.
He goes to g7. Magnus mirrors it. King h2. Pinning the f-pawn. Queen to d6. Nikita fighting for his life here. How does Magnus push that f-pawn in the right kind of position?
Yes, because it would be very tempting to play something like h4 and then making sure that your king has more space, more luft. But then you will have to play somewhere g3 and then some queen d2 checks start to appear. Magnus goes back to e5. Also, one has to say that sometimes in order to win this kind of game, you just have to play on forever. It's not like you need to find a way to break through. You should also try to create some ghost threats, yeah, that maybe black is getting nervous and then gets out of his defensive setup. There is so many different scenarios.
Yeah, Magnus waging that two-pronged war. Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity to play f5, but he's also waging the war of attrition. Not necessarily on the clock. Nikita's keeping a minute on his clock, but he's slowly fatiguing him, making Nikita more tired and tired. And all it takes is one little oversight, right? You miss f5 in one little position, boom, you're busted. But so far, Nikita Petrov doing a fantastic job of holding things together with his queen. Where is Magnus going to park that rook? Is he going to come back to the rook g5 idea?
Well, he has been there, then he removed it. Now the rook goes somewhere. Where is this rook going? From f3.
Maybe f to d3 and then f5.
Yeah, but okay, black will go queen e4, then white will be forced to play some rook d4. I'm still not seeing it.
But rook fd3, queen e4, f5. Could that be tried?
G5. Yeah, I would like to play G5 always.
Yeah, and that probably only helps black.
Yeah, if there is no flow, direct flow, then yes, I think so.
f6 check doesn't work. The king just picks up the pawn. How is Magnus going to continue pushing?
Yeah, and Magnus is taking his time because he feels like, yes, in the last couple of moves, I have made progress, but where did this progress really lead me? Yeah? Do I have chances? Most probably objectively not, but he has to keep on posing problems. Rook d1 back.
We've been here before. Nikita parks his queen on f5 for as long as he can. The moment the rook moves up to e5, the queen drops back to f6. The key is to prevent white from playing f5 in the right version of events. We had a little freeze there. And let's see if we can get that camera working again. Maybe not.
So we are we are assuming that queen f5 was played after all.
All cameras apparently are frozen, so this is not on our end. All we can do is just wait for the game to resume. There we go. Very good. We're back.
And yeah, let me just highlight that, yeah, this is actually the real problem for white. The king on h2, that for the moment black cannot give any checks, but at the moment when white will advance the pawn from f4, then black will start delivering checks on the b8 h2 diagonal. And it will be very unfortunate for white because white has to also guard the first rank, for example. Yeah, so one of the rooks should stay there in order to avoid some direct mechanisms like king h1 and then queen b1 check. So that's why white can never really go with both of his rooks forward. So it will take some incredible mastery by Magnus to try to solve this in some way.
I'm also keeping an eye on that MVL Makhniev time scramble in the background. We don't have to go there, but MVL has climbed back from a losing position. Now the position is very unclear, both sides, under a minute on the clock. But let's stick to the Carlsen game. There's a quick look at MVL. This is definitely the game of the round, though. Can Magnus Carlsen make that last bit of progress and tear down Nikita Petrov's heroic resistance? Okay, you've pulled up the MVL game for just a second here.
Yes, I'm trying to get to the updated position. Yes, okay, now in fact...
This is it.
Yes, this is it. Yeah, Maxim has turned things. They are both done on the clock, but black has everything under control.
Looks like MVL is in the best position he's been in something like 40 moves. And he's very much in the driver's seat here.
Yes, and also the position plays itself. The pawn on d5 is vulnerable, so I wouldn't be ruling out some knight f4, knight takes d5 ideas. And there is plenty of action. This is already an old position, that's what I'm guessing.
Tons of trades there on the camera. And I'm trying to puzzle out. There's a pawn on f3. Now it's on f2. Looks like Makhniev has blundered just by his facial expressions. But what's the catch? MVL just has a pawn on f2 that's tying down white's rook. MVL is going to bring his king up, and I think he might be winning.
Yeah, if he's able to bring it in time, because white is also coming. King c2, he's trying to run. You can't play king f6 because the rook needs to protect the f2 pawn, so you will lose some time.
Uh-huh. Okay, so white is not going to go gentle into that good knight. King f6, that's exactly right. It blocks the rook. The rook will likely come up to f5. Oh, we also have action in the Magnus game. He's played f5, so maybe we can switch back at some point.
Yes, let me... There definitely we need the camera, yeah, because we have to zoom in to get the current position.
Magnus has just played f5. As you predicted, Nikita met that move with g5, but it's a change in the pawn structure. Let's see if we can zoom in and get a clearer view of the current position. Obviously, this is not the current position. I think there it is.
At least this is what I'm having as the last development. But I don't feel that this is necessarily the final position.
Yeah, MVL is winning.
Yeah, Queen C3. Yeah, MVL and Rook D6. Yeah, exactly. This is already now a little bit more to the point. Magnus is trying to make sure what we have talked about, that there shouldn't be any checks, but Nikita goes for Queen E3,
F6
check,
check.
King G6.
Back to D1 goes the rook, preventing that perpetual check. But I feel like this is backward progress. That king on G6, Peter, is as safe as it can possibly be, unless White's rook finds a way to circle around to D8 and then to G8. But that seems very far-fetched because the F6 pawn will fall as soon as the rook leaves the 6th rank.
Yeah, this was kind of the dream scenario I was looking for black. Yeah, that whenever White pushes F5, F6, I'm not worried if I get G5, King G6.
Huh. Look at that trap by Magnus. You can't take the pawn because the rook comes back to D6 with a pin. Nikita was not born yesterday.
Yes, Queen E5. You know, I even have this feeling that if it would be Magnus from the black side, he might, you know, start to be ambitious, because there are some kind of ideas going with some timely G5, G4 eventually against White's king on H1.
Oh, but I love this move by Magnus. Rook D8, very good practical chance. King takes F6 is the likely response, but maybe that king gets somehow boxed in. Maybe Magnus wants to go rook to G8 and try to force this king into the center. And in time pressure, it's pretty easy to blunder your queen, to blunder some sort of a tactic. Let's see if Nikita touches that F6 pawn, or, yep, he takes it. Here we go.
Yes, he takes it, and basically one could argue that black simply cannot lose this position. Yeah, it's Magnus goes rook G8. That's the only tricky move. Okay. Not allowing black's king back.
30 seconds now for Petrov, and a little bit worried. Rook F1 check is coming, Peter. That will force the king onto the E file. White's rooks can then start encircling the king. He goes Queen F4. Trying to prevent rook F1.
Yes, makes perfect sense.
Oh,
also, he is maybe highlighting some G5, G4 idea, yeah, that if you can open up the H file, then White's king will be very vulnerable as well.
And then watch out. As you said, Magnus on the black side here. Wait a second. Let me try to push this a little bit. The rook from G8, I think, will move back toward A8. But that would be a clear sign that White doesn't really have anything realistic.
No, not at all. I'm pretty sure that it's not only the clock situation why Magnus is still hoping for something, but I might even argue that he's not hoping at all for anything. Look at this. He's grabbing a pawn. He shows nerves of some sign of nerves. Yeah, he's not happy.
It felt like he was making progress, but heroic resistance from his opponent. And now Magnus is down to 1 minute, 20 seconds. So now he doesn't have that time cushion to pause and say, wait, let me take some time and calculate. Now he's blitzing out his moves as well.
Yeah, I think now it's slowly, maybe even not slowly, now it's time for Magnus to make sure that he doesn't run any risk of losing this game. That would be horrible. And look at his body language. Look at Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't give the impression that he believes in his position.
Absolutely. He's got less than a minute on his clock. King to G1, but black could give that check on E3, and he does. And a repetition of moves. Is Magnus going to acquiesce to the draw? It's quite likely. He's basically out of resources here.
I think so. Yeah, if you would have asked me 10, 15 moves ago that will Magnus allow a repetition of moves, clearly the answer would have been no. At this point, I would say 90% that he will repeat, because as we highlighted, it's maybe time for White to think about safety. And
now he's got under black's clock. He's got 37 seconds. And King G1. And a handshake. Nikita Petrov has held Magnus Carlsen in round 1 with the black pieces. What a result.
Yeah, what a defense. And Magnus tried everything. Even maybe he overpushed, and he's kind of relieved that the game is over.
But an amazing performance by Petrov. At the same time, let's not overstate the case. This is just round one. Draws in round one are extremely common. MVL actually failed to win that endgame. His opponent manages to hold on. And we see there the results on the top boards. A draw in Jan's game as well. A victory by Arjun Aragaisi, but tons and tons of draws and quite a few upsets as well.
Yes, I'm not sure if which game is in progress, because we know that we don't actually have. Oops! Wow, what happened
Fabi's
here?
game.
Fabi's game. Yeah, Fabi is
review.
pushing. Yes, but I almost got a heart attack. Yeah, all the moves came in so quickly. Oh my god! Luckily, we are still alive, and White is suffering. Look at that monster knight on d6. White's hope is that maybe it's some kind of a fortress. It might not be easy to break through.
You see Peter Svidler watching in the background. Hither and thither goes Black's knight. The time is not an issue. White's got over a minute. He's basically just going king e3, f2, e3. Either there is a way to make progress or there isn't. Fabi's going after that b4 pawn. But knight a6 can be met, I think, with knight to a2.
Wow, I just realized that Black's king reached all the way to b6, yeah, making sure that the b5 pawn is protected. Wow. A lot of maneuvering, yeah, knight a6, knight a2, as you highlighted.
But where is Black's bishop going? I don't think there's any prospects for that bishop because of the pawns on e4 and d5. I think this is a straight-up fortress.
Yes, it looks like, especially once the pawns are fixed with f3. There is no breakthrough on the king side.
And I think Fabi's opponent is kind of looking up at him, kind of like, okay, dude, you've tried everything you can try. Let's take the break before the next round. But Fabi, very stubbornly, he keeps on going. But he's got nothing. He's got no attempts.
Yes, probably he will try knight h5, but then king f2 protects the pawn.
Yeah. And knight h7. Okay.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay. So knight g5, knight h3, but okay, nothing really happens. It's just a check. We move the king back to e3, and the bishop from d3 covers the f1 square.
Exactly. And if Black plays f2, then only Black can be worse. Clearly, Svidler and Maxime, they lost interest in this game. That tells us all we need to know. It's only a matter of time before Fabi acquiesces to the draw. Back and forth goes the bishop. Just a dead draw. Back goes the knight. Okay, the rest is pure technicality.
Yeah, one also has the feeling that if the players would have similar ratings, then this game would have ended in a draw very long ago. But anyway, shake hands, that's it. Wow.
We see the players shaking their hands there. I think this was the last game of the round, Peter. It was a draw. Fabi's opponent with a nice hold. But the big result of the round, Magnus Carlsen fails to win the first round against Petrov. Anish Giri is upset in a completely winning position, and a lot of draws on the top boards.
Yes, exactly. Fabiano Caruana also tried everything, and he couldn't break down his Chinese opponent. I also see that Jan Nepomniachtchi was also unable to win against Byakin. As you mentioned, there are so many tough opponents, and we shouldn't be looking at the ratings. We should be just looking at the games and appreciate the very high quality.
Indeed. Okay, we are going to get the results ready and review the results from the top couple of pages. There we go. Jordan Van Forest wins. Arjun Aragaisi wins. Duda draws against Hismatulin. That was a crazy game. Laurent Fressinet, he fails to win as well. Let's see if we can pull up page 2, boards 7 through 12. We're just pulling that up for you right now. So many interesting names here, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm seeing some other results, like Rapport has won his game against Vugar Asadli. Tomaszewski has won, Abdusatulov has won. Yeah, we have to highlight Nodirbek Abdusatulov, the Uzbek phenom, who has already won a World Rapid Championship in 2021 in Warsaw with a sensational performance there.
And wow, I see Alisher Suleimanov drew on board 12. Magnus Carlsen also drew, so maybe we'll have something to watch in round 2. But more draws all around on the second page. Let's see if we can pull up the women's section as well. Okay, first we're going to look at boards 13 through 18. Peter Svidler, he took care of business against Jumabayev. You mentioned Richard Rapport winning with black. And I can't believe Abdusatorov is on board 17. That tells you all you need to know about this tournament.
Well, for the moment, I'm a little bit confused with all these board orders, why the board orders like the way it is. We have no idea. But what we have witnessed so far in the first round, that it's going to be hell of a tournament. No easy games, no easy points to be made, and fights all around.
And to that end, Hans Niemann, he lost to the white pieces against Gabriel Gawiller from Switzerland, an international master. As we look at the women's scores, there we go. Ju Wen-jun, she is held to a draw by her compatriot. Batsiashvili loses. I mean, this is a bloodbath, Peter. I would say there's more upsets than normal results on page 1.
Yes, it's not the usual open tournament where usually the favorites are easily smooth riding the first couple of rounds. No, here everything is tough.
Wow, Hayala Abdullah defeats Mainarva. Another upset. Goryachkina fails to win. Okay, still going is the game between Pecheva and Kastanyuk. Dinara Wagner loses. I mean, it's crazy out there, really on all boards. And that's because the differences in strength are actually not that vast as early as round 1. But we should say, Peter, round 1 doesn't change anything. It's a long tournament.
Of course. It's no matter if you win the first couple of rounds and then you slow down at the end. Sometimes it's much more important to get the moment at the right time. So yes, all to play for everyone. But as we highlighted, it's kind of important to get a good start so that psychologically and mentally you are not putting too much pressure on yourself. Yeah, that's the reason I think that it's important to have a good start, but there is plenty of time to catch up and make a comeback even if you have a slow start.
Tons of action still remaining. We've got 4 more rapid games to play today, so don't go anywhere. We will see if Magnus can score his first win of the tournament. We will keep following the results at the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship when we come back.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely different level than all of the other tactical patterns. Bearing the vivid and accurate moniker, the windmill, this pattern features an amazing sequence of repeated discovered checks that can be used to win a nearly unlimited amount of material. The most famous windmill is definitely the one played by Mexican prodigy Carlos Torre against former world champion Emmanuel Lasker. But Bobby Fischer's game of the century also features a windmill. Here's another one that I really like. White starts with a rook sacrifice that leads to a combination of bishop and rook checks that simply consume Black's forces. The Lafong is a dirty, dirty trick that will probably only work at bullet, but you have to pull it off at least once in your life. When you sense that your opponent is pre-moving g6 and bishop g7 to start the game, you can play d4 and bishop h6 to try to win the bishop on g7.
Shakes, guys. No one is watching. Oh, they all missed that. I see the tilt. I can feel the tilt.
It is a high risk and high reward strategy because you are hanging your own bishop if you don't catch them in a pre-move. But it is certainly hilarious when you do pull it off.
Like one of my friends, Asios, he made a bot. The report chart was partly based on hyperbolic games, so then you could see a lot of the Lafongs and Queen C2 takes H7 and so on. So.
Thinking about your New Year's chess solutions but don't know where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered in your year in chess. This new feature brings you every stat you need. See your legendary streaks, check out your global passport, and tally up those wins. Relive your greatest triumph and all the unforgettable moments that defined your chess journey in 2023. Check it out now at go.chess.com/yearinchess.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely
heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Welcome back to the historic city of Samarkand, which was on the Silk Route and which today plays host to the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. We are 1 round into the Rapid Championship and already so many crazy results, so much action. GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Peter Leko bringing you coverage of this incredibly prestigious and exciting event. Peter, your immediate thoughts on what we just saw, on the bloodbath that we just observed in round 1.
I think we already understood immediately that no one is safe. Yeah, it was not only that Magnus Carlsen did not win his game against Nikita Petrov, but there were also kind of lot of upsets. Anish Giri losing, Vincent Keimer losing, Rajabov losing, and the list goes on. It's I think Gukesh also lost to Danesh Bardia. Just shows on what an incredible tournament it is.
Indeed, a lot of blunders. The first round showing that nobody is immune to big blunders in the women's section as well. We saw a lot of draws. We saw the top seed Ju and June giving up half a point. So no matter where you look, there's already half points shed. A lot of the favorites losing the first game and already with a lot of coming back to do. But the second round will be no easier than the first. Magnus Carlsen, for instance, he faces Denis Ismatulin, who played an excellent game against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Peter, let's dial back the clock a little bit and talk about some of the past World Rapid Championship winners. Winning this event takes incredible stamina, it takes grit, it takes some luck, and it just takes an incredible amount of skill starting in 2013. Which tournaments stood out to you? Mamedyarov, Carlsen, what do you remember, Peter?
I remember so much, of course, mostly the tournaments that I played myself. I started in 2015, then 2016 Vasily Ivanchuk winning in Doha. That was fantastic. Vishy Anand winning in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Daniel Dubov in St. Petersburg, and then Magnus Carlsen, who has already won in 2014, 2019, 2021. Nodirbek Abdusatulov winning that dramatic tiebreak against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Magnus Carlsen winning 2022.
Honestly, it's crazy that Nodirbek won this tournament 2 years ago, thinking about how young he is. But the player with a big X on his back, as we talked about, is Magnus Carlsen. Everybody wants to bring their A game against Magnus. But as we said right before we went to break, let's not overstate the case. 1 round doesn't decide anything. This is a marathon event. And I don't think that Magnus Carlsen is sitting there mourning the loss of half a point. He's moved on. He wants to win the next game. And he's going to try to do that against Ismatulin.
Yes, clearly. On the other hand, playing Denis Ismatulin from the black side, it's not easy task. Denis is known to be a very big opening expert. He's working with super grandmasters in the last 15-20 years, so very experienced player. We see them, and Magnus looking aside, I think he's trying to understand, if white plays d4, which is Denis's main opening, how do I create chances?
Ismatulin is a former 2700 FIDE rated player. He drew Jan Krzysztof Duda, so not an easy opponent. Lots of other interesting pairings that we will keep an eye on. Richard Report, he faces Levon Ponsulaya from Georgia. An Armenian matchup, Semvel Tersahakian faces Levon Aronian. And another game to keep track of, Aryan Tari versus Peter Svidler. Peter Leko, I think that's going to be a crowd favorite for sure.
For sure. Also, when looking at Ariantari's rating, 2540. Come on. He's a young player, very ambitious, very dangerous. We know that he's 2630 plus or 2650 plus in classical chess. And usually when a young player has 26 plus rating, then clearly his rapid skills or blitz skills are probably even stronger.
Indeed. And a personal request I see on board 9, Andrew Hong, who is from my city. He's from the Bay Area, became a grandmaster pretty recently, an incredibly talented player. Also, amazing at basketball. I got wiped off the floor recently by Andrew in basketball. Great shooter. He faces Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the hometown hero. During the break, Peter, you mentioned that the Uzbek players, they don't have to deal with jet lag, and they've got this massive home crowd behind them. So all of the Uzbek players won, including Nodirbek Abdusatorov. But I definitely like to keep an eye on that game because Andrew, super dangerous, not just with the basketball, but also with the white pieces.
And how old is he?
I want to say something like 20. I'm actually going to look it up. Andrew is 19 years old.
19. Okay. All right. Very interesting because, yeah, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the other Uzbek phenom, Nodirbek Yakuboev has also won his game, also heavily underrated with some 25-70. We will be talking about these players because I'm pretty sure that we're going to see them fighting there on the top boards.
As we await the start of the game, ThinkLike asks, I have a question for the commentators. Did either of them visit Samarkand? No, I have never been to Uzbekistan, but I am a huge fan of Uzbek cuisine, and I definitely want to visit. What about you, Peter?
I have played the FIDE Grand Prix in 2012 in Tashkent, and I do remember that on one day there was an excursion organized to visit the beautiful city of Samarkand, but I just had no chance of going. I had to be preparing for the FIDE Grand Prix, and I'm still regretting it. And I have been there with my wife, and my wife is also a very big fan of history, and she has read so much about Samarkand. And just because she did not want me to get up early, she didn't go. And we still regret it till today that she didn't go. She should have not been paying attention to my tournament. She should have just enjoyed and visited Samarkand.
Well, Samarkand has so many historical sites, but what it doesn't seem to have is a reliable internet connection. Looks like the playing venue has lost internet, and we are awaiting the resumption of service. Unfortunately, I haven't made it out to Uzbekistan yet, but if any of you wind up in Philadelphia and want to try Uzbek cuisine, there's an amazing restaurant called Samarkand in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that I can heartily recommend. I am a huge fan of pilaf, shashlik, all of those grilled meats on skewers. That stuff is delicious.
I can imagine. Of course, I'm a pescatarian who is usually vegetarian but eat fish. So yes, I'm missing out on all those shashliks, but I also know that they can make fantastic fish shashlik as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if Magnus Carlsen can make some fish shashlik out of his opponent. The games are underway. The internet is back, and a Queen's Gambit declined, essayed by Mr. Carlsen. Let's get to the games.
Yes, another big question. Will Magnus play the classical Queen's Gambit with Bishop e7? Will we see the Ragozin with Bishop b4? Is he transposing to the Maran structures with c6? There are so many possibilities here.
Magnus treating this like a classical game.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, yeah, when you face someone like Denis Ismatulin with such a solid and well-established repertoire, yeah, then you feel like your decisions early in the game might actually be very important. That where do you navigate, where do you lure your opponent? And we also have to highlight this is one of the most solid systems. Yeah, c6 played.
Okay, the semi-Slav, as it is known, a very good weapon for playing for a win, because white cannot really force the game into an exchange Slav. If white takes on d5, black will, of course, take with the e-pawn and get a favorable Carlsbad structure. Instead, trying to puzzle out what we see on the board. I think b6. I see a black pawn on b6. How could that possibly happen?
Well,
Queen
easily
c2,
b6.
Aha.
I think e3, knight bd7, queen c2, b6. Probably
Okay.
this is what we
Bingo.
are having, but we will have to wait for the update.
I think you're right.
I do remember that this is some kind of a Magnus pet line. Knight bd7, queen c2, and b6. This is only I'm making those moves. We are waiting for confirmation. But that would make sense.
Early b6, so eschewing the kind of Moran idea of dc followed by b5 and instead opting for a more solid plan of queenside development. Is the idea to fianchetto and then ultimately to get that pawn cube with c6, c5?
Yes, black clearly aims to go bishop b7, probably also rook c8, eventually get ready for this quick c6, c5 break. And the reason why black is doing this is that the setup with e3 and queen c2 has a very solid reputation with a lot of forcing lines, which basically give black almost zero chances of playing for a win. And this explains why Magnus might not play the main line, but he is looking for some sideways to get a richer strategical middle game positions.
But he does capture on d5 with the c-pawn, and maybe I jinxed him. I said he wouldn't have to deal with the horror of trying to play for a win in an exchange Slav structure, and instead, this is exactly what he gets. CD is on the board. We've got the symmetrical structure, and you were talking about this in the first round. You want to avoid falling into the draw swamp, where you start giving away these draws, and before you know it, the leader has a 1.5, 2-point lead over you. So how is Magnus going to complicate this ultra simple position? Well, bishop b7, bishop d6, rook c8. There's a lot of pretty obvious moves. And from my perspective, Peter, white's bishop on c1, that dark squared bishop, doesn't really have a clear home.
Yes. On the other hand, okay, and after CD, there are immediately some questions, and the reason why the players are taking their time. White can actually opt for knight b5, stuttering knight c7 check. Ooh. And black's reaction is bishop b4 check, when white can actually simply immediately trade that bad dark squared bishop.
And that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah, knight b5, okay. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop takes d2, and now the question, okay, the most tempting option is knight takes d2, making sure that the e4 square is kind of protected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely knight takes d2 is, I would say, almost automatic, because queen takes d2 might also walk into some knight e4 ideas. So knight takes d2, castles kingside, looks like a pretty pleasant position out of the opening for white.
Yes, okay, one should not just relax too much, because, for example, just to highlight, knight takes d2 castles. If white imagines that nothing wrong can happen, but after bishop d3, maybe black can try to open up the center with e5, or maybe even include first a move like a6, kicking that knight away, and if white retreats with the knight to c3, then e6, e5 can spice things up. And that's why maybe Dennis is taking his time. Yeah, he's still thinking here.
Is there a case to be made for putting the queen on c7? Let's say you're playing Magnus and your only mission in life is to make a draw. Does queen c7 further white's goal?
Well, certainly the position is such that if white wants to be solid, then he can do it. And this is what we talked about, yeah, that it's not necessarily the draw is the problem, but you keep on getting opponents whose primary task will be always to be super solid. Yeah, so their main aim will be, how do I make sure that I don't lose to Magnus? Yeah, and especially when Magnus is with the black pieces, it will be kind of quite a big challenge to create winning chances out of nowhere.
We take Magnus's victories for granted, but sometimes players forget how solid, these 2,600, sometimes former 2,700 GMs can be. They're not just going to make a mistake in a simple position, as we see castles kingside on the board. And I personally would probably not be able to resist the temptation to put that queen on c7, force those queens off the board, and bring yourself one step closer to that delicious half point against Mr. Carlsen.
Yes, but on the other hand, there is also the other aspect, yeah, that how many times do you get the chance of facing the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen? And if you get a chance, isn't it a valid option to just forget about the result and to say that, you know, I want to enjoy this game. I don't want to play for any result. I just want to make sure that I use this opportunity to play a fantastic, nice, interesting game.
That's a great point, especially in a rapid game where classical rating is not on the line. Either way, it's a critical moment. Hismatulin continues to ponder. Magnus has the full complement of 15 minutes on the clock. And now Dennis, 10.5 minutes on his clock, and time to make a decision.
Yes, basically, if you spend quite a lot of time and you fall behind on the clock, that can also give you the feeling that, okay, I shouldn't be going for complications, but I don't really see Dennis. Normally, Dennis is a fighting player to go for some queen trade.
Bishop e2, you're absolutely right. Bishop e2 is on the board. And taking the sting out of e5. If black plays e5 here, then at least black will not be threatening e4 with tempo. And maybe white can play a move to keep the tension. Also, in the event of an exchange on e5, the bishop on d3 would have been targeted by the black knight. In this version of events, maybe white can play against that isolated queen pawn. Maybe queen c7 in that position is a more fighting attempt than it was on the previous move.
Yeah, I think that Magnus does not want to rush with e5 immediately, especially now after bishop e2, as you highlighted. The bishop is much more solid, much more stable. There is this temptation, there is this kind of desire to clarify the situation, yeah, that after a6, if the knight moves, then we can forget about any kind of queen c7s for the future. Mm-hmm. And eventually also when we get a timely e6, e5 in, then white won't be able to blockade that isolated pawn with knight d4. Yeah, like after e5, d takes e5, knight e5, clearly white will also have the chance of getting the dream set up with knight d4.
For sure. Big decision here for Magnus. e5 is on the table. He can also try to complete his queenside development. Bishop b7, maybe bishop a6 is a slightly spicier move. But of course, the knight on b5 is extremely stable. You don't even need to play a4. The bishop on e2 does a perfectly fine job of making sure that that knight is safely protected, but bishop a6 is on the board nonetheless.
Yeah, this surprises me because I was actually thinking a little bit for myself that should I mention this move at all? And I find decided that no, unless it's on the board, I'm not going to mention it in a rapid game. But Magnus has played it.
Indeed, he has. And will Hismatulin simply castle kingside? Will he try to force matters with queen to a4? Tough decision.
Yes, the reason why bishop a6 is kind of a strange little move that we don't really believe that black wants to give up the light square bishop so prematurely with bishop takes b5. On the other hand, now that black moved the bishop to a6, there is no way of eventually kicking that knight away with a7, a6. So I'm really curious to understand how Magnus will continue this game.
I am as well. And as Hismatulin ponders his next move, maybe we could quickly go around the horn and take a look at some other interesting positions. I'm seeing craziness in Andrew Hong versus Nodirbek. Looks like after I played up Andrew's virtues, he is not delivering. And he's got what seems to be a disastrous situation on the king side.
Wow, but okay, he is also facing Nodirbek Abdusatolov, yeah, the local hero. And we also know that Nodirbek is a very aggressive player who has hundreds of tricky systems at his sleeve, yeah. So this is, I believe, what happened. A quite little Italian, because it started out as an Italian. Look at this, how quickly, we don't have time to analyze every single detail, but I just want to highlight how quickly Nodirbek made sure that we get a counterbalance, imbalance in the position. There is a pin now on the knight on f3 and the queen on d1, provoking white to take some action. Then after bishop e3, king h8, hinting at eventual potential f7, f5 ideas, which we are actually seeing in the game. And bishop b3, f5, g4 is the moment when we have seen it. And f take g4, knight h2, knight e6, a4, bishop g6 on the board. Black is clearly enjoying this.
Black is dominating on the board and on the clock. Look at that f4 square. Black is going to sink that knight into f4. possibly follow up with d6, d5. The problem for white isn't so much his king safety, although the king, of course, is not comfortable. It's that white's center is collapsing, and white really cannot afford to give up either of his bishops. If you give up the light squared bishop, well, your light squares are going to be weak. The f4 square, in either case, is going to be a long-term outpost for black's pieces. Looks like Andrew is falling prey to yet another instance of Nodirbek's incredible opening understanding.
Yeah, and his creativity, yeah, and his determination that he wants to win every single game. And you remember you kind of highlighted that it's insane that Abdusattorov has won 2 years ago already the World Rapid Championship, but exactly because of his style, with this incredible fighting spirit, he was able to get that title.
Speaking of fighting spirit, there's another game that caught my eye between Arseny Nesterov and Daniel Dubov, another player who has the ingredients, I think, the right kind of verve and fighting spirit to win a tournament like the World Rapid Championship, which, of course, he has done. And look at this. A King's Indian with pawns on g4 and h4, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Okay, and the monster knight on d4, because I think everything is connected with this knight on d4. And then black activates. Clearly, white was also somehow inviting this pawn push with somewhere going for bishop g5. And Daniel Dubov does not need to be asked twice to advance on the king side, and looks to have a very promising position.
Indeed, he does. On the other hand, if you take on h3 twice, you open up the g file for white's rook, and could be very much a double-sided situation on the king side. So Daniel needs to proceed with caution on the king side. Yeah, king h1 by Arseny Nesterov, a very tricky move.
Unbelievable. Yeah, we have to highlight it's basically a kind of double exclamation mark move. And it also shows that what an incredible players these unknown players are as well. And I do believe that playing a lot of online games, yeah, they get all this feeling. Yeah, they have tremendous amount of experience by now playing top level games. And bishop h6 played, I'm wondering if f4, for example, is that a move just to completely create total madness on the board?
I love f4, especially because white's king is kind of safe in its nest on h1. And after f4, yeah, I had to fit that in there. If black plays g3, the bishop drops back to g1, and suddenly bishop takes f4. White smashes on f4 and then on d4, and black collapses. So proceed with tremendous caution if you're Daniel Dubov. I love f4.
Yes, actually now suddenly it's a king's Indian which resembles with this king h1 f4. Well, kings or this Italian with bishop g5, where black is also going for all this g5, and we see this craziness. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see f4 being played by white. It's the move in the spirit.
And we talked about this in the Makhniov MVL game. If you're the lower rated player, you have to seize that opportunity to really pounce if your opponent is playing carelessly. Speaking of pouncing, another game in which the high-rated player is in trouble, Tersahakian versus Aronian. Unbelievable situation. Levon is 10 minutes up on the clock, but quite a bit down on the board.
Well, we also see the typical kind of dilemma the top guys are facing. Yeah, that they know that they need to create winning chances. How do you do that? Yeah, if you play your main repertoire, then which is usually very solid repertoire from the top players, then there might be the issue of having too many draws. If you are willing to take risks, then as we mentioned and as we witness in every single game, the opponents are very strong. So they can actually use their chance. And wow, things are speeding up. E5, knight d5, queen g4, g5 on the board.
What a move by Levon. Of course, bishop takes g5, rook g8. We can maybe show this really quickly. We'll drop a piece h4, and that tiny little h pawn advances up to h6 and picks up the bishop. So Tersahakian likely will drop his bishop back to d2, I suppose. And will Levant continue his kingside campaign Dubov style with h5 and h4?
Yes, probably he will, but I would say that it's more out of necessity than because of White is really afraid of that. After h5, h4, thanks to the light squared bishop, yeah, thanks to the light squared bishop, White shouldn't be really worried of getting checkmated. It's just a lovely bishop. The problem White is faced with is his time management. Yeah, I'm really liking his position, but not that he's done to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, Levant clearly, and indeed, that is the time situation. I could barely believe it, but Levant banking everything on his 10-minute time advantage. Now Tersahakan has to decide where to put his queen. Queen to e4 is actually a cool move because queen takes c2, runs into this tactic, rook ac1, and Levant pays the price for the fact that his rooks are not connected. Queen
exactly,
e2,
yeah, this is
same idea.
This is a lovely tactic. Yeah, the question was queen e4, queen e2, so Samuel chose queen e2. White is anyway trying to open things up with eventually opening up the c5 with c3 or rook c1 and then going for c4 when Black will anyway forced to capture on c3 on with en passant. But the big question is, where is this Black king really running? And as you said that, yes, the king in the center, it's not safe, but it hinders the rooks to be connected. Yeah, that's kind of one big problem that I'm seeing with the position. And that explains why Levon is trying to exchange the queens with queen c4.
And does White have a choice in the matter? It doesn't seem that he does. Queen e1 would keep the queens, but looks like a tremendously awkward move. I guess the question for Samvel, does he take on c4 or does he play a nifty move like queen to d3 or queen to e4 is an option to keep the c2 pawn protected? Another decision to be made, more time off his clock.
Yes, there is also the case to be made that now White could play queen takes c4, rook takes c4, and bishop takes d5, basically spoiling Black's pawn structure, but giving up this lovely light squared bishop. It's more like playing for a draw. I feel like Black, with all his activity, should have no problems.
And of course, a massive time advantage. Speaking of massive time advantages, Magnus has opened up a 7-minute advantage on the clock, but it seems like the position in his game has been fizzling out from the very beginning. And look at this. Hismatulin, I think, is the one fighting for a tiny pull in this middle game as he fights for control of the c-file with his very nice last move, rook to c2.
Yes, it's very nice. And why it's very nice? Because first of all, protects the pawn on b2, and White is now ready to double on the c-file. And if White plays rook c1, then Black has to be careful, because if Black takes on c2 and allows White to get access and control of the c-file, then despite the fact that it looks like a very equalish position, White will be the one who will have chances to get the most out of this equality. So a very critical moment. There is a chance like, I wanted to suggest like rook c6, rook a8, but rook c6 is a tremendous blunder due to a4. Let me just highlight this.
Whoa.
Rook c6 seems to be clever, rook a8 to be followed, but no, a4 wins the rook. So be careful.
What an incredible detail.
Yes, and we also have action. Rook c2, knight e8 played. Magnus transferring his knight to d6, making sure that he will control the c8 square. Beautiful play by Magnus. Knight f3, rook takes c2, queen takes c2, knight d6. Black has nothing to worry about. The big question is, how will Magnus get winning chances out of this?
Well, of course, rook c8 in response to rook c1 would blunder the back rank checkmate, but rook c1 will likely be met with h6, making some luft and preparing rook c8. And the queen on b5 is superior to its counterpart. So I think in a queen and knight versus queen and knight endgame, Magnus might have some minuscule chances for an advantage, just connected with the fact that his piece tandem is better coordinated. White's queenside pawns might end up kind of weak, and Hismatulin throws in a4, trying to force the queen off of b5.
Yes, also the point is that this knight on d6 in these structures, it's a monster knight. Yeah, beautifully controls the c8 square. Also, eventually an endgame is ready to jump to c4. Yeah, a4, queen e8 played.
Okay.
Magnus is actually, I think, quite happy that, okay, the queen falls back, rook
Now-
c8 to be followed.
But queen c7, is that maybe an attempt to concretely solve white's problems?
Well, I'm also pretty sure that white does not have any problems at this
Yeah.
this moment. You can play queen c7, white can play maybe even also queen b3, but you already asked the question, queen c7
On the
on
board.
the board. Yes. Okay, queen
And-
d8 is a solid way to deal with it.
Yeah, takes, and rook c1. Feels like white really should not lose that position.
Yes.
Knight c4.
For
There is,
sure.
of course, b3, chasing the knight away. The queen has plenty of room on the 7th rank. Feels like Ismatulin is perhaps holding this from a position of strength.
Yeah, also, yeah, let's just try to understand. After knight c4, b3, yeah, we are kicking the knight away, and after rook c8, queen b7 actually targets both of black's pawns. It's not even like black can keep on repeating.
Yeah, I'm saying the word holding it, but in reality, it's Magnus, quite possibly, who has to demonstrate some caution here. I mean, queen b8 will lead to an exchange of queens and likely an exchange of rooks. And if that happens, then this game is hurtling toward a very likely draw.
Well, yes, objectively. On the other hand, we have seen Magnus doing some magic, even in drawish endgame. He has the time advantage, but the problem is the 10 seconds increment. Yeah, so if the position is really simplified and it's very natural to play, then you cannot really count on outplaying, outsmarting an experienced players like Denis Ismatulin.
Exactly. Magnus pondering his next move, and queen to d8 is his choice. And either way, I think we're going to reach the same position. Rook c1, there's going to be a trade on c7. Magnus will play rook c8, and the rooks will come off the board. White is unable to keep the rooks because of the back rank weakness.
And you think like after queen d8, rook c1, black is unable to play knight c4, or could that be a possibility? Like trying to get an improved version of the trades.
So let's say I take on d8 and I play b3. I assume you
knight
wanted knight a5.
Yes, but on the other hand, I was praising the knight on d6 so much. So yes, no, I'm not liking it. This would clearly be actually in white's favor. Knight a5, you just fall back with the knight to d2. And you have the access of the c-file. And the knight maneuver was quite premature. Yeah, I absolutely get your point. I agree with you that if white gets the c-file, then black probably needs to trade the rooks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if Magnus manages to complicate the game in any way. I'm looking around the horn. I'll give you the next choice of game. There's some action in Demchenko Fedoseev. There's a lot of interesting games that are moving in the general direction of a time scramble.
Okay, Demchenko Fedoseev sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And wow, okay, this is complete madness. It's complete chaos. This is the typical Italian, I believe, what we talked about with the bishop on g3, but black's king is castled long. There are all kinds of forking ideas with rook takes e7 at the moment. Of course, clearly black is attacking the queen on e2, but looks completely chaotic.
Just a mess. How do you figure anything out here with under 5 minutes? Queen c4. Well, we know for a fact that the queen is going to move. It is hanging. Where is it going to go? Queen d3, queen c4. There's also a fork on g6 that's just kind of hanging in midair. I don't even know which side I would prefer to play. It's impossible to make any conclusions just looking at this position.
Yes, and I think in order to understand just very little something, we go back 2 moves. Queen e2, e takes d4. So here white sacrificed the pawn. Knight f4, f5. And this is how all this craziness appeared on the board.
Typical Fedoseev.
And also typical Demchenko. Yeah, he also does not shy away from complication. Queen c4 on the board.
Unbelievable. Queen c4 threatening mate in 1. Now black can capture on b5 with either piece. Bishop takes b5 earns you a tempo, because then the queen on e7 will guard the c7 pawn. But after the recapture, again, knight d5 and knight g6, very menacing twin threats. And that b5 pawn can also move up to b6, slicing away at the bishop on a7. I'm starting to really like Demchenko's position. That knight on d4 looks great, but I don't think black's got anything concrete going on the king side. On the other side of the board, it feels like black's king could get massacred here in the span of a couple moves.
Yes, I was actually thinking like probably taking on b5 is not even possible, because after a takes b5, I don't really see a defense against knight d5, and then it can simply be game over. The move c7, c6 gives some stability, because at least I avoid all kind, but it opens I mean, it weakens, it softens the h to b8 diagonal. Yeah, there is no safety at all.
Oh my gosh.
Things are just completely out of control.
There's some incredible idea, like c6, I would throw in knight d5 just for starters. And I'm looking for some pretty tactics, queen e6. I can't quite make it work, but I mean, bishop a6 is a possibility. You could play something slow like knight b3 and just say, let's get rid of the d4 knight so that I could sacrifice on c6. This feels, for example, Peter, knight b3, knight takes b3, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, you have knight b6 check. And there goes the queen. Maybe not the most accurate, but I think people will get what I'm saying.
Yeah, there are so many tactical possibilities. And Fedosiev has slowed down. He's taking his time, because no matter what he chooses, it will have consequences. And the consequences can be quite severe. And he came up with a move that we even did not manage to spot, bishop e6, showing his creativity. He's fighting for his life.
Wow. Fighting for his life indeed, and that seems to be the best move. Knight takes c6. He will recapture with the knight, overprotecting the c7 pawn and removing this incredibly menacing knight from f4, the knight that was threatening to jump to d5. Excellent move.
Yes, I also have the feeling that it's kind of a game-changer move, in a sense that otherwise it looked just way too dangerous. After bishop e6, there is some stability in black's position, and especially in a rapid, quick time control, you need that stability to survive.
Speaking of stability, no stability on the black side of the Report Pansulaya game. Maybe we can swing on over some incredibly instructive ideas demonstrated by the Hungarian juggernaut. And it looks to me like he's about to score a second victory. g4, what a move. That pawn hurtling forward to g5, battering away at the bishop, and f7 is going to fall with devastating effect. Just look at this position.
Yes, it looks like it's game over. The f7 pawn is just way too soft. And Richie is making sure that g4, g5 comes. It feels like it's game over. Nothing moves. The knight is tied to the defense of the f6 bishop. I believe it's time to resign. However, I have to highlight one very unfortunate moment. You did mention the Hungarian wizard, Richard Rapport. Yes, it is true, but now he's representing Romania, which is a very big heartbreak for Hungarian fans.
For sure. Yeah, a big loss for Hungarian chess. Rapport is an incredibly talented, incredibly entertaining player. g5. Oh, queen f5, rook h8, queen h7, and e8 equals knight. Can we show that line?
Wow, amazing. That's why you are the bullet king.
It's unnecessary, but I appreciate it. I always look for under promotions.
Wow, sensational stuff. It's not checkmate, but winning material and winning the game. On the other hand, white has also probably so many possibilities that Richie has some kind of a difficulty choosing from.
Queen h3 might be the most accurate, and then rook h8, all you have to do is take on h8, and then you can make a queen. But he is enjoying himself. He's sitting there. He knows the game is over. I think queen h3 will be all that you wrote.
Yes. It's over, because queen h7 checkmate is coming. But clearly, if already black's only move was g6, g5 to prolong the battle, weakening some more light squares, that can only end with a checkmate or with a loss on the board.
Okay. And there we go. Queen h3, 1-0. A couple of updates. Andrew Hong versus Abdusatorov is going to be a victory. Nodirbek is up a full queen. Samvel Tersahakian Aronian is going to be a draw. Just look at this likely final position. Yeah. A bishop endgame in Tersahakian versus Aronian. it looks like we're liquidating to a peaceful result.
Yes, black is a pawn up, but the pawn structure is damaged. White has this outside passer on b5. Yeah, this should be drawn. On the other hand, Samuel is down to 30 seconds, so Levon will try to pose some problems, but it should end in a draw.
Yeah, with that pawn on b5, essentially untouchable. This one is going to be a draw. I'm looking at Magnus's game. We have reached that knight end game that we talked about, and clearly Magnus is going to try. He's going to do what he can, but his winning chances still don't seem all that realistic to me.
Yeah, everything is blocked. How do you break? How do you create chances? Clearly, the only break black has is b6, b5, but that also weakens the c5 square. On the other hand, okay, one could argue if we talk about the weakened c5 square, then eventually after b takes a4, b takes a4, black will get access to the c4 square. So is the question which player will be able to target the weakness in the enemy camp? One could argue also that after b5, white has knight d3, but then black has knight e4 eventually, but the b5 pawn is hanging, yeah? So some finesses are still there.
Yeah, and Magnus, I think in these types of positions, he likes to make these waiting moves. King to e7, maybe try to find the optimal moment to push b5. White also has to deal with his weakness on e4, although obviously it's not like if black plays knight e4, anything really changes. White can just drop back to f2.
Yes, that was exactly the reason I wanted to check out where did this knight come from. And yeah, White's last move was knight d3 to f2, showing that, yeah, he has some respect for the soft e4 square. Okay, Magnus, he will try something. Looking at the clock situation, it would be completely uncharacteristic if Magnus would not try to create chances, but how?
Just don't see it. It's a locked up position. Approximately 2 minutes for Husmantullin should be enough to deal with whatever Magnus throws at him.
Yeah, I think the problem is really that if black could play b5, it would be nice, but white has this timely retreat with returning the knight to d3. Knight e4 runs into a takes b5, and after b takes a4, white has this intermezzo check, intermediate check with knight c5. That's kind of a key issue. And that's why black is not able to break, and Magnus goes for f5. Okay.
Here we go.
G5.
Magnus trying everything. And if white plays g6, then the h5 pawn is going to be a weakness. So Husmantullin has to be careful, but he can play gh and knight f7 check. Will the knight get trapped in that position? King f8 and king g7.
Exactly. That's very scary. Yeah? If we just take... If we just take... Wow, and king f3 runs into some kind of... But maybe... Yeah, also g5 pawn is hanging at the moment.
Has Husmantullin made a mistake here? He's got very limited time on his clock. Now, obviously, he didn't lose on time. There's just a little delay in the transmission. I think Magnus has found a chance.
For sure, practically speaking. But we don't know exactly. Is this the... Can we zoom in, or we don't have the chance to zoom in?
Internet is down once again. The cams are down.
Okay.
So we'll bring them up as soon as we can. But let's see if the board updates momentarily. I don't see how Husmantullin defends that h5 pawn with this tactic, knight f7 check running into king e7.
Yes, and eventually trapping that knight because the knight... Yes.
And he's blundered. He's blundered gh, king to d3. Knight f6 is on the board. And Husmantullin has collapsed. The h-pawn is going to be lost. The h6 pawn is untouchable, and Magnus is likely going to win.
Wow, that's such an important victory, yeah, because we know exactly Magnus in this type of events. If he starts winning, then it's so difficult to stop him. And psychologically, it just kind of frees him, and he feels so much more at ease. And creating from nowhere this chance and winning in like 5-6 moves this position that we thought unbreakable, what an achievement.
Can we show maybe for newer players why knight f7 check? This is the tactic on which his entire play is predicated. King e7, knight h6 looks like white is fine. Suddenly king f8, slicing off the knight's retreat squares. King g7 will pick up the knight and win the game. It's over. Magnus is just going to grab that pawn on h5. He's going to drop his knight back, and the outside pass pawn will decide the game.
Yeah, before knight g3, still the same narrative that white simply cannot take the h6 pawn because the knight is going to be trapped. King d3, h5, now the pawn advances.
Huh.
And also very nice for Magnus that the pawns are still alive on the queen side. So if ever white king is trying to somehow make sure that he is controlling the h-pawn, there will be another issue. The black knight might jump towards the a4 pawn and collect that one as well.
Absolutely exquisite technique by Carlsen. The Demchenko-Fedoseev game is getting crazier and crazier. I don't know if we should stick to the Magnus game and watch it unfold. Probably the chat would prefer that we watch the remainder of this game first.
Yes, because I also feel like it could easily be over pretty soon. I do see that Hismatulin is fighting hard. Yeah, he wants to make sure that the knight controls the h5 pawn already right there. White cannot allow this pawn to be advanced.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Go on. Sorry. Please continue.
Yeah.
I have some breaking news.
I wanted to highlight that eventually black will have this regrouping of the knight going for the e3 pawn, overload white's king. And if the king comes closer to defend the e pawn, then black will go after the a4 pawn and win like this.
Yeah, this is in the bag. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Peter. Jan Nepomniachtchi is losing to a 2100.
Wow, 2100. But who is this 2100? It's probably some very strong player.
Ernur Aman Geldi, who defeated Shamsuddin Vohidov in round 1. He's from Kazakhstan. His rapid rating is 2000. His birth date, 2008, 15 years old. And we could pull up that game real quick.
Wow, what is the name?
Losing.
Nepos, yeah? Okay.
Nepo,
okay,
yeah.
I will search for...
There it
That's
is.
Easy. Wow.
Having drawn round 1, Nepo is down a rook.
And rook 8d6 happened. It gets a double exclamation mark, but okay, it's kind of understandable that black needs to get the rook to g6, guarding the king.
I mean, Jan got completely outplayed this game. I flipped through the game really quickly. Still some work to do, but it looks like white's running out of resources.
Well, but all these Uzbek Kazakh kids are so dangerous and they are underrated. We do see...
Oh, yeah. A draw.
What?
Jan pulled out a perpetual.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
How on earth did this happen? So just very quickly. So rook d6 we're praising. Yeah, it's perfectly sensible. Takes. Queen e7. No, queen g5 check. And he lures rook to g6.
And that's the mistake. He had to go king f7, which is not an easy move, by the way. You had to go right into the checks.
Yes, not at all easy. Running into checks. And then probably keep on running away.
Yeah, king e7, queen h7, king d8, and the e-pawn should decide the game, and the extra piece, of course.
Yes, and the bishop on c6 stabilizes everything.
But still, I mean, what a result for a 2000 to draw the world champion contender.
Wow, okay, but Jan should be very happy to have survived this incredible scare. Wow, what else do we have? Probably tons of action. Yeah, Sahakyan, Tersakyan against Aronyan and in a draw. Magnus Carlsen has won his game. No surprise there. Okay, the Demchenko game. Where do we have it?
Oh my gosh, it's going to be a draw. Carlsen has won, by the way. As expected, Magnus has won.
Wow, what a position this is. Black is done 2 exchange, but he has incredible activity and he has the chance of giving perpetual check with knight f2, king h2, knight g4 check. Does he want more? Can he opt for more? No, that's the maximum.
No. Incredible. I think a very fair result.
Yes, basically they both deserve having played such a fantastic game that they get something out of it. Let's continue the tour.
Okay, so Svidler's very close to winning his game, but I'll give you the next choice.
I wanted to get an update on Dubov's position because
Mhm.
we have seen the start. It was very interesting, and it's still kind of a big fight. How do we evaluate this?
Holy smokes. I mean, Dubov, I think, has a draw in his pocket with rook takes d7, but that might be the best that he can do.
Yes, an
If white
incredible
plays.
construction, but rook
Mhm.
e6, is that a possibility? Just trying to kick that knight away?
Huh. Oh,
It
you know
should
what's
be winning.
crazy? You want to see a crazy construction? Rook
Oh,
e6, I
yes,
go rook g8 check.
exactly.
But
And knight h6.
oh, okay, so we're gonna get a liquidation here. Dubov still playing for a win. He sacked that exchange back, but c5 I think should draw.
Yeah, white has to break the construction as quickly as possible. B takes c5, then rook g5 or rook c1. Yeah, rook g5 should do the job.
Wow.
What a game.
Incredible. There's so much to analyze afterward. If you're looking for instructive games, you will have them aplenty. Okay, Yu Yangyi, he won his game. Nihal Sarin defeated Puya Idani with a mating attack in an endgame. Van Forest drew against Velimir Ivic. And I'm just looking around to see what else we have. Tari Svidler. I mean, Peter Svidler pushing in a time scramble.
Yes, but as you said, yeah, he seems to have a promising position. Pawn up. On the other hand, Computer Highlights Queen e7 was unfortunate. Does this change anything, or is just computer being too precise or too critical?
Entirely possible. I mean, Queen b8 check, King h7 doesn't seem dangerous. Let's see what Aryan can come up with here.
Yeah, Aryan is clearly trying to create counterplay. Yeah, probably he will give the queen b8 check and then fall back with the queen to f4.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be so easy to make progress with black. And
If
then
you
also
place-
h4, h5.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're not careful, you could get checkmated there on the king side with this h4, h5 idea, as you're saying.
Yes. So basically but I'm pretty sure that we are already missing out on some development. Queen g4 happened. No, I don't like queen g4. Not at all.
And Svidler
And-
has, king g3.
Yeah, everything under control. Now, sooner or later, the pawns will start to march. Black's king is somehow safe. I'm not liking this development.
Should Svidler try to trade bishops with bishop e4?
That's a question. That's a big question. I believe that if he can capture back with the queen, then it's absolutely fine. But I did not want to damage the pawn structure with d takes e4. I want to have those two connected passers.
By the way, Fabiano Caruana might be in. I'm trying to check his game. Someone in the chat said he was in trouble.
Wow. Against Denis Makhninov.
He is in trouble.
On the other hand, okay, the h-pawn and the dark square bishop gives him chances, but okay, he has to watch out.
Makhniov drew MVL from winning position and then a losing position. Very dangerous young Kazakh player. Okay, h6, moves coming in. There's a 3-on-1 on the king side, queen side rather. But look at that h6 pawn. Mm-hmm.
Yes, look at the h6 pawn, look at this construction. Bishop on g7 not only protects the h6 pawn, but also eyes back on the defense of the b2 pawn. Also, the rook on a6 seems to be doing extremely good job cutting black's king and also stopping black from advancing. I feel that practically speaking, Fabi has very good chances of holding this.
And a big shout out Bardia Daneshvar defeating Anton Korobov with the black pieces. You called it, very dangerous player. And on one of the lower boards, Aldiar Ansat, IM from Kazakhstan, crushing Shant Sargsyan, very strong GM from Armenia. So These players from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, you do not want anything to do with them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if we get some info where to go, where is the main action, because it's so difficult to keep an eye on everything.
Oh my gosh, what's going on here? Apparently Dubov's opponent blundered. Yeah, he did. Dubov is likely to win his game.
Wow. But also Fabi's game is so exciting that I feel like we can't even move away from this.
Let's stick to this game. This is crazy. Now suddenly it's a 3-result game. I mean, look at White's pawns.
Exactly. And look at the clocks. How do you navigate with 15 seconds?
A3, B3, C3. I mean, it's C3 check, BC, and B3 comes to mind, but that's an incredibly risky idea. H7 maybe. Jeez.
Yeah, anything can happen. Clearly, okay, we don't even know the clock situation. It keeps on jumping.
Yeah.
Obviously, Black has not lost on time here. That would be insane. On the board.
Oh, A3. Total
and
chaos.
More madness. But rook f6 check. What an important move, because king c5 runs into bishop f8 check. And then White will collect the ace pawn, and otherwise White might have perpetual check. What a construction.
Incredible. Just suddenly picking off that A pawn. And then probably White is playing for a win.
Wow. What an incredible defense Fabi is pulling off.
Amazing. A check on f6.
And even this is very tricky. I believe that this king c5, bishop f8 check, and then black goes king d4, bishop takes a3, then rook h2 check. Are we sure that we are not getting checkmated? It's one of those very, and with few seconds on the clock, it's just total madness. How do you understand all this?
And king c5 is not forced. You could drop the king back to b7, try to avoid all of the checks, but then you run the risk of losing the game in a different way. Okay, the moves are going to come in again in a small batch. So we're about to see how this game unfolded. Maybe.
I'm super excited. I'm just so curious to understand what happened here in the next couple of moves.
We're at a cliffhanger.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see what happened here. The move should be coming in any second now. It is the cliffhanger of cliffhangers. Where did Denis Makhnev put his king? How did this game end?
Yeah, it's completely unpredictable. Yeah, if we have to pick something, probably we would say that most probably draw, but I wouldn't be surprised by anything.
Ariantari saved that position against Peter Svidler, by the way, improbably.
Wow.
Insane.
Okay, unfortunately we are stuck here. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we're doing our best, folks, with the transmission that we are getting, which is obviously far from ideal, but we do our best here, waiting for Black's king to move. Maybe he did lose on time. We just don't know.
I also see some familiar names like Tsidipov, also a big expert in fast time control against Salem Saleh. Is that game on? Because apparently it's on. Do I get moves? No. Tsidipov won. Yeah, Tsidipov is such a dangerous player in this fast time control. And he's so stunned good. Salem.
And another upset, Aristan Isanjulov defeating Robert Ovanesyan, who just blundered a piece in a bad endgame. More upsets. Yeah, this is just final position should be totally winning for White. It's board 7.
Board 7. Yeah, okay. These are the type of positions where no miracle can happen, and probably Robert has resigned. What was the blunder?
It was move number...
it was earlier. Okay, it was earlier.
36, move 36.
Okay, because...
Yeah, he was in a bad situation, but trying to solve his problems tactically, forgetting that the bishop could drop back and protect the knight.
And c4 just bishop d1. Rook b1, king e2 or king e1, yeah.
And Aristan Isan Zhulov won. That knight on f8 is worse than the Samarkand internet connection. And Ishan Zhulov wins his game. Another upset. And I think we just have a couple of games remaining.
Yesipenko. What about Yesipenko against Piorun? Yesipenko in some trouble. His 2 pawns. I first saw that like 2 bishops. Okay, great news, but no. White is 2 pawns up. It should be enough to win this.
Fabiano drew, by the way. We're getting updates that Fabiano drew his game. Looks like Daniel Dubov will also draw.
Wow.
Okay, moves have been updated. Tons of moves everywhere.
Yeah, tons of moves. White is clearly somehow trying to get the knight to c4. Maybe even king c2 and then remove that bishop from... But no matter where you move, for example, bishop d6, then black will play bishop e6. Try to make sure that you are able to go for some opposite colored bishop endgames. It's not so trivial. With little time on the clock, with 2 bishops, you always have chances to save a bad position.
Without question. Yeah, if you can trade the light squared bishop for white's knight, you can get a blockade going. And we'll get more updates here momentarily. Yeah, we're doing our best here. There's just a couple games remaining. I'm seeing... Oh, let's flip on Dubov's game maybe, because that seems to be heading toward a conclusion.
Let me find it. Where is the Dubov game? Okay, I will search. That's the safest way to get to it. All right. Yes. Okay. This is a dead draw. We know exactly white can sacrifice the rook for the pawn, but also there is maybe even no need for sacrifice because you can just keep on checking king d2, rook f8, then king e1. You keep on delivering another check, and if black's king goes in front of the pawn, then there is no threat. Then we start pushing our own pawn. It should be an easy draw.
Yeah, Dubov was actually winning for a brief instant about 20 moves ago, but in severe time pressure, he didn't find the most precise move. This one looks like a handshake. Yeah, there we go. Draw.
It's already a draw. It would be interesting to catch a game where we have some big drama.
Yeah, we're doing our best, but it's like trying to find a fly in a cathedral.
Okay, Eli Garci, what is Arjun doing? Whoa. Arjun has won. Yes, he has won, but sometimes the results are not updating as well, so it fools me.
Yeah.
Denis Lazovic against Tomaszewski. That was a draw. Also a game that did not have a result, but in fact it was a draw. Vasil Agraf, what is Maxim doing?
I think he won. I think looks like Mikhail Bracken just said, okay, initial position versus MVL, let's just resign. Okay, there we go.
Yes, that was the final position. So, okay, a very important victory for Maxim.
Yeah, and essentially that concludes all of the games. We're going to take a look at the results because we have all of the results from the top 12 boards or so now set. A lot of draws. Magnus Carlsen pulls off the unimaginable, defeats Ismatulin in what seemed like a surefire draw. Peter, typical Magnus, and a very auspicious sign.
Yes, it's these kind of victories give Magnus usually wins, and I think it's not only bad news for Denis Ismatulin, but also for the rest of the field, that Magnus will get to his usual being Magnus Carlsen, and then it's we know that he's kind of unstoppable.
Indeed, page 2, we see Timur Gareev. He won a game. Yuri Engi, let's not forget about him. He's got 2 out of 2. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, a sparkling victory with the black pieces against the talented American Andrew Hong. Vidit took care of business as well. So we're going to have a big logjam at the top with 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and we see that Piorun against Yesipenko is still in progress. At least we did not have the result yet in that game.
Yeah, looks like Esipenko might be going down. That's page 3. Gawiller losing to Matlakov after upsetting Hans Niemann in round 1. And tons and tons of players will have 2 out of 2, Peter. Nothing is decided yet.
Nothing at all. It's just the beginning. Clearly the players who had a good start, they are enjoying the event. Yeah, this is their advantage. And all the ones who are suffering at the beginning, they are very much looking forward to a comeback, to first of all settle into the tournament. Yeah, because the first thing is when you are getting an upset in the early rounds, that's kind of a shock. Yeah, you are getting nervous, and then to calm down and get your own rhythm. By the way, look at this. 3 pass pawns. No, we are not having, but actually the game is still in progress. This Kasper Piorun against Andrei Yesipenko. And maybe we could, yes, let's take a look, because this is such a fascinating position. White has 3 pass pawns, but it might be a fortress. It's insane.
Wow. We finally caught some drama, it seems. Look at those dark squares, c5, e5, and g5. And this is an epitome of why opposite-colored bishop endgames trend toward a draw. Black has the higher quality pass pawn that keeps white's king at bay. All of white's pawns are totally held back by black's king and bishop. This is a fortress.
Yes, and a stunning one, beautiful one. That's why we love chess so much. Such escapes are possible, and it will be a big joy for Andrei to save this.
It will indeed, a big confidence boost. And we will be following all of the storylines, not just the players who've got 2 out of 2, not just Magnus Carlsen, but the players who are struggling. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he pulled out a draw by miracle against the 2100 Kazakh talent. Those players, they're going to be hungry for victories in round 3 and onwards. We are hungry for some more coffee and for a small break. You are watching the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship. We will be back with round 3 after a short break.
This December, they are back for one more round. Chess GPT.
I'm already liking this bot. It's such a big troll.
Dead Lost. Grandpa Gambit.
Decides to get a bit crazy because he sacrifices the queen.
Frank and Isla. And everyone's favorite kitty, Mittens.
Well, if I go here, it's a fork. If I go here, it's another fork. So I guess the only safe move is this. I didn't even see that! Oh!
Oh, that is so sick. That's actually sick.
Oh shit, there is 95. Oh my...
Play them again, while you can, on chess.com.
Welcome to How to Reassess Your Chess, the fantastic book that was written by the late Jeremy Silman. He recently passed away, but he has left a legacy of the concept of the imbalances that he elucidates so very well. This concept is really a game changer. Once you hear it, you can't really ever get it out of your head. A 1500 player didn't like to just attack, but Silman beat it into his head. Listen, you've got to attack when the king is stuck in the middle of the board. Looks like he might be able to take it back, but he said, no can do. Black decided to play bishop to c3, dropping a queen sack on the board. What kind of move is that? We see a mate threat that cannot be stopped, and of course, if you take the queen, rook takes, and mate on a stick. This is how Jeremy Silman's students play? Man, that's the kind of teacher you want to have.
the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendar's turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles,
He flagged.
brilliant strategies, and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Back we are at the 2023 FIDE Rapid Championship and Blitz Championship. It is time for a more rapid from this lovely historic city in southeast Uzbekistan. So much action in the first 2 rounds, enough to last us a lifetime. But we've got 3 more rounds to cover in the open section and the women's section. GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Peter Leko, the legend, bringing you coverage of day 1 of this incredible tournament. Peter, I haven't even caught my breath yet, and boom, another round is starting.
Yes, we have tons of action, everywhere dramas. Unfortunately, we did have some technical issues. We hope that things are getting more and more stable. But we also should focus on the women's section. What's in store for us?
What is in store for us? Indeed, we are going to focus on the top board of the women's section. Let's start by reviewing the matchups. Page 1 of the matchups features some really interesting pairs. We've got Zhu Jiner, the Chinese juggernaut, faces Leia Garifulina, very strong player from Russia. Kielbasa against the newly minted Grandmaster, Vaishali, the sister of Pragnananda, and Atusa Prakashian, of course, the better half of Hikaru Nakamura. She's on board 3 against Nurgul Salimova, who had an outstanding World Cup and burst onto the scene. We are going to focus on game 1, Zhu Jiner against Garifulina. Peter, what do you know about these 2 players?
I know that Zhu Jiner is a very motivated chess player who works tremendously on chess. At least that was the case a couple of years ago. She is pretty young, a big hope of Chinese women chess. And we see Leia Garifulina, also a youngster from Russia. It's going to be very interesting. And there you see the camera. The players are, at least Leia is smiling a bit, but I pretty much feel that the tension is enormous.
And some applause there as we see more dignitaries carrying flowers. Of course, the players, they will be polite, they will laugh, they will smile, they will shake hands. But when the game begins, it's all action as the camera pans, of course, to the unmistakable Vaishali. What an incredible career she is having. What a year she has had. She doesn't want 2023 to end, does she?
For sure. If it continues like this, what she has produced in Qatar Masters and also in the Grand Swiss, she's now in the women candidates. Also, there was some big reception in India with new sponsorship deals signed. The government is supporting Vidit, Pragnananda and Vaishal in their preparation for candidates. It's always so nice to see when the players who are achieving such incredible results are getting the deserved support.
Absolutely. It's pretty incredible to see the chess boom in India as a whole, how the entire country is behind these players, and for very good reason. It's also so easy to root for all of the talents from India, really without exception. They're so classy, so humble. I am really a big fan of the talents that India is producing and their demeanor on the board, of course, but also off the board. Gukesh, Prague, his sister, really a new generation of talents that will last at the top for years to come. Pieces getting adjusted. The round is about to begin. That's Pavel Pankratov and the unmistakable locks of Richard Rapport. So many interesting games to watch in round 3.
Yes, as always. Wow. Also, Miha
Ooh.
Sarin against Gukesh.
Okay. That's quite a matchup.
All of the matchups I also see in the distance. Arjun Algaisi. Now Tigran Petrosyan taking his seat with the black piece is also a very big specialist in fast time controlling, rapid and blitz.
Indeed, he's been terrorizing online chess for many, many years. Really tricky, crafty player. He adjusts his pieces. And you can just tell, Peter, I mean, I'm exhausted. It's only round 3. I can't even imagine what the players are going through. 5 games today. I mean, that's just backbreaking.
Yeah, the good news is that they only need to focus on one single game at a time. Easily said than done. Vidit Gujarati, who has stunned the chess world with this incredible performance in Grand Swiss, winning it and qualifying to the candidates.
I think he's facing, I want to say, Volodar Murzin, but it's so hard to say. It reminds me of this game I used to play with my father. There's a famous game called Cities, where you say Oslo, and then you have to name a city that starts with the last letter of the previous city.
Yes.
Oslo, Oklahoma City. But we were playing that with grandmasters. You would say Kasparov, and then you would have to name a grandmaster whose last name starts with a V. Vizhmanavan, I don't know, for example.
Yeah, very interesting. And there you go.
Identify the GM. Here we go.
Yes, Zhuzhine plays e4. Leia goes for most probably the Najdorf. In any case, second move d6 on the board. CD knight d4.
And a Najdorf, a Dragon, a Rouser, a Scheveningen, a
Najdorf.
Indeed.
Yes, and Bishop e3. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, that both these players are known to be theoreticians. They like to work on chess, tremendously analyze openings, be super prepared, very well prepared. And we see now the positional line with knight f3 in the Najdorf, bishop e7. Now normally white plays bishop c4, develops that bishop. We are waiting for the, yes, and now the moves are coming in. Great.
Yeah, knight f3 is the positional choice. Knight b3 generally leads to more tactical struggles, but knight f3 has been a very solid choice now for many decades. First played by someone named Lev Aronin, not to be confused with Levon Aronian. Lev Aronin was a very strong Soviet master. He played this in 1959 for the first time.
Wow, that's interesting. Clearly, I'm confused now that, okay, bishop c4 is the standard move. Yeah, because it's kind of a common knowledge that if black stops white from developing the bishop to c4, after queen c7, white plays a4, make sure that b5 won't be played, and white is trying to gain space on the queen side with a4, a5. However, if black plays bishop e7, then bishop c4 is almost automatic. And she plays h3. Wow, so she's trying to play this hybrid stuff. Usually it happens from h3, knight off, h3, e5, knight f3. Interesting.
Following Nakamura versus Duda from the Madrid candidates, but I'm also seeing some games of Surya Ganguly. And the idea, it seems, indeed, is to play quick g4 against bishop e6. Duda played h6, kind of playing the waiting game together. So clearly some very deep preparation here on the table by Zhuzhiner.
Wow. Okay, very interesting, because h3 form, this move order is not very common, but yes, as you highlighted, it was featured in last year's candidate tournament.
H6 is not a very common response by Duda. Bishop e6 is the move that you play if you don't know anything about the position, of course, because that prevents bishop c4. And then after g4, there's a lot of possibilities. d5 has been played. Ganguly versus Seturaman from 2021, bishop e6, g4, h6. So many, many paths that this game could take.
Wow, very interesting. Super sharp. and very intriguing. Now the big question is how much Leia knows about it, because she's now posing. It's kind of one of those situations that it's a very original creative position. You cannot really rely on your intuition like how you normally set up pieces, because this is a very specific idea. That's why I also mentioned that Black even played the move h6 here, the waiting game in that famous game.
Knight, do we see knight b to d7?
Oh, that's
really?
Kind of a bit weird. Knight bd7, is it really on the board? Yes, it's played. Then it's clear that after g4, probably Black wants to go h6, or is Black trying to get knight b6 so that I can say, no, it cannot be, because then we get stuck with the bishop on c8.
But my question would be, what if bishop c4 now? Is Black trying to play some sort of knight b6 and bishop e6 idea? No, that won't work because if takes a knight g5, and this is a very common trap across many of these lines. Maybe we should show, yeah, bishop b3, bishop e6, suddenly white takes. Looks like it plays into Black's hands because the d5 square is now protected, but suddenly knight g5 and Black is overloaded. Oh. And
Jadub, yeah, knight g5 is the
kidding.
move.
Queen d7 drops the knight on b6.
Yes, this is the problem. But now after knight b7, especially because white has played the move h3, one could debate that, does white go g4 first? Or is then, because after g4, h6, you can still go bishop c4? I'm just trying to understand the logic behind knight bd7, that what is actually Black aiming for? What was the reason to play this exact move?
I'm also at a bit of a loss. You rarely see this type of developmental scheme with the bishop remaining behind bars on c8. Of course, sometimes Black plays b5 and bishop b7, but I don't think that Leia's got the time to position her pieces quite like that. I mean, g4, bishop c4, it's all coming very, very quickly. You're losing control over the d5 square. And I really like what Jujiner has here in the early going of this game.
Yes, and I also like that she's pausing and she's taking her time, because certainly she feels, and these type of openings, the very first moves are super important, because if white establishes the control, the domination of the position, then if you have 13, 14 or 10 minutes on your clock, doesn't really matter. Important that you have the control, and then everything comes much more easy. If you are rushing here with your choice, you might make a couple of moves with even 50 minutes on your clock, but Black solves his problems, and then you will be slowed down because you don't know how to continue. So it's a very well invested time.
Indeed. She's 21 years old, is Jujiner. She is a grandmaster. Her title was approved this year. Dropped a little bit of rating. She was 25.07, but looking to get it all back, looking to make her mark in the women's section of the 2023 Rapid Championship. On that note, let's move back to the open section. We've got so much action to cover, and perhaps we can start from Magnus Carlsen's King's Indian against Mr. Petrosian. And this did not start as a King's Indian. It started actually as a Pierce, which you would never believe. Looking at this position, I would bet a silver dollar that this is a King's Indian, but no. E4, G6 is how this game started.
Yes, and exactly because of this that it's so intriguing, we have to take it from the beginning. First of all, white plays knight f3, seemingly a super solid setup. Yeah, d6, bishop d3, knight c6, c3. White has just pushed his pawn to c3, so what kind of King's Indians are we talking about? Take a look. Black goes e5. It's very important for Black to delay the development of the knight on g8. Now Black is putting pressure on the d4 pawn with the bishop, the knight, and the e5 pawn, so white has to react. Magnus decides to go d5, and after knight c7, c4, we are getting the King's Indian structure: f5, knight c3, knight f6, knight g5, castles, c6. That's the current state of affairs.
And of course, white is trying to hamper, or shall I say pamper, the development of Black's kingside attack by situating a knight on e6. This is the classic King's Indian idea, because by eliminating the light squared bishop. White's making it much more difficult for black to orchestrate the pawn storm on the king side, but you want to choose the right moment for knight e6. If you play that move too soon, black's going to snap that knight off and very likely win the pawn on e6 with queen to c8. So it's not as simple as that. Yeah, it takes queen c8, and that is why black has a pawn on c6 to prevent knight to d5 in this position.
Yes, exactly. This is very important, and that's why we can already appreciate Magnus's move queen b3 very much, eyeing the b7 pawn, and indirectly also eventually protecting the e6 pawn later on. So queen b3, king h8 played.
Okay, but what now? Does Magnus want c5?
Immediately.
Yes.
And if I... Yes, it's tricky. It's very tricky.
Uh-huh.
But can I include some h6? Just to clarify the situation. If I play h6 now?
Maybe dc now, after h6.
h6 dc, what a trick. Beautiful, what a trick. So easy to 4-4. Yeah, I wanted to clarify the situation with h6, but it's a double attack. Knight f7 check is a threat, and after h takes g5, c takes b7, wins back the material, and white wins the game. But Magnus opted for bishop d2.
But now I'm really puzzled because, okay, let's say I play h6 and force your hand. What is Magnus doing after h6?
Okay, it would be logical to play knight e6, so we have to start with examining this. So takes.
Queen c8, same idea.
Yes. And after c5, you're always going to push d5, right?
Exactly. Now I have this d5, extremely unpleasant move. And not only are you going to lose e6, but look at that pawn phalanx in the center. Huh.
Yeah, very interesting. And also look at the clock situation. Petrosyan is up on the clock and he's blitzing. He's playing quick moves. What did he play after bishop d2?
Let's see. I'm trying to puzzle it out. Maybe he played f4? It's a little detective work, but hard to say. We're about to get the move. I think he played
f4. We're also getting some incredible information that the reason why Magnus is so much behind on the clock is that he was 3 minutes late for this game.
Whoa.
It can easily happen because you never know exactly when the run starts. We also know that Magnus usually has this special treatment, having an extra room. And usually, however, it comes at a cost that this extra room is somewhere far away. Yeah, so he might not be exactly knowing when the run starts.
And of course, this reminds us of his famous game against Vladislav Kovalyov in the Blitz section of last year's championship, where he arrived with only 30 seconds remaining, only to destroy his opponent, wire to wire. f4 was indeed the move. Rook ac1, Magnus's response. And Petrosyan's just playing the classic King's Indian attack. I mean, h6, g5. I'm not totally sure what Magnus is up to on the queen side.
I feel your excitement, and I'm not a big believer, I have to highlight, of the King's Indian. I have never played it myself, but this King's Indian somehow looks very attractive to me.
Yeah, I mean, this will convert anybody to the King's. If it was this good every time, then King's Indian would be the best opening in chess.
Yes. Okay, c5 played. All right. So black makes sure that the situation gets stabilized on the queen side. Magnus goes for queen a3, trying to get b to b4 in as quickly as possible. But something tells me that action is about to heat up on the king side, because one of the problems that after h6, for example, just to highlight, knight e6, black takes, and it's not only about the pawn, but eventually also black's knight reaching d4, and that looks very scary.
On the board, knight e6, a trade, and the classic reaction is knight c6 here, as you indicated. Knight c6, knight d5. This is, of course, after all of these moves. But black doesn't even have to rush with the kingside attack. I think you could go knight c6, rook e8, and just pick up the e6 pawn. and ask White what the heck he's doing on the queen side.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked of this development. I don't really recall Magnus getting so tricked in the opening, especially because he didn't do anything crazy. Yeah, he wanted to play very solidly with this knight f3, bishop d3, c3 construction against the modern defense, and then somehow Tigran Petrosyan tricked him. And wow, okay, I believe that if you are given this position, you tell everyone, okay, let me play this world championship, no matter if it's Magnus Carlsen, I want to have this position with the black pieces.
But I think he's gone f3, and I was going to point this out as my instinct, which was to play f3, but I don't like this. I don't see the need to rush. And after f3, maybe knight to d5. And why? Why are you allowing all of this tactical intrigue when the simple knight c6 would have led to a much better position? G3, though, by Carlsen.
Very promising. Okay, G3, yeah, Magnus wants to make sure that things are logged.
Queen c8 looks very tempting.
Maybe that's actually Tico's idea, yeah, because there is suddenly this trick that after G3, with f3, G3 included, queen c8, knight d5, queen takes c6, knight c7, which would have otherwise been a fork, is now met by queen h3 checkmate. That's the trick.
White will have to slide the rook away from f1. It's obviously not checkmate. Magnus will be able to drop the bishop back to f1. And I think we have some moves here. Queen c8, knight d5 on the board, takes on e6, and rook fe1 is absolutely forced. And now how does Petrosyan continue that kingside attack? It looks amazing, but there's this constant problem of bishop f1, and White owns the light squares.
Yes, so this is the typical idea. You always want to make sure if black has a pawn on f0 or white has a pawn on f6, is the typical reaction rook fe1 or rook fe8 and then bishop f1, bishop f8, making sure we are not getting checkmated. Black is a pawn up, but white has the light squared bishop, which is a very big asset. We can also see that black's bishop on g7 is kind of stuck. All right, one could argue that in the long run, black will anyway have chances of activating on h6. But for the moment, he has to deal with the situation that knight c7 might already be a threat. And if it's a threat, then you have to react to it. Do you trade on d5? Is that a good trade? Because after knight e d5, I'm expecting white to take cd5, follow it up with b2, b4. Oops, that was a wrong arrow. C takes d5, followed by b2, b4. And eventually, white is getting active on the queen side.
And it seems to me that if Magnus Carlsen turns this game around, this might end up being the critical moment where Tigran forced the issue with f3. He gives Magnus this clear counterplay on the queen side, and I think he might have overestimated the power of this queen h3 construction. Bishop f1 is a huge problem for black, because if you're not playing queen h3, how are you going to keep the fire burning on the king side?
And the reason why I'm also hating the move knight e d5, that it takes away the active possibility of going knight c6, knight d4. Now the question is that, are we even willing to sacrifice the exchange? Because after knight c6, clearly you will be able to play knight c7. Is that an issue? If yes, then should black maybe just waste some tempo with queen d7? But you are highlighting bishop f1 when maybe the queen will start to target the f3 pawn, or white can also, with his rooks, go after the f3 pawn.
Knight takes d5, by the way, on the board. Magnus immediately recapturing with the c pawn, opening up the c file, setting up b2, b4, which is, I think, almost automatic against anything other than queen h3.
Yes, and now I believe that suddenly it's more easy to play with the white pieces. After b4, if black is forced to play b6, then the light squares will be very weak. White will have very easy play. That's also one of the most important things in fast time controls, yeah, that if your moves come easy, it's obvious how you improve your position, then that's such a great scenario.
White's going to go down the b file. It seems to me that Black's only active plan on the king side is to play h5 and h4 and try to rip open some more avenues on the king side, but that's a very long plan, and White's already coming in with b4. I mean, that's happening now. I think that the game has maybe not turned around in White's favor, but Magnus must be breathing a sigh of relief here. Queen h3, bishop f1, and is he going back to h5? Is that the idea?
Wow, but then the idea you highlighted with h5 is already kind of blocked by itself. That's kind of the drawback. Also, somehow Black's pieces are very much pegged all of a sudden. Yeah, nothing really moves. I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing here.
After queen h5, there will simply be no follow-up because knight g4, never dangerous. White just pushes h3, and with the queen abandoning the queen side, b4 is going to be even stronger. I think Tigran has really lost the thread here. Or, I apologize, he played queen g4.
When did he play queen g4?
I think he played c takes d5, queen
g4.
Wow,
queen g4 he played. And Magnus even here played the move bishop f1. Wow, that's a stunner. Yep. To be honest, that's a stunner. Now everything makes sense. Queen g4 was a very clever move as it looked, because Black is setting up the idea of h5, h4, and the bishop apparently is unable to move from d3 because of the hanging e4 pawn. But Magnus says, no, guys, let's not get fooled, because after bishop f1, there is no way of Black capturing the e4 pawn because he is losing material. After knight takes e4, White can play h3, kicking the queen away, and after queen f5, White probably follows up with g4, and there is no way the queen protects the knight on e4, and White picks it up. What an incredible sequence of moves. Bishop f1 was so easy to miss.
Looks like Magnus is potentially taking over the game, but the game is somewhat stabilized. We have a clear structure, and we've got some crazy action on the other top boards. I think we have to go, Peter, to the game. Report versus Pankratov. I took a quick look at this position earlier. It seemed to be double-edged. Now it just seems like very fun for Black. Typical Report.
Wow. Okay, but look at the clock situation. It's
already
over already. Checkmate. Look at this. Bishop on e4. Knight on c4. This pawn structure. Look on h7. We have to wait for the moves to come in to understand how was it checkmate, but it looks very bad for White.
There's no way that he resigned in this position, right?
It's kind of difficult to imagine.
That would be insane. There was an insane line.
Oh, wow. Okay, this explains it all.
Goodbye, Rook.
Yes. And you know what is the most shocking thing? That White still had 12 minutes on his clock. Yeah, this is why I say don't rush, because it does not do you any favor. You have 10 seconds increment, you have 15 minutes. You have to try to find the right rhythm.
Before we move on, if I quickly show an incredible line on move 26, I quickly looked to the computer. This was the pivotal moment. After knight c6, Report seemingly prevents rook takes b7, but this was still the move to play. Rook takes b7, knight takes a5, and now an incredible idea. Rook takes f7.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
With the unstoppable draw, and I'll let you show the rest of the line.
Well, I'm assuming rook a7, and the checks are coming. So, okay, with the black pieces, I would be tempted to eliminate this bishop, but it doesn't really make any difference. White can probably include the check, king f8, rook h7. We even don't bother taking back the knight. We are setting checkmate, and after king g8, we can do any kind of method. It's the typical idea that black has to agree to a draw because of the checkmating idea.
And once Pankratov missed this, the game went into the toilet. And by the way, Tigran Petrosian's position is in the toilet as well. It looks like Magnus is now completely in control.
Wow, how quickly things escalated. Yeah, everything is fixed on the king side, and Magnus is just invading On the other side, he's even in no rush to pick up that a7 pawn because that would only give black counterplay. Yeah, bishop a5, white is going after the d6 pawn. That's the pawn. If it falls, that hurts black so much.
But this is very disappointing for Tigran, who had such a promising position at some point. I think f3, move 16, that was indeed the turning point. Maybe not objectively, but once his play on the king side dried up, Magnus went after him with all that he's got. Now black is just totally collapsing. What a sad arrangement on the king side. Not even a single threat to be created.
Yes, everything is blocked. No way to open up. White's king is perfectly safe. And white is actually winning the battle on the queen side. Yeah, we shouldn't be counting pawns. That black has an extra pawn. That pawn is absolutely useless. If white starts collecting, white might just collect all of black's pawns. a7, d6, e5, a7, e5, they might just fall all at once.
One by one. And a couple of other updates. Very quietly, Yu Yangyi is about to have 3 out of 3. He is destroying his compatriot Shu Deshun. This was a disaster from the very beginning, and it looks like a very one-sided position.
Wow, look at this construction, this incredible pair of bishops with this monster pawn on e5. White is threatening to push e6 check. Whose move is it?
White to
it's
play.
Even white. Yeah, it's even white to play. Yeah, then okay, this looks completely lost. Queen d3, queen h7, checkmating ideas are also looming there. For the moment, clearly, black is banking on the trick of meeting queen d3 with bishop f5, and still e6 check is also very tricky. Yuanji is taking his time to calculate the final blow. There is even some idea of first including some intermediate move on the board, kicking that queen away. Black's queen is kind of trapped. Yeah, this is a total tragedy for black.
I think fatigue is already beginning to strike. I'm looking at some of these miniatures. Daniel Dubov basically 1 in 10 moves against a very strong Chinese GM, Jin Shibai, who made a terrible blunder on move 10 and went down very quickly. I think worth a quick look.
Yes, wow. What happened here? What happened here? It was a Slav with d takes c4. It has a reputation of being extremely solid. Well, not against Dubov.
Yeah.
So what happened? This was the Alista line from Kramnik.
Oh.
C takes d4, bishop c4, bishop g6.
And here's the big moment. He has to play knight fd7. He put the wrong knight on d7 by accident.
Oh, just like this. Yeah, this is a big present. And Daniel Dubov will say a big thank you. That's all I need. I can have a rest. I'm collecting another point. Yeah, knight b7, bishop g5. And suddenly the pins, double pin, decides the game. Black is losing material. Queen c7, bishop f6, gf6, knight takes d7. Long castles. Black is trying to mix things up, but it's just not good enough. White can simply play queen d4. And it's an exchange plus an attack, which led to a very quick defeat. Incredible.
Man, I mean, these games just show that GMs are human. Everybody can blunder. And one guy that I really want to spotlight, if you want to root for a dark horse, someone who might not be mentioned in the same breath as Magnus, and Report and Vidit, those kinds of players, is Nihal Sarin. I played a long Blitz match with him a couple of days ago. I was incredibly impressed with his form. I think his form is amazing, and I think he might make a real big impact in this tournament. He's got 2 out of 2, and I think he's got great chances to win a third game against his compatriot.
Wow, looks good. Okay, on one hand, black has the dark square bishop, which is good news for black. The bad news is that it does not matter. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because white is opening up the f5 way too quickly. I'm expecting a move like queen f2, but maybe there is even something else. The knight is already targeting the e6 pawn. There might be some invasion on the f file. So black is not in time to set up like knight e5, queen e7, rook h6, and then we would be saying that, okay, black has everything under control and the dark square bishop can be a real asset in the long run. Black might not survive the next couple of moves. That's the problem.
Queen g3. Nihal's choice. Also very logical because now he's hitting both d6 and e6. Can black throw in rook h6? Is that anything for white to reckon with? Of course, bishop h4 is not even being discussed. Queen takes d6 just looks disgusting.
Yes,
Can
because after bishop takes e1, if the e6 pawn falls with a check, it's automatically game over. Black will be checkmated. Let's just highlight this because it's beautiful. White will give a checkmate with e5 check. It's always pleasant to see such a decisive move. White plays e5, and there is the check. And after g6, queen take g6 is checkmate. So be careful.
Uh-oh. Queen e7 is on the board.
Okay, black is trying to set up the defense. The big question is knight takes e6 will be met by bishop h4, I'm guessing.
Yes. Wow, what an idea, actually. It
Yeah.
smells like there is a tactic here. That queen on e7 is so vulnerable.
But one has to watch out for this trick. Yes, so queen e7. That's
Knight,
the current position.
Knight d5, ed, and knight f5 is pretty thematic here.
Yes,
But I'm not
very
sure
sympathetic.
if it works.
It feels very sympathetic, and also the fact that even at some point you can include ed and then still go knight f5. It just feels that, but yeah, why not immediately?
Yeah. But I agree. E takes d5, I think, can be thrown in without any negative downsides. E takes d5, knight e5, and then knight f5.
Yeah,
I
but
think I'm
okay,
just
if we
running you
can,
over.
if we can already play, then let's stick to your original idea. Knight f5, it looks strong enough, and
Dang.
it will be blitzed out.
Yeah,
on the
Nihal
board.
Does not miss moves like knight d5.
And by the way, a big apologies. I completely mistakenly called Aravin Chithamran Gukesh, and I was even surprised that, wow, but Gukesh lost the first round. How did he end up there? Or I was already thinking in my mind that the results were not correct. But yes, this is of course Aravin Chithamran.
Yeah, Gukesh lost a crazy first game against Bard. Oh my gosh, he actually lost an insane game in which he was mating and then blundered against Bardia Daneshvar. Then he drew round 2 and struggling in round 3. But Nihal seems to have everything under control here. Knight d5 is one to remember.
Yes, this is basically over. That's what we talked about, yeah, that in long run, black is absolutely fine if he gets knight e5 and can settle in, but white just does not give enough time for that. Knight d5. After ed5, however, my move ed5 was played. Not knight f5, which maybe was even stronger, but ed5 and then knight f5, it does not even seem to make a difference.
And there's more tactics. Knight e5 is forced. Then knight f5, queen f6, or queen d8. I can play knight takes d6, queen takes d6, and rook takes e5, and I think it's busto.
Ooh, because not only the bishop is hanging, but rook e8 check is also a problem.
Yeah, bishop e7, I suppose, holding on for dear life, but something like queen e3 maybe. I mean, this is just garbo for black.
Yes, look at this king on g8. It's in a terrible mating net construction. The rook on h8 is also hindering the evacuating square h8. Backranking issues, the bishop on c2 is guarding the h7 square. No, these kind of things just end in a mate. e5, ed5 on the board.
Wow. Nihal is going to have 3 out of 3. And this is what he does to 2600 GMs. He is a monster.
He is. He is a monster.
Okay. So that game is all over. I'm just keeping an eye. Magnus Carlsen is going to win his game any second now. As you predicted, Tigran's queenside pawns are falling one after the other. Yeah, there's not much to look at here.
Yes, because that was the point. Yeah, if d6 pawn falls, then everything falls automatically, and still no threats. against White's king. So yeah, and besides there is this Volodya Murtsin Vidit game, which I also feel that could be a very interesting battle. What do we have here? Okay, it's a rather calm end game, probably equalish, so this is not the game we're gonna be following. Daneshvar against Eligaisi. This I want to see, at least to check out what's in store.
Absolutely. Okay. Who is better and why? Looks like Black is up on time. White's king seems to be quite poorly placed. There's a big square on b4 that Black could jump into with his knight.
And also there is this rook b6 idea, hitting the b2 pawn, as you highlighted, knight b4, and then shifting the rook on the 6th rank. There are just too many tempting options for Black. White is in a lot of trouble. Also, the clock situation is bad.
Yep.
Arjun is doing Arjun things.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, by the way, is not doing Jan Nepomniachtchi things. He's actually losing round 3. He's getting crushed by Sergei Grigorians. We don't have to look at that game. Just pointing it out, Jan is really struggling to find his footing here in Samarkand.
Wow. Okay, talking about Sergei Grigorians, this is the Sergei Grigorians, who, you know where he lives? He lives in Szeged, in my hometown. Oh. Yes, exactly. And I'm always rooting. He plays all these Rapid and World Blitz championships always very successfully. He's extremely strong, heavily underrated. Big kudos to him. By the way, he's also a very good friend of Jan Nepomniachtchi. So this is a clash of good friends.
Yeah, he seems like a great guy. I think he married Petra Pop. Very strong Hungarian player.
Exactly. So there is the Hungarian connection here, or the Szeged connection.
Okay.
Let me even bring that game up if you already mentioned it. What's in store for us? We also know that Jan is capable of escaping any difficult situation, and Sergei is down to a minute. It's still anybody's game, but look at the G file. Black will need to survive.
Tactics.
Exactly.
Look at those minor pieces on the queen side, just passively spectating the pathetic knight on a5, doing nothing but watching helplessly. Bishop takes h6, huge threat. King f7. Black doesn't run away in time. Queen h5 check. If you go to the other way, king h7, queen h5. Let's not even talk about that. I think you have to give up the h6 pawn. Yeah, rook f7 and rook d8.
Yeah, but also here some sacrifice on g7 might appear.
Oh, yeah.
The big question is, do we have time to include even some queen h5, or should we not bother? Because let's not forget, suddenly Black might be able to hit the f2 pawn, so we should probably guarding that.
My instinct is to actually play bishop g7, rook g7, king g7, and then to give the check on g1 and move in with the queen. I'm pretty sure this is what Sergei is calculating. But maybe it's unnecessary. Maybe you just play a slow move like rook g3 or rook g2.
Yeah, because one thing you don't want to do that you sacrifice something and then suddenly Black's king is in time to evacuate towards the queen side, especially with 15 seconds on the clock.
Exactly. Sergei, decision time. The chance to score a huge win. Send Jan to 1 out of 3, and we're about to get, I would assume, a bunch of moves.
Yes, because certainly one thing is for sure, White is not losing on time in such a position.
Absolutely. Rook g6. King f8. Jan trying to run away with his king. Okay. Where's the killer here? Because rook ag1, Peter, a great example of what you're saying. Black suddenly plays gh, and the king escapes. I think you have to play bishop g7. I think you just have to do it.
Wow, but then why you didn't do it before? Yeah, it's kind of all confusing with little time on the clock.
Exactly. Is Sergei losing the thread here?
Wow. Okay, the problem is we don't know exactly how much time he has. One thing is for sure that he did not lose on time, but does he live from the 10 seconds increment, or does he have still 1 or 2 more minutes? This is a big question. It changes everything. Yes.
Exactly. speaking of crazy developments, Nodirbek is about to lose with white after committing a huge howler. We've got more developments in this game. I don't know where to turn to.
And this is what I'm loving. Yeah, this is correct. That actually Sergei has sacrificed the rook, not the bishop, so he keeps the pin alive. Very precise play. Extreme precision. And now bishop takes g7 is a huge threat.
And queen
because
h8.
rook takes g7, exactly, is met by queen h8. And otherwise bishop g7 and then the attack on the f6 pawn might lead to complete disaster. By the way, some queen h8 with queen f8 checkmating ideas is also there. What a position.
Nepo is helpless. I don't know if there's any way to stave off defeat. I mean, probably bishop takes g7 will have to be met with king e7. But then in some positions, there's even, yeah, queen h8, bishop f8. There's just too many tactics there.
Yes. Tactics.
Wow.
The only problem is that Nayan is clearly taking his time. He wants to survive. He wants to find resources. And I don't know if we should stick to the game or should we move on. That's the big dilemma.
That's the question. There was an insane moment in Abdusatorov, Narayanan, Abdusatorov making a very careless move in a pawn endgame and losing immediately. Perhaps we could spotlight that very briefly. Board 3.
Wow.
Unreal what happened at the end of this game.
Unfortunately, the moves are not coming.
I think it'll update momentarily. Maybe we can try to refresh.
Yes, we have to wait, but...
there we go.
Yes. What happened here?
Nodirbek was struggling. I checked this briefly. It was a draw. Look at this, though. And this is the critical moment, Peter. After the trade of queens, white has a draw with the move h5.
Wow, but okay, this is so tough with little time on the clock to understand, yeah? h5 was fixing the structure. Yeah, that was the key. Because after king g3, suddenly black had this standard h5. And after g takes h5, f5, black got connected pass pawns, and then the black king is coming. The double h pawns are useless.
Are you ready to have your mind blown? If we go back to h5, move 38.
Yes.
Maybe we can involve chat. So if Nodirbek had played the right move instead of king g3, black plays g6, trying to create passers on both sides of the wood. And here there is only one drawing move, which leads to an insane line.
Well, can I play g5?
That's exactly right. You go g5.
Wow, incredible, yeah. And then we create two pass pawns, yeah?
And h takes g5 actually loses. Black has to play gh. And then look at this. Gh, gh, h4. The pawn raise begins. d5, e3, d6. Now e2 loses, so black has to go h3 check. And finally, we get the simultaneous promotion. Takes e2, d7, e1, d8, and it's a drawn queen endgame.
Wow. Okay. It's nice to sit at home, and when the clock is ticking, then things are much, much more crazy.
Indeed they are.
Wow. But okay, we have to catch up with live action. What happened? Where is the intrigue? Okay, Yakuboev. We haven't been seeing Yakuboev yet in action, but I already highlighted him as a heavily underrated player, and playing at home. He has won the Qatar Masters with some incredible performance. Well, white has this lovely bishop on d5 on the other hand. Everything else works in black's favor.
And the king on g3 is so weak. Actually, the knight on h2 is a very nice defensive piece. It's holding the g4 square. But it feels like white's on the verge of collapse here.
Yeah, done on the clock as well. 6 seconds.
Okay, maybe queen a5.
Just quietly like, but the point is that the bishop on d5 is anyway controlling the a2 square, yeah? So do you have the feeling that you have the right to make a pass like this, or we simply cannot do anything anyway?
Yeah, that's the thing. That knight on h2 somehow is holding the king side. I think white might not have anything better than just to go after the a-pawn.
Yeah, and by the way, after queen b6
Whoa,
happened,
girl,
we are threatening
bishop
some
e6?
check.
But
oh,
bishop
e6. Wow, but
Did he
also queen
blunder?
e7 looked very tempting, but bishop e6.
Although, is that game over? There's that a-pawn. Surely black can create some counterplay.
Wow.
Lands.
This is total madness, because also queen e7 check looks so tempting. Where is black's king going? Probably to h8, because king h6 runs into queen take g5 check.
Try to figure this out with mere seconds on the clock. Do you play queen e7? Do you play bishop e6? The d1 bishop is also hanging, by the way, after bishop e6. It's a discovered attack.
Yes. This is insane. Yeah, that's actually because I don't really understand. What did Yakuboyev miss? Yeah, what is this knight g4 at all? And what was bishop d1, by the way? Yeah, these two moves together. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay, that's it. It's over.
Off Wiedersehen. Queen g1, king h3, and knight g4 is coming in.
Yes, knight g4 checkmate coming in. What a turnaround. It looked like black was better. It was only black who could win the game. That's the situation, because, and that's the trick I have to now, let me use the moment to highlight, is that when you are playing a 50 minutes game and you take it step by step, that you have time and everything, then it's so tricky when you get down to 10 seconds, because then things escalate and usually the position is out of control and you have no time. And previously everything was more or less correct and you were thinking about small finesses, and then so easy to blunder something.
Indeed. Yakuboyev was in control. He loses David Anton 3 out of 3. Arjun Erigaisi 3 out of 3. He defeats Daneshvar with the black pieces. Nihal Sarin 3 out of 3. And another big result, Konrad Holt defeating Shakur Amamedyarov, another very strong American player who I've known for many, many years. Konrad does not play actively anymore, but is still an incredibly dangerous blitz and rapid player.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up some games which are still in progress. But okay, this end game, this rook end game is not the most exciting of them all.
Indeed. Of the top games, Cheparinov Lisi.
That was some piece up position. White should win this.
Yeah, and White's got the right color pawn. In the event of a queen trade, White can safely create a passed h-pawn.
Yeah, step by step. Yeah, step by step should be winning. And the breaking news in my eyes that Bharat Subramanian, we have to mention him. He's now 3 out of 3. He has beaten Vincent Kaim in the first round. I don't know whom did he beat in the second round, but now he also beat the very strong young Chinese player Zhu Qiangchu. And he's 3 out of 3. And I believe that Bharat Subramanian is only 16 years old. I don't want to fool anyone, but that's the feeling I'm remembering him from the Qatar Masters, where he played Magnus Carlsen in one of the rounds. Wow, sensational tournament.
Yeah, born 2007, you're exactly right. He's 16. A grandmaster already and crushing his third round opponent in style. Man, are we going to get an interesting fourth round.
Yeah, and LM Pichot against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What's that?
Looks like Maxime has got this one.
Yes, this is the completely winning construction. Yeah, that's it. Maxime won.
Fedoseev is still playing against Samvel Tersahakyan. Looks like a win for Vlad.
Yes, it looks very promising. Matlakov has also won his game. So Maxim is also doing extremely well. What else do we have? By the way, the Grigoryan's game is still in progress. Let's check it out.
But not for long.
Yeah. This is now technical stuff. Fabi is just next to it. Let me catch up with Fabi. This isn't the current position, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because this is still the middle game. Ah, okay, so the transmission was kind of stopped. It collapsed. The transmission collapsed. Okay, we move on.
Just like Black's position. Amazing. Jan Nepomniachtchi on 1 out of 3. Unbelievable.
Yes, it's kind of tough. I'm also seeing there was Denis Lazovic, Alexander Grishchuk draw, Andrei Kin defeating Ivic, and some good games still in progress. Where are they?
Looking. Chanda Sandipan is playing. Of the games whose outcome is not yet decided, Rauf Mamedov struggling against a 2000, but he is going to win.
Wow, and talking about Sandipan, what happened in Sandipan's game? Is he winning or what is it? It's usually the final touch, rook d6.
But is there a catch here? Why is the eval bar not reacting? Is there a blunder?
No, sometimes it does not update, so we shouldn't be fooled by this. So it might be game over, actually. Not sure?
I'm still optimistic somehow. I'm thinking about it like knight h4, king g4. No.
Oh, wow. Ah, okay, I understand. Because you can trade and then play king e7. Yeah, so it's not over yet if you can find a clever move.
And then the king can go after white's 2 pawns.
Yes.
Insane.
Is knight d4. Knight d4 check then is a move. But then king e3, knight f5,
Knight
king...
c... He took...
No, that's it.
That's not going to do it.
Yeah, you had knight c2 there. What a fascinating position. Yeah, it looked like rook d6 and it's over. Yeah, it's kind of finished. But no, computer highlighted this stunning study-like resource of knight d4 check. After king e3, suddenly the black knight can hide with knight c2. After king f4, we trade and play king e7.
Wow.
And all of
Are
a sudden,
you
it's a
kidding
draw.
me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's never over. And that rook d6 move, Peter, white trying to be fancy. Anything else was winning. Trying to be fancy, and it could have cost him dearly.
Wow. Okay, but we all
Unreal.
know that Sandipan is an incredibly friendly person, so he deserves it. Congratulations for him. What a finish. And it just shows that what a crazy game chess is. There are always resources.
No, it's honestly magical. Fedoseyev's game is still going. Samvel trying to stir up some counterplay, but I think in vain. There's just not enough firepower to stop white's pass pawns, it seems to me.
Okay, the good news is that at least black's king is kind of safe. Yeah, knight f6, knight d8, knight e6. Yeah, the knight is beautifully transferred to e6, making sure that the weak pawns d4, f5, b5 are not weak. They are actually a beautiful asset, making sure that black does not coordinate his rooks. Yeah, it's all over.
Wow. And by the way, Anish Giri, he will draw his game against Jens Tiernese. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it's a slow start for Anish. There is also tremendous pressure on Anish. Yeah, we know exactly that he needs to get one of the top 3 places in the Rapid in order to overcome Gukesh, who is also playing, and Arjun Erigash is also playing, and Arjun is playing extremely well so far. That puts additional pressure on Anish. There's so much intrigue and so many angles in this event.
Pretty incredible. And okay, Anish is going to have 2 out of 3. Oh no, he lost the first game. So he's going to have 1.5 out of 3. But it's a long tournament, 13 rounds. You can gain ground pretty quickly with a couple of consecutive wins. Levon Aronian won his game against Andrei Gorovets. And queen c2 should be the end because g6, the queen moves up to c7 with checkmate. King g6. There is knight. There's anything. b7, you name it.
Yeah, b7, yeah. Let's just get another queen, yeah?
Yeah, one's not enough. Let's do it.
Yeah, it should do the job. I'm also seeing that Vincent Keimer, after losing that first game, he has won 2 consecutive games, so he's back And we know that he had this incredible performance last year with this stunning silver medal.
Of the games that are remaining, Peter, there's a really interesting endgame in Vahapsanal versus Lev Zverev. This is one of the last remaining games. It seems to be a time scramble.
Let me get that game. Wow, look at game. And a very intriguing one, special one. Who is better and why? That's the usual question here. Whose move is it?
It's white to play. An already incredible idea by black. King takes g4, king e2 is what his entire play is predicated on. You cannot take on f3 because of this rook g8, rook f8 trick. Maybe we can show it really quickly for newer players. Looks like white is winning everything, but no. Goodbye, rook.
And in fact, like this, then how does white survive? It's a very scary position. We do see the evaluation bar saying that it should, okay, there was development. Rook a4, of course, yeah, defending, but still, this is very scary. Okay, rook a2. I was worried that black might be able to hide the king to g2 and then eventually set up this rook a8, rook e2 mechanism. But white was in time to stop that. Yeah, now it should be a draw. Black just has to sit and wait. He can't really make progress.
Yeah. Looks like a peaceful result, but a really interesting construction. You don't see this too often, these weird pawns on g4 and f3.
Yes, very special one. Now, of course, with the rook on e3, everything is kind of stable. It feels like some Tetris position. No, look at this. This is
exactly.
This is not a chess position at all. Wow.
That's a fantastic comparison. Yeah, Tetris is right.
Yes.
Rook e5 is white playing for a win. I think Vahapsanal is playing for a win here, given black's clock.
Yes, but on the other hand, black can just move back and forth, and the rook on g8 is the piece that is falling. Yeah, in Tetris. Yeah, coming closer to action. Yeah, wow. Okay, king d1. All this happened. Yeah, white is trying to advance. White is going, but be careful. If you play for a win, black still has this counterplay. Be careful.
Exactly. Play with fire. You get burned.
Yes. Also, rook h8 check, rook h2 is a possibility. Of course, white is still in time to draw, but I don't think that it's really hoping to win this.
Just looking through the results as we wait for more developments. Okay, wait. Moves are being played.
King g5, rook d4. Protecting the pawn, not giving it up. So is it because, in fact, yeah, rook d2, king takes g4, rook takes f2 would have run into rook e3, eliminating the pawn on f3 and winning the game. So easy to lose the game. You have to keep focus, and this is the nerve-wracking moment. Players have 10 seconds increment, so you cannot blindly just play quickly. You have to play quality moves. You have to calculate. At the same time, you have to play incredibly fast. Okay, it looks like black was clever enough. This rook d4 was a key move.
I think white is out of ideas. The rook just remains on the fourth rank. Black just goes king d2, king d1. And white has to keep the rook on the e-file. Both sides are cut off. Neither side can make progress. And I just wanted to point out how brutal this tournament is. You probably know, maybe you've even played with Giovanni Vescovi.
Yes,
the
of
Brazilian
course.
number one. He is 0 out of 3, recently making a comeback to chess. He has a very successful career, I think, as a lawyer.
Yes.
Giovanni was Brazil number 1 over 2,600. He's got 0 out of 3, losing to 3 IMs. Just shows you how brutal these younger players are. They are hungry to score upsets. And somebody's going to be unfortunate enough to get Giovanni in round 4. A 2,600 GM.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he doesn't have so much experience, lately. And now in modern chess, the practical experience is so important. And we see all these Uzbek, Kazakh kids whose rating is still very low. People have not yet heard about them, but I believe they are playing hundreds of games daily or weekly. and they are so strong, and they are so much into this fighting kind of spirit which is required.
And let me shock you with another result. Alexander Predke, 0 of 3.
Wow. Okay, that's a total shocker.
Yeah, very off form, and he's just tilting away game after game here. Fabiano Caruana, by the way, let's see how he played. He managed to win. He won his game.
Okay, good. By the way, maybe we already have all the games. We have results, or is something in progress?
Well, technically, I think this game is still going, but it appears that the result is not really in question. So I think we are going to wrap up this round. What a round it was. We've got blunders all around. Tons of incredible action. Magnus Carlsen secures his second victory of the tournament, although not without adventures. Peter, I mean, this is just crazy.
Absolutely crazy. And it's only the third round. On the other hand, I believe that once the players are settling in, they are finding their rhythm, they are calming down. Yeah, because there is so much pressure on everyone to try to do good, to try to get a good start. I think the players will settle in. Tomorrow they will be already in much better shape, in my view. Also, the jet lag issue will slowly get sorted out. But the action will continue, and one thing is guaranteed: we're going to see one drama after another.
Indeed. And before we go on our well-deserved break, a quick look at the standings. First in the women's section, a group of 5 with 3 out of 3. They include Nurgül Salimova and Jujiner, who did, in fact, win her game in very convincing fashion after that great opening preparation with the Bishop E3 Najdorf. And they are followed by an even bigger group with 2.5. Look at how many players have 2.5 out of 3. There will be a complete bloodbath, a logjam at the top as we enter the home stretch of day 1. Vaishali's there as well. Peter, just impossible to make any predictions in either section just because of the amount of players who've got 2.5 out of 3, 3 out of 3.
Yeah, I think that there is no need for prediction. One simply has to enjoy the event. And basically any kind of speculation is only required in the last 1-2 rounds, because I'm pretty sure that the situation will be the same, that there will be tons of players fighting for the podium.
And in the open section, we've got a similar scenario, a group of 12 with 3 out of 3. Players that we haven't even talked about, like Maxim Chagayev, Alexander Shimanov. That just speaks to the amount of players who have demonstrated fantastic form. SL Narayanan defeated Abdusatorov. Big group with 3 out of 3. They will all play each other. And players like Levon, MVL, Daniel Dubov, Vidit, the group of players with 2.5 are not going anywhere. Man, are we set up for an incredible final 2 rounds of day 1. Folks, we are going to take another break. Round 4 of the 2023 FIDE Rapid World Championship is coming right up in just a couple of minutes.
That little girl is 8 and she's the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
On a school day I would probably take an hour in the morning for chess, and then I would come back from school at around 4, and then I think I would do chess again up till like 8, 9 stuff, and then I would go to bed.
Typical day for me. Get up, have breakfast, go out, stagger out with my broken leg to the paper shop to get the papers, meet up with people for lunch or dinner, and in the evening I often play bridge matches. Well, my father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
one of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces, so then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become women's world champion as well.
Chess Kid is going live and in person at the Chess Kid National Festival. Bring the whole family. Meet your favorite chess masters. Solve puzzles. Play K8 tournaments. Compete for the Chess Kid Festival Championship title, and so much more. This festival is surely one for the books. From February 16th to the 19th, 2024 in Charlotte, North Carolina. Book your seats now before they're gone.
the heart of Central Asia lies the ancient city of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Landmarked along the Silk Road, the spirit of the past still echoes through its ancient buildings and monuments. But today, modern-day warriors from all corners of the globe descend on this historical place, each vying for 4 of the most coveted titles in chess.
And a handshake. Magnus Carlsen gets the double.
Before the calendars turn, the year closes out with 6 days of intense battles.
He flagged.
Brilliant strategies and unparalleled excitement.
He's blundered. Magnus has made a new queen, and now it's a huge turnaround.
Will the experienced prevail, or will a rising star defy expectations? Let the games begin. This is the 2023 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it starts now.
Registration is now open for the Collegiate Chess League Spring 2024 season. Represent your school in the Premier University League for Team Chess. Compete against top talent like GM Zawunder Liang, Benjamin Bach, and Grisha Aparan, and stake your claim for the $25,000 prize fund. Use !CCL, !CCL in chat to learn how to register, or go to go.chess.com/CCL2024_registration. Easier though, !CCL in the chat. Represent your university. Do not miss out on the spring season of the 2024 Collegiate Chess League. Well, we hope you haven't been missing out on the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship. GM Peter Lecko, GM Daniel Naroditsky, chopping it up for you as we go into this all-important round 4, Peter. Things are only beginning to heat up.
Exactly. We already have seen kind of some nice pairings there. Max Todlu against Magnus Carlsen. That's a real heavyweight clash, but let's not forget about the players with 3 out of 3. There is Richard Rapport taking on Maxim Matlakov, and many other pairings. We are waiting for the system, waiting for the games to be uploaded, and probably there could be lift-off any minute.
Indeed. Magnus Carlsen, the number 1, he's got 2.5 out of 3 after being held to a draw in the first round by Nikita Petrov. He has bounced back with 2 victories. They weren't necessarily smooth. He was in some trouble against Tigran Petrosian, but that's what makes Magnus. Pretty incredible show all around on all of the boards. So many upsets. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the hometown hero, he goes down in the previous round. But Peter, very important to emphasize, this is a 13-round event. 1 loss is not necessarily going to kill all of your chances to win. There have been many, many cases where a player gets off to a bad start on day 1 and then bounces back. Magnus Carlsen has done that more than once.
Yes, exactly. I think losing a game is not the issue. The big question is how quickly you are able to forget and get over it. Yeah, that's, I think, one of the biggest art in this tournament, because in such a field, to go undefeated, it's kind of, I think, way too naive to believe that you can be undefeated here. Or if you do it, fantastic, well done, but you have to be ready to bounce back after a loss. And if you are able to do that, then you get again a energy boost. Yeah, we are talking about that you need incredible stamina to play these 4-5 games per day, and that in consecutive days. And whenever you bounce back, you get extra energy. Then you feel like, yes, I'm ready, I can fight on, I can carry on.
Well, the players will have to fight because they've got some serious opposition to fight against. Parham Maksudlu, he faces none other than MC with the white pieces, Rapport Matlakov. Shimanov, who's got 3 out of 3 against Yu Yengi. Nihal Sarn, I've got my eyes on him. He's got a pretty good pairing. He faces black against Timur Gareev, Aragaisi versus Chugayev, and Narayanan versus David Anton rounds off page 1 of the pairings. So many games to look at, Peter. And players that we haven't even talked about have 3 out of 3. Ivan Sheparinov, he has a tough pairing against Bharat Subramanian, the Indian prodigy who is tearing apart one GM after another.
Yes, be careful there. You cannot underestimate. Probably at the early stages, players might have underestimated Bharat, because who haven't been following his recent successes might think like, okay, that's a nice pairing. No. By now, Reddy Chapalinov knows that it's not a nice pairing at all. This, of course, can help him also because he takes the game extremely seriously, and probably stability is the primary target. Probably before, players were trying to win against Barrett at all cost, and it heavily backfired.
Indeed. And I think that was one of the keys to Nodirbek's victory 2 years ago. Players were perhaps not taking him quite as seriously. He was an upstart, not as experienced, and he delivered game after game. You press too hard against these young players, they will fight back. They will punish you. Let's see what approach Barra's opponent takes in this game. MVL versus Andrejk, and another really interesting matchup. Conrad Holt defeating Shakir Mamedyarov. He's got 2.5 out of 3. We definitely have no shortage of games, Peter, to keep an eye on.
Absolutely, and I'm also delighted to share the news that the games are uploaded, so we are ready for liftoff. And yes, we talked about the pairings, but there are, if we keep on going lower, there is, for example, Maxim Vasilograf against Dmitry Andreykin. Dmitry is also one of the very best players in the world. He hasn't been very active recently, and that's why we are also keeping a special eye on him. There we have the live feed, David Anton Guijaro there with the black pieces.
Mm-hmm. And
facing Sunil Dutt. Who is he?
Yes, I think that's SL Narayanan.
Yes, because somehow we never get a direct face-to-face point of view, and then it's tricky to point out. Yeah, here we know Shimanov against UNG. That was obvious. We see Nihal Sarin chatting there. Who is that? Is it Prague? It could easily be Prague.
Yeah, we never get that straight on angle. I think Van Forest, or maybe that was Vincent Keimer. So many GMs. Arjun.
Yes, it's Arjun.
Maksudlu, the unmistakable checkered shirt, pushing up his chair. And while his opponent needs no introduction. Peter, very quickly before the games begin, how many World Rapid and Blitzes have you played?
Well, I haven't played too many. I played 3 consecutive, 2015, 16, 17, and then from 2018 I started to commentate. And to be honest, the tournament is so much fun to commentate. You have tons of action, millions of action in every single round. I'm just loving it. I'm enjoying it. And I know how stressful it is to play. So I'm happy to be taking a backseat and enjoying the show.
Absolutely. Same here. We get to sit in the comfort of our own rooms watching the stress from a distance, a big distance. This tournament held in the historic city of Samarkand in Uzbekistan, which itself as a country has become a chess powerhouse, producing one talent after another. Abdusatorov, Yakuboyev, Sindarov, all of those are having a good tournament, although Abdusatorov facing a setback, losing the previous game, and we will keep an eye on his chances of a comeback. Okay, seatbelts fastened.
And personally, for this round, I'm very much looking forward to Parham Maksutoglu against Magnus Carlsen. First of all, Parham has the white pieces, and let's not forget that the very last round last year, which featured Magnus Carlsen versus Parham Maksutoglu, and Magnus went on to win a crushing Rouser Sicilian, taking the title. And I'm pretty sure that Parham, knowing how fighting he is, he hasn't forgotten that, and he's burning for revenge.
Absolutely. Parham is one of the most uncompromising players at the top. He's had such a burst recently. He also got married this past year, so a hearty congratulations to Parham and his wife. He's got the support of his family. He's got the confidence, and if someone is to knock Magnus Carlsen out, Parham Maksutoglu might be the guy. I'm really curious to see what opening we're going to get. Parham can do absolutely anything. C4, D4, E4. The guy plays it all.
Yes. Recently, I think he has been more into 1D4. I do remember, and he had an incredible streak, starting with the Asian Team Championship, where he led Iran to win the Asian Championship. That was fantastic. Then he played a fantastic Qatar Masters, and his rating climbed. He was now fighting for the candidates spot by rating. Unfortunately for him, the event in Chennai didn't go his way, but also there he was playing some incredible games. Very interesting player.
Yeah, Maksutoglu is one of those guys. He can have a terrible tournament. He can have an incredible tournament. Either way, you know you're getting some amazing, uncompromising chess. And you called it, Peter. D4, knight f6 is on the board. And will we see a Nimzo Indian? No.
Yes, and I think the reason why no, because Magnus Carlsen is sitting on the black side, and knight f6 is somehow showing respect. Yeah, going for the 4 knights, and Magnus goes bishop e7. He goes for the classical queen's gambit. He doesn't want to experience again this Medan structure there like he did against Hismatulin.
Indeed, c6 was his choice in round 2 against Dennis. He won that game improbably, but no thanks to the opening. Not the outcome that he wanted. And Parham has to choose now between several different options. Bishop f4 and bishop g5 are the two main ones. Of course, g3 is kind of a souped-up Catalan, also possible. But my guess is that we're going to see bishop f4.
Yes, bishop e7. Now the system is on. At the same time, I have lost all the other games. I hope that they will come back. It's some crazy, but at least we have something to focus on. Yeah, they are back. Okay. Excellent. I almost got a heart attack that I opened this game and everything else disappeared.
Boom.
Yes, bishop f4 on the board, castles, and this is the fashionable line. After e3, now black is back to c5. There was a moment when black actually almost exclusively, after bishop f4 castles, played the move knight b7, which was featured in so many high-level games, candidates tournaments, candidates matches, and so on. But now, after Fabiano has, and Hikaru Nakamura, because the point is that in one of the critical lines, there is rook d8, which Fabiano shocked the world with, and Hikaru's favorite rook e8, bringing back new life. And do we see it? Yes, on the board. Okay, I'm very happy to see that.
Amazing. We're going to get a theoretical battle here. White's got a choice, as far as I know. Queen c2 and a3, the two most popular moves. Parham.
This is bishop c5. What did Parham do? He played a3, right? And knight c6.
Yes, a3, knight c6 on the board. And again, a choice here, but queen c2 almost exclusively played in recent games.
Yes, queen c2, and then black can play queen a5, and that's how all these sharp lines are happening or not happening, depending on in which mood white is.
So long castle
Magnus,
there is a move.
Yes, but also Parham has not yet played the move queen c2, so he still has the solid choice as well. What did he play? He did some. Yeah, he played queen c2, of course. Parham is not going for. He wants the maximum. Okay.
Rook e8. Carlsen's response.
Wow. Okay, and there you have it. Rook e8 on the board.
First played in 1898. Showalter versus David Janowski. Janowski, one of the best players of the early 20th century. That game went bishop g5, which is still considered one of the most fashionable moves.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so basically black is showing his clear intentions that he wants to go e6, e5, followed by d5, d4. Let's just highlight that white still has the king on e1 in the center. Yeah, bishop g5. It's kind of a nice little move, but I also believe that rook e8 is not so fashionable, right? Can you check it out if there had been any recent games or?
Yeah, I'm looking here. You're right. Queen a5 was more fashionable. Some 2023 games, nobody too strong. And in 2014, Anand versus Carlsen World Championship match, rook e8, bishop g5 was played.
Okay.
And according to the notes by GM Yevgeny Posny, he believes that long castles or b4 is the more testing response.
Wow. Okay, but in order to play the testing moves, you have to be very well prepared. So it's very interesting. And look at this. Magnus, we have seen him in the first couple of rounds taking his time, being unsure which kind of opening or which move, which line he should choose. And there you see, he is suddenly getting the rhythm. He's facing some top player. He already has a clear game plan. Very interesting to see this. And rook d1 e5 on the board. Okay, but is Parham actually mixing things up? That he's trying to react the way like you react against the Hikaru variation, but this is a different rook e8.
Yeah, this is still a pretty common position. First played by Frank Marshall, same guy who patented the Marshall attack. Bishop g5, d4 is almost exclusively played. Knight d5. And Posny does give this in his notes and says the position is unclear. Knight d5, bishop e7, trade on f6, and bishop d3 apparently is the topical continuation.
Yes, it's basically understandable. White has given up the pair of bishops, but he has a monster knight on d5, which compensates. It feels like a double-edged strategical position. What are we witnessing?
And if I may quickly show how that Thomas versus Marshall game continued, it was a really cute tactic. Instead of bishop takes f6, Thomas, one of the top British players of the time, knight takes e7 check. Queen takes e7, bishop e2. Let's keep the two bishops. Let's chill. No, d3, and black wins. What a tactic.
Yeah, be careful. No matter how you capture, you get forked with e5, e4.
Yeah, and then she takes f6. Maybe we should also show. Actually, no. Even better is to play ed after bishop f6.
Yes, we can just take and we continue chopping off some wood. And after e5, did Parham slow down or did he make a move?
Still thinking, I believe.
Yes, I think that he's kind of realizing, yeah, bishop g5, d4, knight d5, bishop e7 on the board, and he takes on f6. Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, bishop f6, and bishop d3 as well played. Correct. And g6. Yeah.
G6.
Black makes sure that he controls the light squares, and also he gives the retreating square g7 for his bishop.
Still 11 games in the database. 1982. This was first played. And Barishpalitz 2600 GM. He played h3, kind of a slow move. I also see knight takes f6 check and castles kingside. So just a very complex kind of nondescript middle game, but probably dynamically equal.
Yes, however, these are the easiest things to call. Yeah, it's dynamic equal. It's not our position. It's not our responsibility.
Exactly.
The players are good, so we assume that they will play a perfect game. But yes, the players have to make up their mind and look at this. Parham decides on giving up his knight for his bishop. So clearly he was having respect for bishop g7 and goes for bishop e4. He activates the bishop like this.
Okay, so bishop e4 is, well, if Magnus plays bishop g4 and then white castles, we transpose back into sort of the most popular continuation.
Oh, wow. Okay, so basically this is kind of some standard stuff. Yeah, standard in a sense that it already happened in some games.
But not bishop e4 immediately. Everybody was castling. Is there a specific reason why? Can black essentially exploit the fact that white is delaying castling?
Well, hard to really imagine. Okay, the question is what black wants. Does black simply wants to equalize, or is he hoping to get a double H position and then he does not mind if it's not clear at all? Because there is also some kind of idea maybe to play bishop f5 if you want some clarity, yeah, just to make sure that this bishop is eliminated. And I don't really mind creating a double pawns with bishop f5, gf5, because I feel like this queen on f6, knight c6, rook e8, followed by rook a d8 combo is way too active to compensate for the damaged pawn structure.
Very interesting move. And Magnus almost certainly is thinking about this. He knows bishop g4, probably a transposition to the main line, unless Parham wants to play h3 in response.
Yeah, but h3 would be very dangerous. Then, bishop f3, then some e4 and bishop takes e4, d takes e3. Yeah. Eventually some queen h4 check hitting the bishop or knight d4. That looks too scary.
Yeah, agree completely. Okay.
Just to highlight, because maybe I was too quick, that okay, takes, e4, it would be thematic to open things up, bishop takes e4, d takes e3, and now the problem is that f takes e3 runs into queen h4 check, winning the bishop, and if black would say, all right, but let me just castle, then black plays knight d4, hits the queen, the rook hits the bishop, and e2 is threatening to fold the rooks, it's game over.
Exactly. Yeah, I think bishop g4 castles is very likely. And I'm seeing that there's this nasty idea where black drops the queen back and prepares an early quick f7, f5. And I'm liking what Magnus is doing here.
Yeah, now he's taking his time absolutely correctly. There is no need to rush. But okay, bishop g4, yeah, I will just castle, I will not panic. Make sure that everything is under control. And whenever you play queen e7, f5, I still have bishop d5 check. I also might be able to clarify the situation later on with the timely bishop takes e6, e takes e4, given the chance. But I understand it's very, very sharp and very critical.
And it seems to me like black is kind of having all the fun after queen e7, because bishop c6, bc, there's always going to be bishop takes f3 related problems. And bishop f5, you called it. Magnus trying to improve and punish Parham for not castling. Okay. Now d3 is a big problem.
Yeah, so takes, d3 with the same idea like before, yeah, that the pawn is taboo due to the e5, e4 fork. The reason why I called bishop f5, that it's so tempting. Yeah, you understand that you certainly have everything under control. You might even have the chance of pushing. White is facing now a very tough decision, because if you capture on d4, then black has this typical idea of going e5, e4, kicking that knight, and then the d4 pawn is falling. And otherwise, if white castles, then there is d3.
But if I may play devil's advocate, what if you castle, allow d3, and then play queen c3?
Yes,
I'm trying
exactly.
to make this position.
Yes, but I also wanted to highlight it, but maybe if I protect the queen, you are still unable to capture on d3. But how do I do that?
Queen
rook e6?
g6?
Yeah, well, I did not want to step into some knight h4. It might not be important. So that's why I thought like maybe rook e6, if it's possible, it would be a kind of smart move, making sure that you are unable to move your knight.
Yeah, and rook takes d3, still there is e4.
Yeah, comp doesn't like it, but humanly such moves are always interesting.
Very unpleasant for white, because once black secures that pawn with e4, you could just end up being lost. I mean, with a pawn like that on t3, kind of a bone in your throat. Not what Parham had in mind.
Yeah, so and this is Magnus Carlsen. This is he has such an incredible knowledge. Yeah, he suddenly pulled out this rook e8 move out of nowhere, and suddenly we see that how much impact it has on the game, and it has completely disbalanced Parham.
Indeed it has. Magnus building up that time advantage, threatening d3, very much in the driver's seat, gaining confidence with every game, and Parham has some problems to solve.
Maybe a good chance to have a look at other games.
Indeed.
Because this rapport against Matlakov. Okay, let's try to catch up. Bishop takes h6 on the board.
Oh my gosh, Richard in his element.
Oof, and look at this. He has sacrificed it, but black even could not recapture. Okay, what is it? If after bishop takes h6, you play knight e7, this is like you agree that you lost the game.
Yeah.
Let's just try to understand that after g takes h6, what was the mating? Knight f6 check and queen e4. Very simple, but very effective.
King g7.
Yes, queen e4.
Here, maybe knight e5.
Knight takes e5. Yes, okay, I just want to highlight that, yes, I wanted to deal you a checkmate, but then you have this lovely trick with knight takes e5.
Okay, but there's another mating construction. Instead of queen e4, I could move the knight from f3. Maybe even knight d4.
But then
D2?
and if queen takes e5, you have queen g4 check, yeah. And okay, so where are you moving?
So let's say knight d4.
Knight
Knight
d4.
takes-
So rook takes d4. C takes d4.
Yeah.
Basically, the idea is that queen g4 check is coming. Now the point is that if I take with queen on e5, then you deliver probably the check on g4. And after king takes f6, you take on e5. And after knight takes e5, you have queen f4 check, deciding the game. Everything falls apart. All right. So basically, yeah, that was kind of the brilliant point that this queen g4 check is coming. All right. Black had knight takes e5. Maybe it's the best move, but it's a very bad position. Okay. So he played knight e7, but then it's capitulation. This is
And so yeah.
Yes?
It turns out that Matlakov's 17th move was a blunder. That's kind of the origin of this disaster. The f6 square is currently controlled by the d7 knight. Matlakov plays very positionally. Let's get the knight to d5. Just forgets about this. It's actually an overloading tactic. The g7 pawn is overloaded. And bishop takes h6. Bam!
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of insane, yeah, that after knight f6 check, yeah, if we play king h8, getting out of queen g4s, then queen e4 followed by queen h7 is checkmate. And otherwise, after king g7, we are stepping into this queen g4 check idea. But still, black should have tried something like this because, okay, if you get checkmated or you lose, you lose. But if you don't take the piece, you're going to lose anyway. It's pawn done and a free attack, isn't it?
Exactly. No, this is just tantamount to capitulation, it seems. Matlakov trying to stir things up, hitting d3, but man, this smells d4, simply.
Yes, because let's not forget, white simply has h5, h6 idea, which wins the game automatically. Then white will get access to the f6 square, and look at that knight on g4, ready to jump into f6.
And
It's
oh
game
my
over.
gosh, speaking of winning the game automatically, I think we have to briefly go back to Carlsen's position. Parham is completely losing control. He's already lost control of this game. I mean, look at what's going on here. He took.
Wow, knight takes d4, queen c3. Ooh, with
That
queen
move.
c3, he stepped into it, that after rook a8, he cannot castle because of the fork. Oh my god, and then the king is stuck in the center.
Oh my gosh. This is potentially a massacre. I mean, can you prepare? Oh, and you can't even play rook d2, because even then, if you castle, black will play knight takes f3 and queen g5, forking the king and the rook. So you can't even
just to
prepare it.
highlight. Even with rook on d2 castles, yeah, if white would have extra move, then what Danya is highlighting, knight takes f3 check, and if queen takes f3, then clear the black rook captures the rook on d2, and g takes f3 runs into queen g5 check, and picking up the rook on d2 because of the double attack. It's crazy. I think that Parham is completely demoralized after knight takes d4. Good or bad, probably he should have traded and then play this position with king f1. Of course, it's ugly, it's bad, but this is even worse.
Yeah, good night. Rook a d8. You're paralyzed. There's no moves. There's no time. Rook d... I can't name a move.
No, I think it's enough to look at it. That's why I'm also highlighting all the trumps of black's position. It's just devastating. The only remedy for white would be if that king could jump to h1 and get out of all the danger zones. But this is illegal. It's impossible. The rules do not permit it. And in that case, how does white at all try to hang in there?
Queen e3. There's a fork on c2. King f1. Pathetic move. What is the killer against king f1? No, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the position is just so hopelessly lost because black is not risking anything. Yeah, he has just included all his pieces into the game, into the attack. Everything stands perfectly, and all the tactics, all the development, yeah, rook d2 played, are coming naturally. Yeah, it's not like black is trying to force something. Everything comes to him.
But still, a killer blow has to be found. I almost want to play b5 here and open up a second front, just because black is in no hurry. But maybe there is a killer. Maybe there's a knockout blow here.
But okay, it was you who highlighted that white actually still does not have a next move, yeah? So this also gives us some more confidence.
True. Yeah, b5 I think is a very risk-free move, and it's very Magnus style. You just continue adding pressure, inducing weaknesses.
Okay, I will have to close with c5, I guess.
Uh-huh. And then can I blast open the queen side? a5?
Wow. And then threaten with b4. Okay, I don't know if it's a threat. I'm anyway threatened already. Yeah, please don't kick me from all angles.
Magnus doing exactly that. I think queen g6 is on the board.
Yeah, that's very natural, very nice little move. Because queen g6, highlighting that there is some more weakness in the position. The pawn on g2. White is still unable to castle. Yeah, let's just highlight castles. Knight takes f3. Thank you very much. Queen takes f3, rook d2. Wins the rook and the game. And white is in a lot of pain.
Yeah. Indeed. Okay, looks like Magnus has this essentially in the bag.
Yeah. And I'm just, completely shocked that we talked about that Parham. What an incredible player. He has fantastic run. And then Magnus comes with the black pieces, plays a classical Queen's Gambit, which the main idea is to be solid and everything. And then after move 20, suddenly black is already having an overwhelming position. Sensational stuff.
King f1, f4, another accurate move opening up the avenue. Queen's going to go right down Main Street and deliver the killer on b1. No, I can't even look at this. This is sad. This is
very sad. And the problem is that my first thought was, can I somehow try to block takes, and then queen d3? No, my friend, after knight takes d4, black delivers a queen b1 check, which ends the game on the spot. Queen b1, and king e2 runs into e takes d4, check, and it's a devastating check. It wins the whole house.
Yeah, 91. Jeez. This is a sad product.
It's played, yeah, 91.
Yeah, it's played.
Then let me put it there. Oops. Yeah.
Yeah,
and the
Magnus very much enjoying himself.
Previous couple of games were still a bit shaky from Magnus. Yeah, and now he has completely settled in. I think that that game against Dennis Hismatulin, that was kind of a turning point. Then yes, he had a scare there against Tigran in the opening, but very quickly it turned into his favor. So he did not really have to suffer the consequences of his choice.
Indeed.
And now he gets this fantastic position.
Yeah, what a game this is going to be. Just a couple moves away from scoring a third victory after being held to the first round draw. Couple of updates. I'll draw very likely in Narayanan versus Dividendson. It's just a colorless rook end game. We've got more interesting games on the top boards, including, well, there's Aragaisi versus Chigayev. Looks like a very promising King's Indian. Kind of similar to that MVL's first round game.
Yes, but compared to that one, this is kind of a dream scenario for black, but even this one looks bad. Yeah, that's basically tells it all how bad it was in the first game.
Exactly. Yeah, this looks fantastic for white. You're controlling the e4 square.
Yeah, white can also go for even some queen trade and eventually landing that knight on e4 that makes sure that black's knight will not be able to activate itself. Besides, the g file is also there. Yeah, too many problems.
Yeah, too many problems, too many squares. Looks like Arjun is in control of this game.
I want to check out on Bharat Subramanian because we have he's 3 out of 3, but we haven't seen what kind of chess he's playing to cause all these upsets. And look at this. This is some incredible deep concept, yeah? White has sacrificed the pawn, but he has this incredibly powerful bishop on d4. Black's pawn structure is damaged, and White's rooks are very active. Okay. Black might be able to hold. It's ugly, but probably it's holdable.
And Capablanca would be proud of a position like this. A great illustration that you can't just count the pawns and say, oh, black's up a pawn, black's playing for a win. Nope. You got to look at the pawn structure. You got to look at the relative activity of the pieces. It's very clear that white is calling all of the shots. And Kepa has a pretty long defensive task ahead of him. But I think he should, I agree. I think with a slight time advantage, he should be able to hold this one.
Yes, and okay, one big heavyweight clash I highlighted that I'm very much interested about is Maxim Vasilograf against Dmitry Andreikin. A heavyweight clash. The computer indicates that the last move, Queen C4, was unfortunate. Queen C7 to C4. Okay, Black clearly wants some B5, B4 counterplay. That's why he has played the move Queen C4.
But maybe white strikes first. I mean, H5 comes to mind, threatening the very nasty H6. And if black plays H6, then you just G5. I mean, close your eyes and use those pawns as a battering ram. Yeah, exactly. H6 takes.
Yeah, then it's checkmate.
Exactly. You just got to find it.
I don't know exactly with which move, but...
yeah, maybe rook H1. I mean, maybe just... simple. Oh! Can I show up? No, it doesn't work.
Okay, I mean, after rook h1, king g7, some rook takes... Okay, this is clearly checkmate. I was just worried that somewhere some knight c3 tactic hitting the e4 bishop would be possible, but no, it's not possible. It's looking very good for white.
Yeah, g5 was Maxim's choice. So he pushes the other pawn.
Also good, he clearly wants to continue, but b5, ignoring everything.
Yup. Boy, does this smell on the king side. I'm already looking at sacks, but is Maxim going to play h5?
Maybe, because after all, black has quite a healthy position, yeah? So I don't feel that you have the right to sacrifice. It's more like you have everything under control and you have a free attack. I feel like that this is the problem for black. But that's why Dmitry is trying to get b5, b4 in. Then white will also have something to think about.
The issue is that even after black plays b4 and b takes a3, there is still maybe knight c3. No, there's still no threat, but Maxim playing very prophylactically c3, just trying to prevent b4 entirely before launching his own attack on the other side. Very positional.
Yes, and it makes a lot of sense because once he has played the move g5, it's clear that he believes that he will have simply time to go h5 and eventually break something open. But for the moment, h5, g6 will lead to some f take g6 hitting the queen on f3 with a tempo. And that's why he did not want to go into any kind of crazy race. It's not needed. He has everything what he needs.
Exactly. And other interesting games, I see that Timur Gareev is actually close to winning against Nihal Sarin.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty insane.
Well, Timur is a very dangerous player. Yeah, it's. I believe that you highlighted that it's kind of a nice pairing for Nihal in a sense that we know that Timur is a very aggressive player. Yeah, so it does not matter that you are white or black. You know that you will always have some chances because it will be a crazy game. But a crazy game means that Timur is very much in his element and can just crush you.
And that's exactly what's happening. Nihal, he had to stop a pawn avalanche earlier in the game. He sacrificed an exchange in order to do that, but he doesn't have enough compensation. He's got a pawn, but he's got this very troublesome long-term weakness on d5. White could potentially plant a rook on e5, and white's king is a little bit weak, but black just doesn't have sufficient firepower to produce any serious counterplay. I mean, maybe takes knight b3, but rook a2, exactly, stopping knight d2, and white's pieces coordinate beautifully.
And then actually the knight on b6 is completely out of the game. I just wanted to highlight it clearly will not happen. Black will try to keep the bishop on the board, but if the bishop goes the other way, then white will also have this bishop d6, bishop e5 idea. That's another headache.
Big problems for Nihal.
Yeah. I don't see a good move. I can't really suggest any good move.
By the way, a draw in Barath Subramanian versus Cheparinov. Ivan holding comfortably.
Okay, and here we see bishop h4 met by rook a2, because bishop h4 was clearly intending to stop rook a1. Timur says, all right, I'm exchange up, and I have another route, rook a2, rook e2. If the rook lands on e5, it will be over, so black might have to retreat the knight to c6. Then he doesn't have any counterplay, he just has to wait and hope for I even don't know what, because I don't really believe that you can hope to solve the problems. Okay, he stopped bishop d6. Okay, this at least gives some chances to set up a fortress-ish. It's not a fortress. White is clearly technically winning, but at least black avoided bishop d6, bishop e5 idea.
Although, having played Nihal so many times, he is an incredibly, wildly resilient player, and he's very, very good at creating problems in the opposing side's time pressure. Gareev down to 2.5 minutes, trying to find a way to make the most of his rooks and maybe get the queens off the board.
Yeah, I think king h1, rook g1, queen g4 would be also kind of a very natural idea. And king h1 on the board, or did he play h3? Because h3, queen g4 would be the other possibility.
Yeah, we're about to find out. He did something on the king side. I think he played king h1. I think I see a piece on h1.
But I also see something on h3, or it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, h3.
Both.
Yeah, h3 played.
And then played king h1, so we're both
and
right.
King h1, yes. Exactly, we both got fooled, yeah, because both moves are on the board. Yes. Yeah, wow. And by the way, I own one more explanation, because after bishop h4, if white would have tried to activate his bishop immediately with bishop d6, that would have been a horrible blunder because of queen g6 check, and then the bishop is lost. That's why it was a big trap by Nihal. Of course, Gareev was not falling for it. Everything under control. He might even just double now on the g file and go after the g7 pawn. Clearly, black will fall back with the bishop to f6, trying to hang in there.
Yeah, black is going to kind of turtle up, try to hold all the weak dark squares, but this should be a matter of technique. By the way, some crazy developments in Report Matlikov. Looks like Maxime is back in the game.
Wow, is this the current? Yeah, probably this is the current position. Things are out of control. First of all, I'm not liking the fact that white's queen was lured to b2. So far away from black's king. And the queen d3, knight c3 combo is creating counterplay.
Exactly. Queen takes b4, there's knight e2 check. Big problem. And if you give black a tempo, the knight from e7 can move up to f5. Adding some Tabasco sauce. Richard, bishop f1. Instantly met with queen to g6, dropping the queen all the way back to the king side. Okay.
Still keeping an eye on knight f5. Yeah, this is not everybody's game. Things are completely out of control. In fact, let's forget about the evil bar saying that white is a little bit better. This is now a very sharp encounter.
Incredible resilience by Maxime. But of course, all of the fight is still ahead. Can we take this pawn on b4?
That's the big question, because now knight e2 check is not anymore an issue. But that gives black also some chances of jumping with the knight to d5.
Yeah.
Do I want to do that? Okay, I think it's logical.
Yeah, queen to b somewhere. Queen to b3, for example.
Yes.
But now knight takes e3.
Yeah, there are all kinds of these captures. I'm still not sure which capture do I want to do. So what you have in mind exactly?
Well, I was thinking knight takes e3, and then rook takes c3 probably.
Yeah, because rook is still 92 check. Yeah, it's the trick again with the same tactic. Yeah, so rook takes c3 is what we are thinking about.
And maybe simple chess, like, I don't know. There's even rook takes c3 and knight takes f1. I mean, material is equal. Black could just trade everything and try to eliminate the knight on f6 and say, yeah, I'm fine.
Exactly. Yeah, there is nothing to worry about. So that's the reason why Richie is actually not yet capturing the pawn immediately. Is looking for, can I keep my initiative alive? Because somehow queen takes b4, knight e5 feels very drawish. It just feels that black will eliminate. But maybe already white has to kind of settle into it. Yeah, it's on the board. It's played.
Indeed. Okay, we're going to see a lot of trades here. By the way, another draw in Shimanov versus Yu Yangyi. Alexander Shimanov holding a slightly worse position.
Wow. And you remember I was arguing that maybe Matlakov should have taken the piece, agreed to the attack, and if it loses, because otherwise he loses automatically. No. In fact, he has proven that his decision was correct. He felt like, yes, it looks bad, but he has some counterplay. And suddenly it's everything to play for.
Indeed. Holds on with his teeth, somehow activates his minor pieces. And now the ball very much in Richard Report's court. He's got a minute and a half. Where will he retreat the queen? Queen b3, queen b2, lots of options. He played. Think something's on the board.
What did he play?
Queen a5.
Queen a5. Queen a5. Going pawn hunting. No. I'm not liking this. No. Bishop b4. Black sacrifices the pawn. Black gets so much activity. Look at the dark squares and this knight on c3, knight d5, bishop b4 combo. The rooks are very active. The queen on g6 is also doing good job. I don't know. It feels to me like Richie is going too far.
Entirely possible. He's just trying to create chaos on the board. Our producer, incredibly hardworking producer, Bick, tells us that Fabiano Caruana versus Aryan Tari is also incredibly chaotic. But
wow. Should we move or should we stay here? Because I think that we should wait for the next couple of moves here.
Yes, this is the more pivotal game for the tournament standings. I think we should pay that off. And Richard zigzagging his way out of the trap.
Yeah, and the players are low on time. Maxim is burning all his time. He will fall under 1 minute. And this is, I think this is what Richard is banking on, yeah, that there is still this time pressure. However, black is so solid. Let's see how it progresses.
Okay, moves being played. Looks like trying to figure out what happened there. There's no longer a knight on c3.
Oh, I was expecting knight takes f6, ef, knight d5. Looked like a very natural development. Yes, it was played. Yeah, knight takes f6, ef, knight d5. It's the professional way, because it seems to me like black has draw in the pocket, and when you are getting into big time pressure, I think this is the primary aim. Yeah, that you understand that, okay, I have things under control, nothing can happen. By the way, white is facing some ugly situation, because if black is allowed to capture on e3 and rook takes e3 runs into bishop d2, then this is also some very bad news. White needs a good move here.
Exactly. The dark squares are really hurting white. There's knight takes e3. Report trading on d8. He played rook d1. And he's going to go queen b6, isn't he? A triple fork.
Wow, okay. So he played rook d1. Queen f6. Did he play rook d1?
He did.
Yes. Okay, good. Takes queen b6. Brilliant. Yeah, triple attack. But the simple queen takes f6 solves the issue with the rook, and queen takes c3 still runs into bishop d2. This means that white should take on b4.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. We have some breaking news. Magnus Carlsen has apparently blundered into a draw.
What? We have to jump right in there.
What on earth? Can you believe this? This is a draw.
This I can believe that it's a draw, but that we reach this position from that overwhelming situation, that's insane.
And he missed an incredible defensive resource. He was one move away from winning the game. And first, I guess we should wait for the game to conclude. But this is a easy fortress draw, I would imagine.
This is kind of tactical and it will go on forever. So I believe you can just very quickly show us the critical moment. What was missed?
Move 34. Black's move 34. Now, Magnus was overcomplicating it progressively. He had easier wins. But here he goes rook to c3. Okay. And here, knight c2. He thinks the game is over. That's it. The pawn is promoting. What does he miss? He misses knight d5. Suddenly, f6 is a weakness. The rook has to drop back to c6, but it's a vulnerable square. And the knight circles back to b4. Retreating knight moves are the hardest moves in chess to see. This forces either a knight trade, and then the e-pawn will be easily stopped by white's rooks, or Magnus plays knight takes a3, and Parham simply trades everything, allows the promotion, but at the end, the a7 pawn falls, and with it go most of Black's winning chances.
Yes, okay, it's still not over yet. Clearly, if white's knight would be on f4 or somewhere solid. Wow, f4, no, I'm not liking this. What is this f4 move? It might still be draw, but it gives Black this route with his king to enter. I hate this. I very much wanted to just go knight b4, knight dc, knight f4, and then you just sit. Besides, the h5 pawn was a big target. Yeah, now that you push the pawn f4, no, this f4 is a horrible blunder. It's
rook d1. Move. And how is Magnus going to get that king to white's side of the board? He goes rook d1. He's going to try to restrict the knight. And is he going to start going king e6, king d5, king e4?
Yes, because the point is that king e6 run into knight d4 check. That was the defensive resource. But yeah, rook d1 is super impressive, making sure that the knight is not able to end. Parham will lose this.
You think Parham will lose this?
Yes, he will lose this.
But what if
F4.
he...
F4 was a terrible, it will be a very costly mistake.
Let's see how the game progresses. We've got more moves. They'll be coming in momentarily.
Yes, and everything according to plans. Yeah, rook d1 played, king f3, king e6. Magnus getting that chance, he will use it.
Incredible. So instructive. Looks like Parham has this e5 square for his knight, but it will not prevent the black king from infiltrating via the light squares, king d5 and king e4. They're blitzing out the moves. Obviously, it's not the ideal camera angle, but looks like Magnus already has played king d5. There we go.
Yes.
Beautiful.
This is perfect, yeah. Yeah, Parham going knight f7, knight g5. He wants to make sure that the knight controls, but this should not hold. This should not hold. Slowly, step by step, if black king reaches e3, yeah, if somehow the king reaches e3, then there will be no defense against the g3, on the g3 pawn in the long run. The knight on g5 is out of the game, but how to get that?
Rook a7, maybe, I thought. He gives a check, and now rook a7, forcing the knight onto e5, then he will give the check on a3 and infiltrate with king e4. Knight g5 trying to stop the king from infiltrating, but
now the knight is trapped. Yeah, because actually with rook... okay, you can always go back with the king to f2 and then knight f3, but yeah, king...
Maybe...
Okay, how exactly?
Okay, king d4.
King d4.
In goes the king. Maybe a check on e6 can be considered.
Yeah, but okay, king d3 and then king d2, king e1. That's why this f5, f4 construction that white can never trade pawns, yeah? Normally, that's one of the key strategy that you keep the pawn on f3, and you always have g4 to get rid of pawns if necessary. Now, in this construction, you can never do that.
Exactly.
We hardly see Magnus on the camera, but it's enough from his hand movement, body movement, to feel that he senses that, yeah, this should be winning. And look at the body language and the hand movement are very firm.
And what relief he must feel. King d3, inching forward, but Parham refusing to die. Knight e6 obviously cannot miss a fork. And he's trying to go through d2 and d1, I think.
Yes. But, okay, this knight on g5 and the knight is still jumping. It's also very irritating that it looks like it should be already a win. And then your opponent has a kind of a good defensive resource that's also very frustrating. Wow, Magnus setting up a trap. Yeah, that with knight g7, white can attack both pawns, but black is very happy to give one of them with king e4 and then the king eventually reaching the f3 square.
Exactly. Yeah, that knight on h5, it's the worst square on the board.
I'm trying to make some moves on my screen so that maybe I can at some point show something. Yes, now we have the live board. With rook a1, lot of tension on Parham. Knight c5 check.
Oh, careful. King d4, knight b3. Would have been quite a tragic result, but of course Magnus very carefully zigzagging.
And knight e6. Wow, is Parham surviving this?
Huh.
It could easily be. Yeah, because now practically it's kind of very difficult for black to make progress.
Now, I was thinking maybe you want the rook on b1 so that there's no fork on b3. But the crazy thing is, even if you play king d3, knight c5, king d2, where are you going from there? He goes back to d5.
Yes.
Knight g5 again. Back to home base.
Yeah, the knight on g5 is beautifully protecting the e4 entry square. And the king, by going king f3, king f2, making sure that the e3 square is kind of taboo. Black is not able to get there. Rook a6 back. Okay, correct.
King e3.
King e3, stopping the king from entering.
Report Matlakov was a draw, by the way. And this is the pivotal game. Magnus back to c4. Trying to find the right construction here. Knight f7 again. Amazing.
Yeah, nerve-wracking, because it only takes one mistake from white side and then the game will be over. But how to... Magnus is trying to provoke knight to e5.
Yes, but Parham doesn't want to play knight e5. He wants to actually keep the knight on f7. It's such a paradox, Peter, that in some of these endgames you don't want the outpost. It's not about the outpost, it's about controlling the right squares.
Yes, the e4 square is kind of the key square. That's why Parham is always jumping in a way that he is able to control it. King f2 played.
King d3.
Yes.
Oh.
Will be played.
But
And
wait,
knight
king
e5. Wow,
e4.
knight e5. Why knight e5?
But he goes back to f7. And he might be just in time. Just in time. Or is he?
Wow.
My lands. This is too deep for me.
Okay, you need also nerves of steel to be handling, and Parham seems to be believing already that he has found the fortress. We have seen that moment when Magnus was believing with his movement that yes, I'm gonna get it, and now I feel like Parham is signaling that all right, I got it. This is a draw. I got my fortress.
Yeah, he might feel that Magnus has exhausted all of his ideas, but something tells me he hasn't exhausted them just yet. Look at the opposition stopping the penetration to e1, king d1 check. There might be king f1. Incredible. Just like a pawn endgame.
Yeah, that's kind of stunning. Will he dare to play the move King F1? That's a big question. It's not an easy move psychologically to make, no?
Definitely not. But if you move up, there's King E1, and that's a whole new can of worms that you've opened.
Exactly, and with King F3, King E1, King F1, Rook A3 will be a checkmating threat also. Yes.
Magnus making that typical Carlsen waiting move, throwing the ball back at Parham, saying, hey, you make a move.
Yeah, making a move is always the toughest.
Yes.
In such situations. 96. Just in case, hinting at knight d4, yeah, double attack. But that's also kind of, yes, okay, now rook c5 is running into another fork with knight b3 check. One needs to be careful.
Well, Magnus might as well try King d1 check, but after King f1, already knight g7, oddly enough, becomes a problem. I mean, black could end up losing his pawns.
Yes, it's already, even after King d1, I'm not completely sure if King f3 is not possible, because exactly due to the knight g7 kind of idea.
Magnus running out of time, running out of winning attempts. Back to d3 he goes.
Yeah,
back
he
to
needs
c3.
to accumulate. Yeah, he needs to accumulate time.
But knight g7 would be a huge mistake here, I think, because if King d4 check and King e4, Parham correctly keeps his knight on e6 so that he can give that check on g5 as soon as the king reaches e4.
Yes, and this g5 square is the key square. Yeah, that you can never enjoy the e4 square because white will be kicking that king away instantly. Rook c6, knight g5. There was this mistake by Parham with f4, but ever since, the defense he's showing is just incredible.
And he's got plenty of time on his clock. I mean, you can sense the confidence. He doesn't even need the 2 minutes he's got. Timur Gureyev, by the way, has defeated Nihal Sarin. He's got 4 out of 4. And off we go. Rook a6, knight f7.
Yeah, he simply feels and believes that this is a mechanism. And since Magnus is also unable to make any progress, it's logical to think like this. But yeah, Magnus will never give up. He will pretend like, okay, I'm giving up, but he's only waiting for that 1 weak moment of his opponent to capitalize on his chances.
Yeah, he's like the 9-headed Hydra. You cut off one head, another one takes its place, trying to find the trickiest construction, trying to force this knight off sides. But Parham has found the right waiting square. The knight sits on f7 for as long as it can. As soon as black plays king e4, you give the check on g5. And that is why Magnus is trying to provoke the knight onto an awkward square. But Parham doesn't budge.
Okay, he went for knight d6. It shows some guts.
Oh, sacking the second pawn? Uh-oh.
Yes. Magnus had enough. He wants to get the king to e4 at all cost, even if it means I'm sacrificing another one.
But knight f5, king e4 is a disaster for white because the rook comes into d2. So knight e8.
But what did Parham do? He had 2 minutes on the clock. Why is he rushing with knight d6? What on earth is this?
He forgot about rook d7, but I think knight e8 might hold on.
No, knight's over. No, it's over. Yeah, knight e8, but then...
But then what?
Well, then already you find the win. It's impossible to it's impossible to hang on with a knight on e8. It's crazy.
He's trying.
Yeah, and he traps it.
The knight is out of oxygen.
The knight is trapped.
King f3, I think, has to be tried, but
now the king can just walk back and trap the knight. It's over.
Oh my gosh.
This is what we have been talking, and it's typical kind of trick. Yeah, when you feel like it's a draw, then you look around like you have given up on your hopes, and then one mistake played too quickly by opponent, and then you jump on the chance. Wow.
Absolutely incredible. This guy is a magician. Yeah. King d4, Such a powerful idea. You just casually waltz back the victory lap, and the Black King is going to do the honors. Knight c7, but the knight does not escape past the 7th rank. a6 and e6 are held by the rook. It's over.
Yeah, the king is going back to d7. Yeah, king c5.
Knight c7.
Knight c7. Yeah, that's what I wanted to highlight. That is there a square which we have to pay attention, or is it already automatic? Magnus taking his time.
But wait, king c5, knight c7. I'm not seeing exactly how you trap the knight. Oh. Rook c6, I go back to e8. That's the problem. Oh. Huh.
Yeah, not so easy to... Because I don't have the last move still. I don't know which position. Aha, okay, this is the position.
I think I see a win with rook c6, but it's very convoluted. 4 seconds? The knight back to 8. Oh, ho, ho! Look
Trapping like
knight.
this.
Unbelievable. And knight c7 back. Oh, and king b6. And there's another fork. Knight e8, rook e6.
That's
Knight
it.
e8, king b7. This is exquisite. He goaded the king onto e3. Now knight e8, rook e6, and Parham is going to resign. Unreal.
Wow, but interesting. What is Parham asking there? And look at this. Magnus is also laughing. That what happened here?
Not totally sure.
Ah, hang on. Ah, maybe Parham, because Parham did not resign. Yeah, he did not. He asked the arbiter to check for maybe 50 moves rule or something, but it won't be enough. Absolutely not.
No
Not
way.
even
That's
close.
a 50 move rule.
Yeah, that's why Magnus is laughing. Yeah, because he's smiling. He knows exactly that he does not have to worry about what Parham is trying to achieve here.
It's close, Peter. It's very close. F4 was move 43. This is move 87. So Parham was like 5 moves away.
Yes, unbelievable. He sensed it. But also kudos to him. Yeah, one could be here completely shocked and just resign and run away. But he has to maximize his chances to try to survive this game. Yeah, imagine if it would exactly be correct. Yeah, it would be a fantastic move.
Amazing.
Wow.
For newer players watching who might be puzzled, 50 move rule means if there are 50 moves made without a pawn move and without a capture, you can claim a draw. And there have been some incredible instances where a piece is lost on the 50th move, and one way or the other, either you claim the draw or a player misses it by just 1 move. Here, Parham misses it by 5 or 6 moves. I can't believe what we just saw.
Yeah. Yeah, it just shows that chess is an incredible game. There are so many angles. Yeah, that even when it looks like Parham almost, that he has to design, he still has a chance. But unfortunately, we know that it's not enough.
And for those people saying Parham is a sore loser, he absolutely is not. He's actually an incredibly gracious person. You have to try everything, right? What if this had turned out to be move 50? What would you do in his shoes? You have to try every last trick. This is a completely legitimate request by Parham. Unfortunately for him, he's going to wind up short.
Yes, and imagine that if it would be, that's it, handshake, Parham resigns. Wow. Incredible.
Magnus wins and will likely face Timur Gareev, who I think is the only player with 4 out of 4, having defeated Nihal Sarin.
Wow, will be interesting to catch up with the results. Yeah, this game had everything. We missed out on all the other action.
Yeah, it was worth it.
And look at this. I'm loving this, that Parham can still smile. And this is just incredible sportsmanship. Great to see this.
Yeah, he's got to be in a lot of pain. I mean, he came oh so close to pulling out the miracle comeback, but that's just what Magnus Carlsen does. He might make a blunder. He might let you back in the game, but he's just going to keep pressing and keep pressing. He never gives up. The guy just never dies. It's absolutely insane to watch.
And also an incredibly instructive mistake by Parham, yeah, that he had almost 2 minutes, just 155 or something, when in a position, if he would have just hit his knight where it belonged, yeah, for his fortress setup, he would have probably already easily had, knowing that there were not so many moves left to claim the 50 move rules. So very sad end for Parham, but it will be a big lesson as well.
A lesson indeed. He will have to move on and keep fighting because he's got a lot of work to do, and we've got one more round to play. So let's take a look at the results of this amazing round. We had a lot of draws at the top. The only 4 out of 4 is Timur Gareev. He defeats Nihal Sarin in a topsy-turvy affair. And a lot of the other boards, Erigaisi was winning, missed a win. I think we're going to get Carlsen versus Gareev. Carlsen is the highest rated 3.5.
Yes, and then with the white pieces.
And there's page 2, MVL beating Andraken, and Mamedov defeating Labanaronian. Huge result there.
And Vidit also winning. Yeah, very important because all these players are moving probably to +3, which is already a very, very nice score.
Indeed. And of course, Parham lost. We know that. That was just a brief clerical error. Bharat Subramanian continues his very impressive run. Okay, the last round of the day, Peter. First, the players are going to get a break. Magnus, he's going to come in wanting to win. Before we talk about Magnus, though, quick review of the women's section games because Jujiner is on a rampage. She defeated Munguntul Batuyag and Nurgul Salimova, the other 4 out of 4. What a matchup that is going to be.
Absolutely.
Wow, it's going to be Jujiner against against Nurgul Salimova and a big group of players with 3.5 out of 4. Okay, Magnus Carlsen has kind of a dream pairing. Timur Gareev has been on fire, but Magnus of the White Pieces has to try to make that push for first place as the day comes to a close.
Yes, however, there are 2 gentlemen will face each other who has incredible stamina. Yeah, we also know that Timur Gareev loves to play all these blindfold simuls while biking. Yeah, I feel like he can also go forever. Magnus the same in incredible sportive form. Never gets tired if he can play chess. It will be a fantastic spectacle in round 5.
An amazing mini comeback. Magnus draws round 1 and then says, nope, this is not going to be the storyline of the day. Wins game after game. Can he stick the landing? Can he win the final game of the day? Well, that remains to be seen. Folks, you're watching the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship. We will be back with round 5, final round of the day, in just a couple minutes.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Echixale Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know, I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Labanaronian? that guy.
What opening did its Hufu refute in Bob Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know. Pia Cromling. Pia Cromling. Anna Cramley's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today.
a chilly evening in the amazing historical city of Samarkand. It's 6 degrees centigrade. A beautiful illumination there. 8:25 p.m. Some of the players in the women's section, they have finished for the day. They are sampling one of Samarkand's many fine restaurants. But in the open section, we still have a game to play, and the temperature in the playing hall could not be higher as Magnus Carlsen seeks to stick the landing and win his 4th game in a row. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage. GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Peter Leko covering day 1 of the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship. Let's review the standings. Peter, there is a lot to see here, and look at that group of players with 3.5 who are hot on Timur Garayev's heels.
Yes, so many players, it just shows that what a field it is. And everyone who is already on +3, which means 3.5 points, are in excellent situation. It doesn't really matter if you are 100% or not. Sooner or later you will anyway drop a point. Being in the mix, being there, getting all this energy, that's what really matters.
Indeed. And Garayev will be facing against Magnus Carlsen in what promises to be a huge game. And then, of course, a big group of players facing off at 3.5. And Nihal Sarin, Makhniov, all of those players with 3 out of 4, don't count them out either, Peter.
For sure, yeah. Basically, I think that anyone who is already back to plus score, for example, Anish Giri, after losing his first round game, won 2 games, he's +1. And if he can finish also today in a high note, then I think he will be in a very good spot to fight for anything in the remaining rounds. But for the moment, we are of course focusing on the guys who are already at least +3 with 3.5 points. Well, it's gonna be interesting. I'm already very keen to understand the pairings, who plays whom, who faces whom, seeing so many incredible names there. How they are paired with Bharat Subramanian, incredible run. Will it continue? Whom does he face now? So many storylines.
Top board between Magnus Carlsen and Timur Garayev. Magnus has the white pieces, a game that he will really try to win. MVL versus Rauf Mamedov on board 2. I'm a big fan of Rauf. He's been up and down in terms of rating, but he's the kind of guy that nobody wants to face. He can win with either color. Super dynamic player. That's going to be another fascinating game. Board 5, Chugayev versus Vidit. Arjun Erigaisi has black against Maxim Matlakov, who pulled out an incredible save in the last round against Richard Rapport. So wherever you look, tons of interesting matchups. Here's the second page. What jumps out at you here?
Well, okay, this Fedosev, Bharat Subramanian, I'm very interested about to see, because, okay, Fedosev is so experienced and so good in this time control, yeah, it will be an incredible challenge on the young Indian prodigy. But also we see Fabiano Caruana, Vyanshishtov Duda already climbing there with 3 points. Daniel Dubov is there. Pragnananda had a little slow start, 2 draws and 2 victories. He's there with 3 points, also getting closer to the leaderboards.
And that's exactly the thing. We sometimes discount these players who drew the first game or lost the first game, like Anish Giri. But they're slowly but surely climbing back, and they will have something to say into day 2. This is a very important game psychologically. You want to end on a win. You want to end with that confidence boost going into the second day, Peter. So the stakes could not be higher, not just in terms of the tournament standings, but also in terms of motivating the players to come in with a clear head and ambition tomorrow.
Yes, and also it will matter dramatically about your sleeping quality. Yeah, if you finish on a high note or you finish well, you will sleep correctly, you will be very happy, enjoying your evening. And if you are spoiling a good tournament standing, for example, with a stupid last round loss, that can just haunt you. Yeah, it can spoil your mood, can destroy your sleep. And we already know that what you need the most is energy, freshness to succeed in this event.
Yeah, I always like to say that the best food I've ever had at a chess tournament comes after I defeat a grandmaster. Your emotions are totally tied into the last game of the day. Well, Magnus will have some positive emotions if he can stick the landing and win the final game. He's ready to play. What kind of opening will he choose? Well, David Howell knows Magnus very well and dove into Magnus's fantastic preparation. Let's listen in.
Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, multiple-time world champion and winner of the previous 2 editions of the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus has played every opening under the sun. He even has a variation of the Sicilian named after him. So after e4, c5, Magnus started playing knight c3 a few years ago with the idea that he could open the center immediately by playing d4, actually going against conventional chess wisdom of developing the white queen very early. But the whole idea here is that after the queen gets kicked away, she's happy to step back. And for example, if black continues to develop normally, white just creates a fianchetto, gets the bishop to a nice diagonal, and later castles on the queen side. Actually a very aggressive opening, not technically part of Magnus's style. Magnus's real recipe for success is that he adopts his strategy according to the opponent. He's able to do anything with a very universal style, and if you get him in the endgame, there's no chance. He's perhaps the best endgame player of all time, and you can go and check out some of his ideas, some of his thoughts on the endgame in his chessball courses.
Thank you, Grandmaster David, for that lovely presentation. As always, Magnus Carlsen, ever unpredictable. He can play just about anything. What do you think his mindset is, Peter, going into this game? How much pressure is he putting on himself, saying to himself, I have to win, this is a dream pairing? What's his mindset?
Okay, for sure he's kind of happy with the pairings, yeah, that he has the white pieces. And but I don't think that now that he already has 3.5 out of 4, yeah, he has already started winning and he has just defeated Parham in this marathon game, that he puts any real pressure on himself. He just wants to keep on going. He just wants to play the best chess he can. And for the moment, I have zero idea what we are about to witness. Will it be e4, d4, something else? Let's find out.
Well, I'm going to predict 1 e4, but I have absolutely no idea. Magnus might have no idea what he's playing until the second the clock is started. So we're going to go around the horn. You can see Ivan Cheparinov there and Richard Report in the background. Mr. Rauf Mamedov dressing for the occasion. And MVL pulling up his pants and leaving the board. The game should begin momentarily.
Yeah, Magnus arriving, the handshake there. Rapport is also looking, Rapport is also looking towards Magnus's direction. Probably the arbiter is there. Magnus removing his jacket means signaling that he means business.
And removing his tag. A practiced motion. All of the players rolling up that player tag, putting it to the side of the table. And this is Vidit against
Chigayev.
Okay, I like that hairstyle.
Yes, it's
That's
Maxim Chigayev. And there we go. Maxim Matlakov against Arjun Ergaisi. In the background, we see Shimanov against David Anton, Giharo.
Indeed. Richard Report. And Ivan Cheparinov.
Against Ivan Cheparinov, exactly, yeah. Ivan is also a very experienced player, a very good theoretician. You don't really like to be black against him, that's my guess, but okay, of course, the Rapport with his incredible experience does not worry about those things, I guess.
Indeed, Ivan has been an opening theoretician for a long time, the author of a very well-received course on the Najdorf Sicilian from the black side. Here, he will have the white side, and with Richard, you have no clue what opening will appear on the board. Okay, seatbelts fastened, folks. Round 5, the final round of this marathon first day of the 2023 FIDE World Rapid Championship, awaiting the handshake. And I think Magnus is ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting, this final waiting is the most awkward situation. Yeah, there is the handshake. And
drum roll, please.
E4.
E4.
Okay. Okay,
Rui Lopez.
Spanish. Rui Lopez, Spanish. And the question is, which line will we see here? Yeah, that's the big question. Okay, the
A6.
classical. A6, bishop A4.
Magnus having some
Oops.
trouble executing the move, but we're back. And will we see another bishop c5, which Magnus faced in the first round? No,
No, we are
see the
seeing
first Steinen.
Steinitz. Yes, okay, but this is, I think, on the highest level, more than welcome. Yeah, you get free hand c3, d4 in one go. Wow, okay, g5, spicing things up.
All right, I faced this a couple times. Now, this is not an entirely outlandish move. What do you know about it, Peter?
Nothing. Zero, nada. But yes, d4, g4, knight e1 would be kind of the thematic reaction. I have seen,
and he's played it
you know,
before.
yeah, just second, because Shakriar Mamedyalov shocked Grishchuk with this g5 move in 2017 in Creta, but there the point was that White's rook was already on e1, so g4 was threatening to trap the knight. Then I understand it, but here with the e1 square available, Magnus of course immediately going d4, g4, knight e1. No, this h5, this kind of play against Magnus Carlsen will not work. That I can guarantee you.
Lots of games in the database here. This kind of line reminds me of g5 in the Rosolimo, which is also quite common, but there it's a little bit more justified by the situation on the board. I can see that Andreykin played this twice, but both times in Blitz games, Gareev has one game here in a rapid tournament. His opponent played f4.
Yes.
And that does seem to be the kind of principled response.
Yeah, it was the first thought that I also had, that it's what a fantastic King's Gambit it is. Yeah, it's a King's Gambit without a gambit, no?
Okay, bishop e3 though is more of a Magnus type move, just developing more casually, and bishop h6. Gareev clearly well prepared.
Yeah, okay. One thing I think we have to highlight, that if already you dare to play something like this, then you have to come well prepared. Otherwise, you will be crushed. You will be massacred. So it's absolutely understandable that Black has to know, and Black plays fast.
And so the question for White is, do you keep the tension with a move like knight d2? Queen to e2 by Mr. Carlsen.
Wow,
okay.
That's a surprise.
Slightly odd looking move, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I would have argued that if already the queen moves, then maybe to d2 or something, but I understand Magnus wants to make sure that he can bring the knight to d2. So one could argue that queen d2 is even more stupid looking than queen e2, and queen e2 gives harmony, and Magnus always likes harmony. I was just having in mind that this terribly stupid looking queen d2 move is not that stupid at all, because I'm eyeing this h6 bishop and I'm somehow trying to get out, but no, of course, queen e2 is much more natural.
And correct me if I'm wrong, bishop takes e3. My instinct would be f takes e3, opening up that f file. Then the queen can shift over to f2, and the knights can occupy d2 and d3, as you're indicating.
Yes, but honestly, I think it's a very pleasant choice. F takes e3, knight d2, knight d3, queen f2, putting pressure on the f file. After all, one of the drawbacks of pushing the pawn all the way to g4, that Black does not have this secured f6 square. Without the pawn on g7, this square is kind of weak. And if this square is weak, means that the pawn on f7 will be an eternal weakness. So I don't believe that Black can afford to take on e3 at all.
I hate Black's position here.
Well, we are not this type of players. We like more clarity. This is some berserk style. I don't know exactly where do you go. Is something like queen e7 long castle an option? Is that a plan? But I would also be afraid to run into some queenside attack. Normally when someone has the space advantage, then it's so much more easier to switch to any sides.
Exactly. And White can play d5, d4, d5 at the right moment. If Black castles queenside, you can go d5 and then start pushing the queenside pawns c4, b4. As you indicated, queen to f6.
Okay.
All right, makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. That's exactly the reason why I finally dislike my queen d2. For a second, it made sense, but then once I spotted queen f6, I realized that no, then the queen would be desperately heavily misplaced. Now, of course, black is putting some pressure on the d4 pawn. Yeah, that's kind of the question. I feel like with white, you would like to stay as flexible as possible. Yeah, not to rush immediately with some d4, d5, because black is actually quite ready for that. He's already about to exchange the dark square bishops. So I'm believing that Magnus might find a way to keep, maybe knight c2 is then a move, just to keep the tension.
D takes
No,
c5.
he takes. Wow, okay, that's a surprise.
But black has a hard time recapturing. First of all, queen takes c5, bishop takes c6 is 1-0. So d takes c5, that knight from e1 will start jumping into c5. And if you play knight takes c5, then more awkwardness. White plays bishop takes d7 check. Maybe black should play king takes d7. Maybe that's the proper way to play, but I would be terrified of playing this kind of chess against Magnus. I mean, bishop d4, it just seems like black is really struggling to keep his position together. Maybe takes an f4. I mean, lots of choices here.
Yeah, one doesn't really feel like black is attacking. Yeah, it's much more that black is in the receiving side with his king on d7. So wow, d takes e5 did not come naturally to me at all, but it makes perfect sense. Yeah, if black is unable to somehow nicely make use of that e5 square.
Yeah, I love that move, d takes e5. It's actually not an easy move to play, just kind of releasing the tension. But Magnus understanding that the battle here is for squares. Either black gives up the d4 square, or black gives up the c5 square, and in either case, the queen side starts to burn, because black just doesn't have enough pieces there.
Yeah, interesting. How will black react? Not easy. Not easy to see at all. This knight takes e5, bishop d7, king d7 is clearly the most natural. White
F4.
also has ideas like f4, but I also wanted to highlight that some c4, knight c3 could be also very tempting. Knight d5, c5, ideas coming. I'm not a fan of black's position. No.
Me neither. This g5, g4, h5 experiment, pretty close to backfiring.
Okay, maybe now it's also a good chance to look at some other games. Let's continue and then we will come back.
Indeed.
Magnus seems to be in control. MVL, Maxim Vasilograf. Okay, he got nothing out of the opening. Yeah, this is some kind of anti-Sveshnikov with knight c3. Third move knight c3, I believe.
Huh. Yeah, somewhat weird opening system.
Yes, no, in fact, it was bishop b5, knight f6, knight c3, but yes, exactly that it was connected with knight c3. Finally, it's kind of considered that this position with this backward pawn on e7 could be a headache, but black has this option of going e5, takes, and this is supposed to solve all the problems. So all to play for, but black has more or less equalized. What else? Chapalinov rapport. Oh, okay. What is your first intuition here?
Oh, I'm taking black any day of the week, including Tuesday. But I was looking at this game as it began, and this was actually a very tame Caro-Kann, a fashionable knight f3, d3 line. And yeah, you're highlighting just how nicely, how compact Richard Rapport's pieces are. You might compare this to the Carlsen-Gareev game, but no, this is actually completely different because here black owns the central squares. e5 is under black's control. Everything is nicely defended. Black's got the option of castling queenside when he wants to. And if you ask me, I'm going rook g8, and I'm trying to blast open that g file. And he's done it.
On the board, yes. Rook g8, h5, g4. Knight is always ready to jump to e5 once the queen is kicked away from f3. Black also keeps the chance of going long castle at the right moment. For the moment, the king on e8 feels perfectly secure, and normally the pair of bishops is something very nice, something that we love. But here, looking at this bishop on b3, biting the granite. Yeah, this
Yes.
f7 e6 pawn structure against the bishop on b3 is a wonderful, lovely construction.
Well said. And the knight on c3 fully restricted by the pawn on c6, preventing any knight escapades to b5 to d5. I would go so far as to say that desperate measures will soon be required because g4 comes with such great effect. The knight from d7 gets into e5. This is the kind of game that you can lose in just a couple of moves if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's a dream come true for black. We already talked about worst kind of King's Indian, best kind of King's Indian. This is the best Caro-Kann black could ever have dreamed of. Probably this is so good that you couldn't have imagined that it can be so good.
Yeah, Benny Watts is not happy. All pawns, no hope. And yet, Mr. Report coming through. Bishop to d4 on the board. But here we go, g4. Vamos.
You want to be so aggressive. I just highlighted a solid positional move like bishop e5, but you want to deliver checkmate immediately.
Vamos, Carlitos. g4, knight takes g4.
Yes, makes also perfect sense.
I mean, this just looks juicy.
Yeah, it's terrible. If that knight could somehow have the time to reach c4, it would be something to talk about. But with the knight on c3, this is really very unpleasant.
I agree. And Richard, with plenty of time to contemplate this, you can choose the positional approach. You can go tactical. My worry with bishop e5 would be maybe takes and knight d5.
Wow. So not to give any tactical possibilities. Yeah, it's nice point. Takes and solving the problem of the stupid knight. And just to highlight, if I would be able to play long castle, I would not mind, but long castle runs into knight e7 fork. Very nice. Okay.
Cute. And he still hasn't made a move, but I mean, Report and g4 are two peas in a pod.
Yeah. The reason he's pausing, it's absolutely correct. He was playing so quickly. Rook g6 played. Okay, also very interesting. Just intact, yeah, but hang on. Rook g6 was a terrible blunder according to computer. Somewhere some e5 trick. Something was
Wait
working.
a moment. And queen e2, the immediate response, Chaparinov rushed it. It smells. e5 maybe. Why not e5? Just blasting open the center. No, but this is just terrible.
Yeah, well, okay. How do we take? Bishop takes e5?
But even takes and queen g3, I mean.
Yes, this is completely insane. Yeah, just without any sacrifice, we are collecting material. Knight f7 runs into rook takes d7.
And if you play e5, knight takes e5, I just play queen e2 and bang the pawn on e6. I mean, this is an awful, awful stretch by both players. e5 is an obvious move.
And Chaparinov had like 10 minutes on the clock. He was probably unhappy with his position. Yeah, that was a big problem. But then when your opponent plays a little bit some kind of a strange move, you can't be instantly replying and missing such a golden opportunity. It could have actually destroyed Raport's tournament. Just one small little move. And after the game, if Chaparinov loses this and we realize that, oh yes, I had a horrible opening, but in one move I could have maybe even won the game, it will be very difficult to digest.
And fatigue definitely plays a role. Both of these players are so tactically gifted. e5 is a move that they can find, while sleeping, while skydiving, while, shooting down a roller coaster. This is just begging to be played. That king is stuck in the center. The bishop on b3 is just asking, can I please have my moment in the sun? Sack on e6. Big, big mutual blunder there. And Richard, now an opportunity to put something on e5. Although I would argue, Peter, that maybe knight d5 is still in the cards in response to bishop e5.
Yes, another big question is, because often it's the case, yeah, that you make your move and you instantly realize that what a mistake you have made. So if Rapport realizes that, okay, the first move that I really spent time on, rook g6, was a horrible blunder, then he needs to calm down. and he also needs to be super professional, to understand that, oh my God, I may be tired, I can blunder things like this. Let's make sure that I get a tiny advantage when I can play from routine, from hand, and I cannot miss any tactical shots.
And he's got basically one opportunity. If Black castles queenside and plays g4, that's it. You just don't have anything going. Knight d5, to me, is a must try. Whether or not it works, at least get the complicated tactics and keep Black's king in the center. Knight d5, cd, ed, bishop d4, d takes e6, and he's
on
done
the board.
it.
Yes,
Beautiful.
And this is the incredible thing, that this is the difficult stuff. This Chapolinov finds.
Exactly.
And e5 would have been like this thematic if Chapolinov would have not been involved in this game, and he comes from a restaurant and they show him this position, that, okay, what do you think about the position? His first thought was, isn't e5 strong? It would automatically be his first question, but instead his mind is already with all these knight d5 brilliances, and he might be able to equalize.
Incredible. And man, Report seems to get these types of positions every round. I'm terrified of the complications after c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop takes d4, d takes e6. I mean, what in the world is going on here? That's for the players to figure out, I suppose.
Yes, but I don't really believe that in the 5th round you are very interested about finding this out.
Finding out. Nope.
Yes, the feeling is that it should be dangerous for Black. At least White is very happy, because before we were talking about that, strategically speaking, it was a very dangerous position. So this is like a win already.
Exactly. All right.
So wow, this means that how should Rapport then react to knight d5? Does he have a safe way?
Yeah, that's the question. Does he have a choice? Can he move the queen? Can he play queen b8?
Oof. Okay, but then again, we are not starting to capture anything. That's my worry.
And you're regressing. You can't castle on the next move. I agree.
Yes.
I think he's going to take the plunge, CD, and try to secure that extra material. Wow.
Yeah, not because he's happy, but because he has to.
Exactly. As Yasser likes to say, if Black dies, at least he dies with a full stomach.
Yes. Wow, and look at this. Ivan was looking aside, like happy that he got a chance to create a mess. And the Rapport is very upset. Just very upset.
To think that he could have had a knight on g4, one step away from checkmate instead. He's got to deal with this garbage in the center. Anybody's game.
Yeah, all of a sudden. We were talking about absolute dream Caro-Kann. It cannot get better, and just 2 moves later, things are completely out of control.
Wowza. Okay, so maybe we'll let Richard ponder his next move. I'm looking around. Looks like Magnus continues to pressure his opponent. He's got a huge advantage on the board and on the clock.
Okay, just a very quick update. Let me get the current position. This is the current situation. Black has just played the move bishop c8 to g4. Aha, so this bishop actually from d7 was forced to c8. Now the bishop moved to g4. White has all kinds of options of maybe taking on c6 and then taking on e5. But of course, Black takes back with the pawn, and then there is this trick based on the pin, just to highlight that bishop takes c6, b takes c6, knight d takes e5 would be a terrible blunder because of queen e5, knight e5, bishop e2, winning the game.
Exactly. And so Magnus has to find a way around that. That bishop on g4, I think it's the entirety of the piece on which Black's position stands. If you can eliminate that bishop, the position just pulverizes. And queen g2, I think that's a lovely move by Mr. Carlsen, unpinning, preparing h2, h3, threatening bishop takes c6, and not fearing the check on e3, which merely helps the white king move further into the safe haven of the kingside corner.
Yeah, but hang on. Do I have a move? Do I have a defense at all? because queen g2 is also setting up this direct set of taking on e5, and if the queen moves, I can just take on c6 and e5 pawn is falling.
You can try queen e6, bishop takes c6, but queen e6, there's bishop b3 also.
Yes, yeah, queen e6, bishop b3. Then suddenly white can switch to knight h5, knight f5 mode and just crush black on the light squares.
4 minutes for Garev. We might see exactly that we do. Oh, Magnus is just like not having this. Instantly bishop b3.
Yeah, super happy.
Yeah,
Magnus's favorite type, no? It's like his chessable course that attacking without sacrifices. Yeah, this is a dream come true.
Well said. Queen d6, h3. Get the knight to f5. He's having himself a great time right now.
Yeah, black is just very vulnerable.
Oh my goodness. And this is why you can't play like this against Magnus Carlsen. This position right here, for anybody thinking about going g5, g4, h5 against Mr. Carlsen, this is why you can't do that.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I wonder that, do you have to experience it yourself to believe, or I think that it was obvious, no? Knowing how strong Magnus is, it would not even cross my mind to do something like this.
I can understand the temptation in a Blitz game, right? In the World Blitz, maybe you hope that he doesn't have the time to figure out a reputation, but in a rapid game where Magnus can play at the level of, a very, very powerful over-the-board classical GM, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. Magnus is basically saying, like, I could have played this game also in the Blitz mode.
Yes. And h3, knight h4, automatic.
Well, the reason why I'm not even showing this yet, because I don't know, where does this queen move at all? What was black choice? Queen e7, right?
Also,
and
after this,
h3.
we have to go back to the report game because a huge blunder has been committed, but...
Yeah, okay. Basically, Magnus is in a dream scenario. I cannot really imagine any other result than him winning this. Let's go back to Richie.
You will not
what
believe
happened here.
What we're seeing.
Wow, okay, CDED, just so that we can enjoy the process. Yeah, everything that we talked about. Bishop f2, the nerves. Queen takes f2, knight c5 on the board. Okay. Okay.
This just seems, it just looks like white must have something. I'm trying to figure it out. e7 comes to mind, but probably that's not it. The engine shows a win. Wait a second. Could it be e takes f7 and rook e8?
Well, that was my very first instinct. Yeah, like I looked at the position and I thought, like, okay, why not this? But then I told myself, okay, please calculate. Yeah, don't just
don't just put it on the board.
Yes, don't just think like, okay, that's it. It feeling wise, it should be finished, but why is it finished? Yeah, we have to kind of understand. Knight takes e8. Let's just put it on the board. I'm also thinking somewhere some queen f5 could be very unpleasant. I don't know when. Yeah, when should we include? But for example, rook e8 is the most tempting move. If black takes like this.
No, but here takes and rook e1.
Takes.
Finish.
Rook e1. Okay, I still have some knight e6, but it does not really help. Yeah, you just take and say thank you very much. Sir, the king is not moving away. Wow, okay, then it's straightforward.
But if black plays ef, king f8, rook e8, rook takes e8, I think there your idea of queen f5 comes in at exactly the right moment. You play rook e8, rook takes, make a queen, king takes e8, and now queen f5. And just look at how all of black's pieces are not protected by pawns. This is just...
Everything is overloaded. And also black's king.
And it's all forced. I mean, there isn't much to calculate here.
Yeah, all eyes on Chapalinov, knowing that he's also an incredible tactician. Yeah, he's a very dynamic player. It should come automatically. He's taking his time, double, triple checking, making sure that He does not miss anything. Clearly fine with this queen f5. Look at this. He senses the moment that there should be a win, probably.
Incredible. I'm still trying to get my bearings here. The fact that we're even seeing this position.
5 moves ago. Yeah, basically we were just saying that, okay, black has everything under control. Nothing can happen. White absolutely misplayed this Caruana. And then we are about to witness some crushing victory. What is this?
Yeah. If someone told me that this game would end in checkmate in 20 moves, I would bet a silver dollar that it's Report who plays g4, who finishes white off on the king side. You just never know. And Chepa with queen f5.
Yes, he started with queen f5 and then king g7 was okay. That was the other winning construction. Look at the speed with which he...
Queen takes f6 and fe knight.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Oy, 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 oy.
If knight takes c8, you promote to a queen and mate. Rook takes c8, queen f6. I can't believe this.
Wow. Wow. And then f takes e8, knight.
Oh my gosh. And remember, Peter, the irony is that Richard had a similar combination that he could have played and didn't have to. This time, it's the only win. Let's put it on the board. F takes c8, knight.
Let's put it, yeah. So rook e8, rook takes e8, queen takes f6, rook takes f6, f takes e8, knight.
He's done it. Huh.
On the board, and Richie resigns. Wow. This is a total knockout from a very pleasant position. Yeah, queen takes f6.
And this is why we love rapid chess.
Was featured. And wow. Okay, this is actually tragical for Richie because he had this winning position against Matlakov in the previous game and had a wonderful opening against Chepanov and then losing like this. Yeah, that's what we talked about. Yeah, that how do you sleep after this?
No, I mean, Cheparinov is going to sleep soundly. Richard is going to toss and turn, but he's got to get that rest because he's got 2 days to recover. You just know that this combination is going to make it to Reddit. It's going to make it to YouTube. It's going to make the rounds, and for very good reason. What a combination. Cheparinov moves to 4.5 out of 5. He's going to be feeling great coming into the last day. Magnus is about to win. That game should be over momentarily.
Let me get the... Yeah, okay. The position tells it all. White is threatening rook f6, rook df1, eventually hitting on f7 or removing the knight, and then setting up some rook h6 ideas. There is no way of putting up resistance. By the way, black is down to less than 20 seconds.
Yeah. Draw in the game. Maxim Shilogrov versus Rauf Mamedov. Great result for the experienced Azerbaijani GM, holding Maxim with the black pieces.
Okay, here black, I believe, looking at the live camera, bishop takes basically a, b, f6 had been played, but now white just picks up the h5 pawn. Yeah, Magnus has captured. Black has played the move bishop e3.
Hoping for g6.
Yeah, but it does not help at all. It's just all over. And Magnus still with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Okay, insane.
Rook f3 is the Magnus move here. Just get out of there.
Yeah.
Get that weak stuff out. Rook de1, anything.
Yeah, look at Magnus's hand. It's about to move. Yeah, he just wants to get over with. Yeah, he feels like, okay, this position is not a challenge.
Yeah. Just deciding between the many, many different wins. And any second now. Rook f3 is my vote.
Yeah, somehow rook f3 is very natural because I also have the feeling like black will play bishop f4 check. And then if we capture on f4, then I still prefer even the rook on the open file. Yeah, that's why I tempted to go rook f3 instead of rook d1.
Exactly. Okay, Magnus. Let's do it. And he's made a move. I think he did play rook d1, yeah.
Yeah, rook d1.
I mean, bishop f4 takes and g6 will end the game as well.
Then f take g5 happened though. What happened here? Rook d1, f take g5?
F takes g5 on the board.
Why isn't this losing a piece?
I believe it is.
What is the
and
trick?
knight f7 check, rook takes f7 is what Gurev is hoping for. Last trick.
Yeah, rook f8 and rook takes e3. Just collect. Yeah, just collect.
Resignation.
Handshake. Yeah. That's it. This was smooth. This was smooth ride for Magnus.
And this is why, as someone in the chat is saying, he's the best. Round 1 draw, followed by 4 wins in a row. And what's amazing, Peter, is the wins have increased in their sort of convincing nature. He suffered some ups and downs against Petrosian, and then all the way up to this win, which was just absolute and total devastation.
Yeah, I told you that it was very bad news for the tournament that he won this game against Hismatulin. Because if I know this is almost every year it happens the same way. Yeah, if Magnus starts winning, no one can stop him.
Okay, and now the big question, who will join him at 4.5 out of 5? We already know Ivan Cheparinov is in that elite club. Chigaya versus Vidit is an interesting game, as is Yu Yangi versus Narayanan, which looks really grim for the Indian player.
Yeah, looks horrible. Look at White's rooks. One is on a7, beautifully hitting the 7th rank. The rook on h4 stops any kind of counterplay, plus even targets also a weakness. The pawn structure is d5, e4. Pawn structures make sure that black doesn't have any counterplay. And slowly, step by step, queen f1, bishop d1, the c4 pawn can fall. It looks winning.
Yeah, black is just so tied down to the defense of the 7th rank. Black has to find some sort of active counterplay. I mean, you have to jettison the c4 pawn. I think queen c8 is probably very ill-advised here. Bishop a4 might end the game. Yeah, queen f1 on the board. Maybe rook f6.
Yes, but then also the c4 pawn simply falls. Yeah, it's kind of so not a happy choice to give up the pawn like this.
Rook b2 was tried by the young Indian grandmaster, but wait a second. I don't get it. Bishop a4.
Bishop a4?
Bishop e8, I think, is forced.
Okay, but that is just hopeless, yeah? Okay, something should be crushing there.
I mean, worst comes to worst, you could just take on e8, take on c4.
Yeah.
And that should also be very convincing.
Wow. Okay, so usually in the last round, it's very important to have the white pieces, because with white, it's easier. Yeah, you have things under control. But for example, Rappo did not lose the game because of playing with the black pieces. Yeah, he had wonderful position. Yes, so bishop a4, bishop e8 on the board.
Take and take. Meat and potatoes.
But somehow I also would like to checkmate black. Yeah, so my first instinct was to take, go d6 followed by rook e7, but then there's queen e6 and rook e7, queen f6. Black is kind of activating the queen, so that isn't the most convincing way.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e7 and then queen f6 is possible.
If white really wants to rub it in, like bishop c6 in this position, I feel like I could see a vengeful Magnus making a move like bishop. It's like, let me show you who the boss is in this position.
Well, but I'm not sure if it's up for any question. Yeah, it's obvious who the boss is.
Very true.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the boss wants the c4 pawn, and I think he's gonna take it.
Basically, I think it's also important to keep it simple in an important game. When you are tired, just not to overthink or trying to be too smart. The most natural way is often the best.
Okay, are you ready
What
for?
happened?
Oh, let's.
Yes. Okay. Takes happened. Yes. So you are plotting some shocker.
No, not in this game. There's just an insane position, but moves are coming in fast here, so maybe we should stick to this game for now. He's gone Queen F5.
Okay. Also was one of these very tempting options. I thought like Rook H6 is the only move, but okay, Rook H6 is nothing as well.
But I don't like Queen F5. I think Rook B6 is actually an excellent response, which
Rook
perhaps was
B6,
overlooked.
yeah. Rook B6, not Rook H6. Rook B6.
I just don't see the point. I mean, Queen takes C4, snag that pawn, then come back to F1 and do whatever you want. What is White's follow-up going to be here?
Okay, both sides have 3 minutes. Okay, Rook B6 on the board. Yes, Black is fighting.
C7.
Yes, okay, Rook C7, of course, but Rook C7 going after the C4 pawn, which you could have captured immediately. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, he wants to challenge himself.
Rook C7. Okay, but simply the structure is so horrible for Black. Yeah, White has everything under control. Black has one weakness, second weakness, third weakness, fourth weakness. All of his pawns are weak.
And White's king is so safe that there can be no talk of any kind of counterplay. Okay, so he's got this under control. I've been also monitoring an insane battle between Matlakov and Arjun Aragaisi.
Okay, let's go there.
But the smoke is just starting to clear. Maybe not. It's still wildly complex.
Wow. Okay, first of all, Black's pieces are very loose. What does it mean? That White's last move was bishop takes c5, so he captured the queen trade just happened.
Okay. Well, b3 is kind of begging to be played. It's already on the board.
b3 played. All right. Yeah, trying to keep the queen side locked. And this b pawn is the only asset in Black's position. And if you can somehow also protect it with a4.
Yep. But okay, rook c3, a4. There's a huge problem. I think bishop g2 back to f1.
Yeah, this is always a problem. Yeah, one needs to keep an eye on bishop f1.
Okay, but Maxim is hesitating. Rook c3 is the obvious move, and maybe he's thinking about keeping... No, what else can he be thinking about? It seems...
Well, the position is quite intriguing. Yeah, also rook c3, maybe some knight d2 with idea b2, and how do we stop this pawn? There's quite a lot of craziness going on here.
I like sacrificing other people's pieces. Knight d2, maybe I go rook d1.
Okay.
b2, rook b3.
Oh, okay, stunning.
Bishop a4, rook takes d2.
rook b3. I'm a little bit scared to make the, but okay, it's so beautiful that I have to show this. b2 looks like the pawn is strong, but there is this stunner rook b3 using the pin. And after bishop a4, rook takes d2, delivering the final blow. Let's not forget about the back rank. Checkmate is coming. So crazy tactics to be calculated. b3 on the board. What did Maxim play?
Rook c3, b2
on the board.
Okay, camera freezing at the best possible moment. Okay, there we go. b2.
No, but I don't see a knight on c4.
I think knight d2 was actually played.
Wow. So it's the logic. Then your line is about to happen.
But somehow knight d2, I think he played... There's a bishop on b6. I'm struggling to put the dots together here.
Yeah, we are waiting for the moves to appear. Okay, I'm coming getting the rook c3 happened, knight d2, but White missed the opportunity with rook d1. White did not find this stunner. Bishop b6 happened, then b2, and now things are completely crazy.
Anybody's game. Now, obviously, bishop takes d8 allows Black to promote, So the rook has to move. But rook d1, there's knight f3 check, potentially. Maybe
And
rook
both
h...
players...
Oh my gosh.
Both players down to a minute in such a position. Crazy.
Rook h1, there's knight f1 check.
Oh, just
or
to
even
make
bishop
things...
f1.
Yeah, making sure that you stop the first rank. Where do we hide with the rook? Poor Maxim is going crazy. Where do I hide the rook? Rook e1 is possible or not? Rook e1?
He's gone c7. Rook takes c7. What?
Wow.
And there's a rook on g7. But it looks like Matlakov has blundered.
Wow, Matlakov has blundered. So rook takes c7, rook takes c7, b takes a1, queen.
Yes. Rook g7, king h8, bishop d8. But there are no threats. Knight f1 check.
No threats.
Wow. Wham, bam.
Wow. It looks so promising. It looks so promising. But yeah, Arjun is also extremely tricky. You give him one chance and he can turn a losing position into a win.
And Carlsen Mueller are going to have himself a field day. Can you even call that an endgame, though? I don't think so.
No, not. No. It's a crazy position, not an endgame.
He had a win. Instead, it's Black who promotes first. The queen guards f6. And Black's pieces beautifully coordinate with a mating attack. And the players there frozen in a contemplative pose, kind of like a Rodin statue. Okay, there we go. Matlakov
well, they are discussing the position. Yeah, Maxim has designed, and knowing that Arjun is fighting for the qualification spots in the candidates in the FIDE circuit, this might be an incredibly epic victory for him. Because yes, it's too early, it's the 5th round, but it's a very huge difference between winning this game and keeping your morale and everything up, or if he would have lost this game.
More craziness in Chagayev versus Vidit. Looks like Vidit is very close to joining the pack of leaders. Let's see if we can get that one up.
Wow, what is it? Okay, it's always good news when your opponent's king is opened. Black's king is perfectly safe. All the dark squares, some queen d6 check, now bishop e4, eliminating the last defender. Yeah, that's it, queen d2, queen d6 check. White resigned. It's game over.
Yeah, king h1, rook takes h3 is a beautiful mate. King g1, there's queen takes d4. And Vidit with a victory. The black pieces over Maxim Chagayev. And he's on 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, Vidit is in incredible form. It's not just that he's winning games, but the way he's winning. It's just a very powerful performance. Yeah, you just feel like he's, no matter what his opponents are doing, down the receiving end.
Did you hear that? All the moves just came in. No, I clicked on one of the games, and you know that sound when all the moves come in. But Vidit also, there's a good pun with his name. In Russian, Vidit means he sees. So it's a very, very apt name because Vidit has been seeing everything as of late, winning the Isle of Man, and now another excellent performance on day one. A couple games still remaining at the top. Pankratov beating Fabi.
Wow. Okay, Pankratov is extremely dangerous, but that he beats Fabi, that's quite an achievement. I had the game Fedosev against Bharat Subramanian, but this is still a technical issue. White is squeezing something. Yeah, please tell me.
I have to show people from the Fabi Pankratov game. There was an unbelievable moment. Sorry to interrupt our analysis there.
Where is it?
It is on move 50. Now, this was a super complicated endgame. Watch what happens from move 50. Pankratov with knight a3. This is actually quite similar to the Sandipan game, yeah.
Yeah, let's just highlight that white has an a7 pawn, black has an e2 passer. Craziness is guaranteed.
He plays knight a3, intercepting the rook. Knight to d1. Phenomenal defensive resource. Using the e2 pawn as an anchor. Rook takes e2. Now, there's a lot of details we're skipping here, but the cool moment after knight b2, a8, queen, there was an only saving move. And it was knight, not to c4 check as he played, but knight to d3 check.
Wow.
I mean, hello.
Incredible. Yes. Okay, king dc, rook a3 is understandable. This is a direct draw. And if king b3, then also rook takes a3. No, it's...
Yep. But the difference is king b1, rook takes c2. Black keeps all of his pieces.
Yes.
Fabi...
And who is better?
Exactly. Anybody's game.
Yes.
Now, Fabi played knight c4 check, and after king b1, he might have forgotten that the king actually contacts the rook, or that the knights are actually in contact. Rook e2, white simply plays knight c4, and this should be a technical win.
Wow. Okay, yeah, knight d3 is the move that your opponent falls from the chair if it happens.
Yeah, and there literally was a case of a strong player falling from his chair at the World Blitz a couple years ago.
Yeah, that clip was epic. Yeah, it was. It was Teklav against Tigran Petrosyan. Yeah, amazing
Very
stuff.
good.
Yes.
I love how Tigran Petrosyan extends his hand while his opponent is falling off the chair. And the backstory was that Tigran swindled a completely losing position, I'm pretty sure. So there was a precursor.
Ah, wow. And I'm also jumping now to Robert Hovhannisyan against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Okay, it should be drawish. Despite pawn up, this is not winnable. Fedoseyev was squeezing this position. It's incredible. Bharat Subramanian keeps on impressing me, yeah, that defending this slightly unpleasant position against someone like Fedoseyev in time trouble, very impressive.
Indeed. And if I may highlight the performance of Conrad Holtz, who stands on 4 out of 5, just defeated Jordan Van Forest. So no losses. He beats Mamedyarov and Van Forest. And after a first round draw, he is off to the races. What a performance from Conrad, who lives in the San Francisco Bay Area, works full time, and somehow manages to keep up this level.
Wow.
Whoa.
There is a game still in progress. Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Alexander Ingic. Craziness guaranteed. The home crowd is cheering for Nodirbek. We have seen him losing that crazy pawn end game before. He needs to bounce back.
And white is not out of the woods here. I mean, that f4 pawn is really dangerous. Does white play b7? I mean, how do you even approach such a position with a minute on the clock?
Yeah, trying to make sense of it. What was black's last move? So king e4 to d4 is criticized by computer. Apparently, then what? King d3 was better. No way you can understand this kind of things. King d4 is so much more natural. Keeping the rook on the third rank alive somewhere. f3 check, king g3, f2 check will be also used with the tempo. No, humanly, this is not a question mark. b7 played.
Okay. Going for quality of passed pawns over quantity. My goodness.
d7. Try to navigate this.
No. No, thank you.
Rook h.
Wow.
Whoa. What a resource. Rook h1 is it perpetual?
Oh, well, he's got it in his pocket, right?
It's at least perpetual, yeah. Rook h1, king f2, rook h2 check.
Can black go for more? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, with all those pawns queening. And that's why king d4. This was the human approach, making sure that that rook on the third rank should still be used. So we are expecting rook h1 check, king f2, rook h2 check, and white cannot play king e1 because of rook g1 checkmate, so white will have to come back to f1.
And if white tries to zigzag to d1, then black has king to d3. And there's a beautiful mate, rook e1, rook d2 mate. With the king sandwiched between the two rooks.
Yes, unbelievable.
Gosh,
unbelievable.
What an end game. And apparently white was winning in this game.
Let's just highlight this position while we are waiting for the update, that this one is kind of a checkmate. b8 queen, rook g1 check, rook e1, and rook d2 checkmate. You don't see this very often. but all eyes on the live board, and the live board says, what? What after king f1? He didn't want to draw. He went for king d3.
But
rook d1.
Okay. But now I think it's time to repeat.
Yes, wow. Okay, but king d3, what the nerves, or what was this? King d3 move.
Nerves of steel or nerves of a psychopath? I mean, jeez.
Yes, with 5 seconds on the clock to play for a win like this. Okay, luckily it will end in a perpetual check.
All's well that ends well.
What a fight.
Amazing. And that essentially concludes all of the interesting games from this round.
Yes. After 7 hours of action, black with 10 seconds on the clock, instead of giving perpetual check, goes for king d3. It's one of my favorite moments. Just shows that these guys are fanatics.
I haven't had enough chess, says Alexander Indich, but he will have to satisfy himself with a draw, and we will have to satisfy ourselves with that incredible conclusion to day one of the FIDE World Rapid Championship. So much action, so much to go through, and the best news is that there are 2 more days to go. But before we wrap up the show, let's review the standings, starting from the women's section. We've got 2 players on 4 out of 4. They will obviously play each other. Nurgül Salivama and Jujiner will face off tomorrow morning. And then, of course, this huge group with 3.5 and 3. Nothing has been decided yet, Peter. That is the refrain. That is the theme of the first day. Anything can happen.
Yeah, the first day is kind of a warm-up. We see insane action, dramas everywhere, but it's only 5 rounds played from 13. And the players are getting more tired. On the other hand, they're also getting the rhythm. Things are just heating up. And both in the open section and in the women's section, we are guaranteed to see some thrilling fights till the end.
And speaking of thrilling fights, a quick look at the results in the open section. We basically know what the results are. A bloodbath in the final round. Essentially all decisive games. Magnus crushing Timur Gureyev, ending his perfect run. Yu Yangyi, and the only draw with MVL against Rauf Mamedov. There's going to be a pretty big group on 4.5 out of 5. They will all take on each other, but the man to beat is most certainly Magnus Carlsen as we look at page 2. No question about that. Magnus is picking up steam. He's confident, and he might just be unstoppable, Peter.
Yeah, but on the other hand, okay, all it takes one mistake, then suddenly you lose your balance, and then you have to react in the next game. I wouldn't even dare to say that Magnus is already now a clear favorite. No, he's in a very good position, very nice situation. He's very happy, super happy. He's finding to his best play, but all it takes just one bad move in a critical moment and things can look completely different.
We are set up for an epic second day of action in the open section. And 5 players with 4.5 out of 5. They include Magnus, Arjun, Ivan, Yu Yangyi, and Vidit Gujarathy. Indian players once again doing amazing. Bharat Subramaniam continues his fantastic run, no losses. And Magnus Carlsen, he is the man to beat. Not sure who he will take on tomorrow, but the pairings will come out later tonight. The players, of course, they have earned their rest. They have earned a great dinner, some pilaf, some meat, some fish, whatever nutrition they want to load themselves up with. The players need to get a lot of rest, good sleep, but some players, Peter, they'll sleep better than others.
Yeah, for sure. I don't want to be in Richard's shoes. It looked like he's having a fantastic event. He played superb chess. That game against Matlakovic looked like it's going to be a massacre, a miniature. And things started to escalate. Afterwards, he lost that game against Ivan Chepalinov. On the other hand, other players who are winning and they are carrying all the positive emotions, like Arjun Erigaishi, who is trying to qualify for the candidates by succeeding, winning the Rapid World Championship. And his dreams are still alive. He's there with 4.5 out of 5, playing incredible chess. The chess that we know he's capable of, crazy fights, tactic, dynamics, everything.
Everything indeed, and everything is still ahead in the World Rapid and Blitz. A quick look at the schedule. It's simple enough. There is action every day up and through December 30th. There are 2 more days of the Rapid, 13 rounds in the Open and 11 rounds in the women's section tomorrow. And on Thursday, there will be 4 rounds played. So this was the longest day. And then on the 29th and on the 30th, there is the 21-round Blitz and the 17-round Blitz in the women's section. So plenty of action is still ahead. But the time has come for us to wrap up today's show. FIDE, not going to lie, I'm pretty exhausted. This day started at 5 a.m. My time, so I commentated all through the night. But there's really no tournament I'd rather commentate than the World Rapid, and nobody I'd rather do it with than you. The time flew by. This was so much fun, and I'll pass the mic to you one more time for your final thoughts on today's action.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Danya. It has been a really great pleasure, as always. Yeah, and knowing that the broadcast when we started was 3:30 a.m., I say that we have seen enough action in the World Championship, but still the hero of the day is you for, keeping the show going with your tremendous energy, enthusiasm, everything. It's always a pleasure. And, well, wishing you good recovery. And, we are waiting for the tournament to continue because it has really been only the first day. It's just the warm-up. And the stakes are getting higher and higher. The pressure is growing on the players. You don't want to miss all the action that's about to happen in the next couple of days.
You most certainly do not, and you do not want to miss GM Peter Leko's legendary commentary, which will continue tomorrow. But for now, thanks everybody in the chat. Thank you to our amazing production team. GM Daniel Nerditsky and GM Peter Leko wishing you a very pleasant rest of your day and leaving you with a beautiful view of the city of Samarkand. Goodbye.